If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
The bad news. After all those events, Leo quit the chat group and went on his way to make the plan, which took a long time to get its basics. Now, he's in the dimensional gap, writing runes and planning his next move while a loli was eating sweets next to him. It has been 5 days since the great meeting between Leo and the world wills, as the plan is being revised by Leo. Everything was going as planned, as it was confirmed by Tuaru World that the plan is foolproof and it'll definitely help, as DXD gave up. In the end, Leo had to promise at least 13 times that he won't destroy the world and he'll only fix the plot in his own way before DXD left the chat room. Both of them left because DXD had enough and he doesn't care anymore as long as the world won't explode, and Tuaru left because they'll put him in house confinement if they found him here. It has something to do with him telling all the world to go explode or something like that. Leo didn't have a lot of problems with the plan as it was going smoothly. He made his first big boss beast and wrote his villain script. However, he still has a problem with what he should choose as the protagonist and what he'll do with him as the big boss. This is a very delicate process and nothing can go wrong. Reversing time or something won't help either, so it has to be perfect. The plan is very complicated as Leo wanted to get Telos Karma to understand its power, but DXD came out of nowhere in the chat and made him stop. He said that the fixing needed 11 days to be stable and almost begged him to stop, which made him put this plan on hold. However, he felt something weird in this specific time, but he also felt DXD maybe took a very heavy blow as it was mostly his fault. After stopping the second arrival of Joker, Leo went and studied the so-called balance that Tuaru spoke of. He feels this thing is very important because he mentioned the real battlefield. All the research with his power and beasts didn't help as Leo was still clueless about the balance, but it seems this thing is rare and it won't come up anytime soon. However, the true battlefield still linger in Leo's mind as he felt the battle in the multiverse isn't simple as just hunting some people. After sorting those things out, Leo proceeded to learn about his powers and the new balance breaker. At first, Leo and Drake agreed on the name. They called it the Domination Heart. Obliteration Star. Both of them found they have a shitty naming taste, but they decided to keep it. The new balance breaker is still the same as the old one, but Leo discovered that his ascending has more effect on his Longinus. The regular boost won't work on his angel form or his alter talisma because of how high level those things are, but Drake also became stronger as he learned a new boost. This boost called Conceptual Boost. This boost can only be used once every 2 minutes, but it can even double the power of an angel, so it isn't bad. Drake flames are included in the necklace as Leo can use it with his light and flames element to inflict more damage. However, Leo felt this Longinus still has more powers, but because it was included with his spell, he can't see or know about it instantly. In the end, Leo focused on the runes with venom and stopped thinking about problems that he doesn't have a clue about, even with his clairvoyant. The runes are a very amazing thing as everything can be done with them. Blessing, cursing, attack, and defense. Leo even felt that these runes are a whole magic power system on their own. So, as the great villain, he went for the fire and power spells first, so he can bomb everything. Venom chooses power and blessing spells to aid in combat because even with venom and a full magical energy body, Leo's body isn't all that strong. Of course, he can concentrate magical energy on his fist and punch a mountain into dust or become an angel and slap a planet, but he needs to consider some situations. So, did you have enough? Leo asked the lowly dragon in front of him as she was devouring the 23rd bag of sweets. Off-Eyes raised her head to look at Leo before she ate the sweets again. The scene was almost like she was releasing her frustration on the cookies. Leo passed most of his time in the dimensional gap when he's free, as it's an almost perfect place to plan without anyone bothering you, but Off-Eyes somehow found his base. Great Red and Off-Eyes had a legendary battle for 4 days and nights as it ended as the moment when Great Red recovered a little and blasted Off-Eyes from the dimensional gap. Off-Eyes was in shock because she didn't defeat Great Red when he was weak and he only needed a little recovery before defeating her. So, in the end, Leo was busy with his plan and magic as he gave Off-Eyes cookies before they sat down at Leo's mansion in the dimensional gap. He was drawing runes on papers and Off-Eyes eating sweets. "What are you doing?" Foolish silence. Off-Eyes ate the 24th bag of sweets before she saw the colorful runes on the papers. Trying to figure out how to fix something's in my way. Leo was putting the runes with different effects as he studied their way of working. Fix. Off-Eyes tilted her head as she didn't understand what was broken and what should be fixed. "Yeah, but I'm waiting for those devils to start and it seems that they'll come back very soon. The world is really trying to fix the plot," Leo said as he wrote another rune as cold wind was blowing from it. The world already started the repairing process as the devils will magically come back to the school. Do you want me to bring them? Off-Ice said calmly, but Leo only looked at her with a blank look before he said, how are you planning to do that exactly? Beat them up, Off-Ice said instantly before Leo was considering it, but he shook his head and said no, the plot is already broken and it doesn't need more bombing. Off-Ice didn't know what's the plot, but she doesn't care that much before she said, I want to ask that thing again. Leo understood that Off-Ice is talking about the dimensional gap before he said, why do you always ask for help? Aren't you a dragon? Where's the pride and might of a one? Preach. I said nothing, Drake said from the Longinus before Off-Ice glared at him. Sigh, look here, you can't always go like this because you're the infinite dragon god. Maybe you should try or learn something new, Leo said as he wrote a combination of 4 runes and lightning was flashing on the papers. Off-Ice stopped for a moment as she looked at Leo's beasts in the dimensional gap before she stared at Leo. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Leo's eyebrow was twitching as Off-Ice was staring at his without blinking before he said, what? I observe. Foolish silence, Off-Ice said calmly with her deadpan voice while Leo's face became almost expressionless like her. I see, but if you are going to do that, then how about you become my helper? Leo wanted to include Off-Ice as his assistants in his ultimate plan. Off-Ice was confused by Leo's words, but he only sighed before he said, you can observe me and have as many cookies as you want. When those words fell, Off-Ice turned her head quickly as she stared at the octopus chef waving from a distance before she looked at Leo and nodded her head seriously. Now, another part of the plan is done. Leo's hands clasped as the light was reflecting from his glasses like a certain Evangelion guy. Everything is going according to the plan. Leo already put the magic library in the chat room store and Whitebeard saw this as he put the armament and observation hacky there. For the first time, the chat room store finally started to have a meaning and a use except for the basic functions. However, there wasn't a lot of interaction between members in this period. It seems everyone was busy with something. Misaka was the most clear as she is doing exams, and Saitama probably forgot about the chat room. Leo understood them as he was also very busy with his world remodeling plan, which is going great at the moment. The villain power, Beast, and the helper, Off-Ice, are available, which means the plan is almost starting, and he only needs to wait for the devil to kick the plot and start it all over again. He only needs a good plot and a protagonist candidate as he'll make the gear the fate turn before he does his dramatic entrance. Nothing can ruin my ultimate villain form. Leo grinned as the area around him was cracking slightly because of the new beast power. However, before Leo went back to his runes, a red screen flashed in front of him. You gotta be kidding me. Leo said as the screen was about something that all the members almost forgot about it. 2 tasks are available, all the members will log automatically into the chat room. A new journey and battle is about to start, but why is the timing so perfect that Leo felt this is delaying his plan? Something was trying to delay the inevitable, and an angle of doom isn't happy about it. More bad news. In a far, far place from anywhere in the world, 2 beings were talking to each other, or rather one listening and the other was crying. This place is an abyss. It was a dark place with nothing in it and no end as it stretched beyond the infinite. However, it also has everything and all that existed was coming from here. All that around was breaking the rules of existence, but it looked like everything was made to be like this, and balance was preserved even in this mess. All in all, this place where all the theories have been crumbled and logic has been smashed, it includes everything and nothing at the same time, beyond time and space, and outside the real world itself. However, in this place where nothing should be able to survive because of the harsh conditions, 2 beings were talking as a semi-physical orb was crying at a girl in a kimono. Why? Why? The orb was crying even if there was no facial expression to confirm that before it said, what did I do? Why do I have to bear with this? Here. Everything will be okay. The girl in the kimono wasn't impatient by the orb cries and just patted it. She was comforting the orb as her peaceful voice made the orb calm a little. No, nothing will be okay. I was cornered by the 2 madmen and now. The orb calmed a little before it started to cry again and screamed, I'll lose my identity again. The orb started crying again as the girl didn't know what to do to calm it down as she sighed at the fate of the orb, or rather say DXD's world will. I know, but please do you best. The girl, who's another world will, tried to cheer DXD up, but this backfired as it was crying again. They cornered me. I was like a sheep ready to be slaughtered. Ah! DXD was crying again before the girl patted it and waited for it to calm down. After a while, DXD released its frustration and wiped the non-existence tears before it said, "Why can't that psychopath, Tuaru, be like you? And I have another psychopath in my world now." The girl was surprised slightly before she smiled and said, "He's maybe slightly chaotic, but he knows what he's doing. And about the member in your world, maybe you shouldn't lie to him and tell him the truth," the girl said, but her words add more injuries for DXD. "Okay, I agreed that maybe I should just tell him to give my original protagonist a mini drag like he said and call it a day, but never. And I say never. Try to say slightly chaotic about that psychopath." DXD was almost raging now before it said, "Don't tell me you don't know that even the outer gods stopped coming to his world because they were afraid and the loss was too much." The girl looked away as she really couldn't defend anyone about this situation because everything DXD said was correct. "Sai, you both are similar, so why couldn't he be like you?" DXD seemed to be calmed down, but the girl had a wry smile on her face. The girl and Tuaru can be similar because they are one of the few worlds that have a semi or complete avatar in their worlds. Worlds will can't affect itself from the inside and it's very limited if there was an outer god or something else, so the worlds with an avatar can do much more. Although they can't attack or affect the world directly, but creating some unfortunate events is completely possible. For example, Marvel Avatar is OAA, which is an almost complete avatar, or the girl is the avatar of another world will and can slightly affect its world. DXD doesn't have a permanent avatar, except it takes the form of the breast goddess sometimes, but that avatar isn't stable at all. However, what made DXD mad is Tuaru and his thousands of avatars from all the phases and mythologies. Tuaru has a fantastic record and achievement with the outer gods, as he was one of the first worlds that taught them the feeling of fear. He showed them that some worlds shouldn't be messed up with and it isn't worth it. DXD still had shivers when it remembers what Tuaru did in those days, even if those actions helped a lot of other worlds, but they were scary. "Sai, I know, but please cheer up. I feel that everything will be okay at the end." The girl did another attempt to calm DXD down. "No, I need to fix this. I need your help." DXD flew around the girl before it said, "I need some time to save my world." "Me? Don't tell me." The girl understood the DXD meaning, but she doesn't think this is a good time to bring that up. "Yes, I want you to make a task and take the madman from my world until I fix it." DXD was burning with passion. "I don't think it's a good time to interfere with my world. And you know my condition." The girl smiled slightly as it made DXD's world stop for a moment before she said, "And there's another worlds will that found an anomaly in his world. You're one of the main creators of that solution, chat room, so why can't you use it?" DXD said as the girl didn't have any comeback to that. She's one of the creators that made the chat room and responsible for a lot of its functions. Even the idea came from her. The chat room wasn't the only way the worlds chose to fight this war, but it appears that the cost will be much lower if you send people from your world to fight, and it's more effective. "I know my world isn't in the best condition, but you know that I can't help a lot." The girl shook her head because she knows that this isn't the best at the moment. "That guy is using the power system of the psychopath, Tuaru. It's very compatible with your world way of working, even better than the other members. Also, he relates to you, isn't he?" DXD gave it final words before it waited for the girl to decide. "Sai, I see." The girl opened her eyes before she said seriously, "I will do my best to help him, but I'll stop the task immediately if the things went out of control. We can't afford another loss, and that guy is still obsessed with the great after all this time." The girl nodded before DXD went silent as it couldn't speak anymore. The great and that guy are two things that the worlds don't prefer to talk about because it reminds them of a lot of things. "Anyway, I'll run back to my world to fix it and do some things," DXD said with a dark creepy tone as the girl sighed. "Thank you for your help, Root, and it's better if you keep him longer in your world," DXD's world will said before it disappeared from this place. The girl named Root stared at DXD world leaving before she looked at the endless nothingness around her with her blue rainbow eyes and said, "But I don't think he'll stop even if you fixed your world." Meanwhile, in the dimensional gap, Leo was staring at the chat screen while he was frowning. He doesn't like this. He doesn't like this at all. His plan, plot, and big boss acting will be delayed and maybe even wasted because this was clearly planned by someone. "Do you think I'll stop?" "Never," Leo said before he looked at the chat and saw some interesting reactions. "Neat princess, nuhuhu. The horror. Advocate of gender equality, save me. I am still young to die. Big sister lion, you know. I'll not ask what's going on. Bree bree, that's for the best. A hero for fun, what's so scary about a moon?" The strongest man in the world, it's a regular day in here. Hey! Leo stared at the moon world before he rushed and checked the 2 missions. After looking at the 2 missions, Leo took a deep breath before he went to the chat and typed something. Annihilation Maker, Admin No. This is the source of evil. Big Sister Lion, ah, yes. I was waiting for your useful comment. The first task. Task World, Konosuba. Number of participants, no limit. Description: there's an irregularity found in the world after a disturbance in the world barrier, but we can't locate it or identify its source. Objective 1, find the irregularity and identify it before deciding the best course of action. Rewards, according to the irregularity and how much of danger it makes against the world. You have 30 minutes to choose if you'll participate and prepare for the mission. Your world time will be stopped after the mission start. That was the first task and the reason Kazuma was screaming for his life, but the second mission was more terrifying. The second task. Task World, Type Moon. Number of participants, only 1 member is allowed because of the situation in the world. It preferred that the participant have a connection to mythology and legends. Description: most of the timelines about a part in the world were served, and there's only 1 timeline left before the world loses a lot of its original power. Objective 1, find most of the invaders in that timeline and kill them all or make them retreat. Objective 2, protect the last timeline and its last pillar. Objective 3, try to stop the anomaly in the world. Rewards, can't be calculated correctly until the task finishes. Except for the first and second objectives, the third one is optional. The world is in a bad condition and there will be a lot of inconvenience for the participant. If there's no one to pick this task, then the chat room will pick the best candidate on its own. You have 5 minutes to choose if you'll participate and prepare for the mission. Your world time will be stopped after the mission start. Neat Princess, I, the Princess of the Moon, with all my power, eternity, and fear. I will pick. The first task. The Princess of the Moon is running away from Type Moon as the group felt the strong irony in this situation. Advocate of gender equality, it's completely a mystery. I hate those type of missions. I'll die. Kazuma was having a mental breakdown because the problem was in his world. However, Leo didn't care a lot about that because he wasn't comfortable about the second task. Why do I feel this task is aimed at me? Leo's eyebrow was twitching before he picked the first task. Annihilation Maker, Admin. I'm picking the first mission, there's no way I'll go to Type Moon, that thing scares me. The angel that almost chopped Mars in half, was scared by a different world. This made the group interested in Type Moon. Bree, is it all that bad? Neat Princess, maybe it sounds harmless, but that world is only a deep pit of sadness and fear that will consume your soul. Advocate of gender equality, believe me, don't go there before we figure the situation or something bad will happen. Annihilation Maker, Admin. You just want some free bodyguards, right? Advocate of gender equality, and that too. The strongest man in the world, you should stop shaking like this and face your fear, but checking the situation isn't a bad decision at the moment. A hero for fun, I'm busy here, so I'll not go. Have fun. A hero for fun is offline. Advocate of gender equality, Nuuuu. Kazuma saw the bug-level man, Saitama, leave the chat as his screams of fear made all the monsters around him and Aqua, look at them. All the group chose the first task before Leo sat down again as he breathed a sigh of relief. Annihilation Maker, Admin, it seems that he'll go to Type Moon. What a relief. Bree, you doesn't seem to be worried at all. Annihilation Maker, Admin, the last person I should be worried about is Saitama. Bree. All the members choose their tasks except Saitama, so Leo is saved from the Type Moon madness. Neat Princess, I don't know about that. Annihilation Maker, Admin, what? Leo didn't like this message before he saw another one. Advocate of gender equality, 10 seconds before the second mission starts. We'll miss you, Leo. Bree, why are you afraid of this world? Annihilation Maker, Admin, use the gotcha that you have and you'll understand my feelings. And what do you mean you'll miss me? Neat Princess, stop lying to yourself, Leo. Saitama didn't take part in anything. But you're the most suitable, isn't that right, Mr. Lucifer? No one picked the second task and the chat room will choose the participant. Annihilation Maker, Admin, aren't we a team? Aren't we supposed to help each other? Advocate of gender equality, yes, you're helping us escape Type Moon. You're really a good friend. Neat princess, very, very good and brave friend. The chat room has chosen Annihilation Maker, admin. Prepare yourself for the teleportation. No, 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 no. You didn't even say which type moon is this. Leo saw the white light appear on him before he tried to stop it with his power, but everything was useless as the world blurred around him. Even the dimensional gap was frozen as Offai stopped with a cookie in her hand. Advocate of gender equality, bring us some souvenirs. Neat princess, yeah, and make it something good. Big sister lion, even I started to feel sad for you. Annihilation Maker, admin, I'll remember this. I'll be back. With those last words of a villain, Leo and his beasts were sucked from this world by the light as he wasn't able to feel anything around him. Somewhere in the world, a world will breathe a sigh of relief as it could finally work in peace. Terrible news. Light flashed and the world was spinning around as a young man landed in a white space without any other color. The young man was lying on the ground because he fell directly on his face, however, no sound was produced from his actions. Is this a new way of delivery? Leo raised himself from the ground before he saw this place. This place is weird, even for Leo. He never saw a place like this even if he felt some familiarity from it. It's very similar to my inner world. Leo remembered the world where he preserved his last memories for his family. A place that even the curse of God wasn't able to breach through. Leo took a few steps forward as his steps didn't produce any sound or leave anything behind. Everything seems to be still and nothing was changing. The endless whiteness was spreading across everything, but Leo somehow knows that the color white doesn't exist here, so it doesn't make sense to give this place a color. To be honest, he doesn't know what he should say about this place. Is he even standing here? Is this place a dream or reality? Everything didn't make sense and it cannot be explained. Everything around gave him a feeling of familiarity that he can't explain. It was similar to his first time in the dimensional gap, but this feeling was much stronger and didn't vanish instantly. This must be the weirdest place I ever saw in my life. Leo walked more around this place as he was observing it. Honestly, he wants to teleport, but that doesn't seem to be possible in this place. All his beasts are in deep sleep, even Drake wasn't available. After a while, there was a change as a white petal fell from the sky exactly at Leo's location. Reaching with his hand, he caught the petal, however, the petal didn't last long in his hand before it passed it and landed on the ground. At that moment, the place changed as the golden color appeared all around, and more white petals started to fall from the sky. However, Leo saw something happening to the petal he dropped. A lot of colors appeared on the petal before it became golden and blended with the ground as all the other petals turned to gold when they touched the ground. However, before Leo could understand anything of what's going on, he heard a voice coming from behind him. Welcome. The sound was peaceful and pleasing, even Leo was a little relaxed before he snapped and looked behind him. Leo saw a girl wearing a white kimono. She had short black hair and katana as her waist, however, this didn't surprise him like the feeling coming from her. The girl was like a goddess, a real goddess who shouldn't appear in the world. Leo saw some goddesses like Aqua and Valkyries in Asgard, but he never saw someone like her. I'm deeply sorry about the bad journey, but my world, or at least this area, isn't very stable at the moment. The girl smiled slightly as Leo was staring at her without saying anything. The weird feeling increased a lot when the girl appeared. Leo can't see anything about her except the girl in front of him is emptiness and the emptiness is her. The blue rainbow eyes that sent chills to the souls as they were reflecting the death of everything, but strangely, Leo wasn't bothered by those eyes. That's fine, but what's this place? Leo asked before he stopped as he widened his eyes. What's happened? The girl was confused before she saw Leo looking at her with a wary gaze. Let me ask a better question. Who are you? Leo said the question that he should ask first even if he didn't know why he's so calm with this girl. For him to completely ignore her existence and ask about the place is very weird. Leo couldn't believe he instantly acted like he knew her and even trusted her. He even found that he can't be mad or even angry at her. What the hell is going on? Leo thought as the girl nodded as she understood what he meant. Ah, right. You can't know me in this form as I'm attached to this body. The girl smiled before she walked a few steps to the side and said, I'm the world wool of type moon world, but I'm also Shiki Ryugai, or you can call me the swirl of the root, and the Akashic records. But I prefer root for short. And about this place. It's the boundary of emptiness. Root smile didn't vanish as she was waiting for Leo's response. Root, hey, sigh. Leo sighed before he covered his face with his hand and said, less than a minute and I'm already meeting the biggest boss in the world. The swirl of the root, heaven, or the Akashic records is a location within Type Moon that exists at the top of all theories in every dimension, as well as the source of all events and phenomena in the universe. This place is an emptiness that holds nothing, but it stores and archives information of all possibilities and events, past, present, and future, of the world. This is an outside world that exists outside of time and space, the source of all souls, including those of heroic spirits recorded on the throne of heroes, originating from and to where they return after death. Root in front of Leo is one of the personalities of Shiki Ryugai, which process the connection to the Akashic because of her origin emptiness. However, this doesn't seem to be only that personality. This is also the world will that controls the swirl of the root. Hee. Can you count this as an achievement? Root laughed a little before she looked at Leo removing his hand from his face. Yet, I achieved the dream that all those magicians wanted without even trying. I'm going to rub it in their faces, Leo said before Root sighed before as she said, you're really a carefree person. Carefree? Maybe. Leo shrugged his shoulders before he looked at Root and said, so, what is the reason for meeting you here? Taking this detour from the task isn't a coincidence, especially if you met the world will and the Akashic face to face. Leo doesn't know the reason behind this meeting, but Type Moon doesn't seem to be normal, even if Root showed nothing weird. Root nodded at Leo before she said, yes, there is a reason for calling you here, but I want to know something first. Why? Root looked at Leo's eyes and said one word as the surrounding atmosphere changed slightly. Why, what? Leo looked at the eyes that can bring death for all, as he didn't understand the meaning behind Root's question. Why did you refuse it? Root walked forwards towards Leo before she said he, Tuaru, made a clear path for you, didn't he? In the end, why did you refuse it and took a different way? Root was standing in front of Leo as she looked straight into his eyes before she said, your eyes see the same world as me, right? Leo understood what Root was talking about as he didn't want to talk about this subject, but Root didn't give him any chance before she gently reached his cheek with her hand. When Root's hand touched Leo's cheek, he felt like something had connected with him and everything was clear for a moment as he didn't notice that the effect of darkness's power was gone. His dark blue and golden eyes are now flashing with rainbow colors. However, both eyes showed a different picture with the rainbow color. The dark blue eye was devouring the rainbow color in a spiral way while the golden eye was creating more in a spiral way. You're also an emptiness. Root looked at Leo's dark blue eye before she said, you should have led the world towards nothing, but you were able to find something in your emptiness. Root looked at Leo's golden eye before she said, I'm really curious. Why did you do it? However, Leo snapped from the feeling of connection with everything before he slapped Root's hand away. Slap. Leo closed his eyes from a moment before everything returned to normal as his connection with the Akashic was served. Don't you ever dare to do that again. Leo said with a slightly cold voice as he looked at Root that was staring at her hand. I deeply apologize for my actions now. Root smiled again as she lowered her hand before she said, curiosity got the best of me, I hope you can forgive me. Sigh, it doesn't matter, I can't even be angry at you, and it's very strange for an omnipotent being to ask something, Leo said with a sigh as a wry smile formed on Root's face. You saw it, hey. Root recovered her usual look of calmness before Leo said, yeah, at least in this place, you're the Almighty, right? Root in this area from the world is omnipotence and can do everything and everything will act according to her, but it seems this effect can't be carried for the outside. Maybe, but this is only in my world. I've observed a lot of things, even so. Something always gets my attention. Root smiled, but Leo didn't like that smile a lot as she could see through everything. So, did you finish with the questions? Leo wanted to finish this task as soon as possible and leave this world. Not yet. That was more like a personal question and I hope we can start the main subject now, Root said as a black orb appeared in her hand. The orb seemed to be sealed with a white-green barrier as it was struggling inside, however, Root gazed at it as the orb stopped because of fear. Leo felt some connection with the orb before he looked at Root and said, personal, hey? Are you the world will or Shiki Ryugai? You can say. Root raised the orb and made it float next to her before she said, I'm both. I see, then what with these questions? Leo nodded his head before Root clapped her hands and said, you've read the task description. And about my world? Your world isn't in the best condition. Leo remembered the task before Root nodded and said, unfortunately, yes. I can't help you a lot during this mission, so we have to manage with what we have now. Help me. Did this happen before? Leo frowned while Root sighed slightly before she said, it's complicated, but I know you'll understand later, however, we need to focus now. Root walked away from Leo as the orb was following her around. Are these questions important? And do you even have time for questions? Leo looked at the dark orb floating next to Root as it struggled again. If the world was really in a bad condition, then Leo doesn't see a point in wasting time here and chatting. No, nothing is important, and it doesn't matter if you answer or not as it won't change anything. Root smiled with her carefree look before she said the Akashic doesn't have the concept of time and it doesn't pass here. Then what the point of doing this? Leo's eyebrow was twitching as he felt this world was planning something. The outcome won't change, but how do you reach it, is also very important. Root's smile vanished before she said seriously, however, I hope you answer me honestly. Leo closed his eyes and thought about the situation before he opened them and said very well, but I'll answer what I want. Thank you. Root smiled before she said the first question. What do you think about humanity? A species rotten to its core, even if it has moments to shine, but those moments will also turn for worse because humanity at its core is evil. Leo said his thoughts about humanity as the white light of the orb was flickering. I see. Root nodded before she said then what do you think about the Earth? A rock floating in space, inhabited by a lot of species, but there'll be a day when it'll die and other species will follow it to death or find a way to survive like always. Leo said his thoughts as the green light on the orb was flickering. Then let me change the question a bit. Root nodded again before she said you know. I always was observing different things, and I even observed the chat room. So? Leo said as he was waiting for Root to continue. I saw you with your friend and new members. I even saw you before you've died. Root's words made Leo raise his eyebrow, but he didn't say anything because this is an omnipotent being, even if she was weaker outside of her world. However, Leo confirmed that the worlds knew about him even before he was sent to DXD. I found something weird in your actions. At first, you didn't want to have a lot of ties with the members in the chat room, but that changed completely after a while. Root waved her hand as scenes from the past were playing in the void. I think it's really strange for you to want to help them suddenly without any gain. Root smiled as the atmosphere became slightly heavy before she said, does this have something to do with your old friend? Leo didn't say anything, but his eyes weren't all that friendly. Are you afraid of losing someone else? Or the guilt of not being able to help her was hunting you all this time? Even hating heroes. Root picked a petal from the air as the petals fell even more. And the way you help them? Are you afraid that you won't be able to help someone like your friend? Is this why you choose to let them rely on themselves? Root let go from the petal as it turned golden and flew past Leo. Root stared at the silence Leo as she wanted to ask again, but she was startled as Leo's shoulders were shaking. However, he was laughing. PFFFF. You're an omnipotent being and you can't even guess these things? This hilarious. Leo was trying to suppress his laughter as Root didn't understand what's so funny about her questions. Look here, I don't care what you think about me. Leo shook his head before he said, I always moved in the way of I don't need to justify my actions as it doesn't matter what the others think. However, as I said, I'll answer honestly. Leo looked at the petals floating in the sky before he said, of course, I'm afraid of losing someone close to me. I mean, who doesn't want their close people to stay safe? Guilty about that moment? A little. I hoped that I would have found sooner and maybe saved her, but this won't change anything now, Leo said as he felt the power to control the flaws of the world in his eyes. And about my way of helping? I just do it because I want to do it. Listen, I believe that people should rely on themselves, not waiting to be saved by a hero. Leo sighed slightly before he said, I choose to help them in this way so they could rely on themselves and not wait for another help. After all, nothing lasts forever. You. Why? Root widened her eyes slightly before she said, why are you speaking like you're going to die? Everything has an end, even worlds like you. Leo shrugged his shoulders before he said, you know that at some point even this Akashic will vanish, so why am I an exception? For the first time in this conversation, Root was surprised as she was silent for a while before she said, you really accepted your death? Yeah, it has been a while, but I still remember it. Leo looked at Root's blue rainbow eyes before he said, it was dark and everything was vanishing. Screaming or pleading won't help you there. You'll lose everything and slowly accept it. Leo grinned as he looked at Root's eyes before he said, honestly, I prefer to look at your death's eyes all day and not experiences something like that again. This is why those mystic eyes of death perception won't affect Leo or intimidate him. So, I choose to help them in this way. I'll be that annoying asshole that bothered you more than helping. Then you'll say something like, I bet I'll do it better if he stopped bothering me, and can't he just help normally? In the end, it'll become something like he only wanted to irritate me. I'll show him what I can do. Leo said with a helpless smile as it made Root stop in her place. Then you'll find yourself able to stand completely on your own, and this bastard doesn't have a lot of credit in that. Leo laughed slightly, but Root wasn't calm as usual as she was staring at him. You really only want that? Root took a deep breath before she asked. Of course not. I'm a person who doesn't care a lot about opinions, okay? If I want to be lazy then I'll be lazy, and I'm a greedy bastard who wants to make everyone he cares about happy, even if that is almost impossible. Leo closed his eyes as he was able to remember some things. However, from my last life, I learned something. There's always that possibility of everything ending in a blink of an eye, so even in the end. Leo was able to see something from his memory. A girl with short blonde hair waving from afar with a bright smile on her face as he was waving at her for the last time. Leo smiled slightly before saying, in the end, I don't want anyone I care about to be sad about a bastard like me. Even in my last moments, I want them to remember that I was happy with a smile and they don't have to be sad about me. Silence. Root stared at Leo that he finished his words as she couldn't say anything about what she just heard. The black orb next to her stopped struggling after hearing Leo's words. The white light separated from the barrier and left, but the green light stayed for a moment before it vanished. However, Leo didn't pay attention to the lights as he looked at Root's eyes before saying, Oi. What with that look on your face? I answered honestly, even if that was my vision to the end, but as a reincarnate, I should know that death can happen at any time. Nothing. Just you're really an idiot. Root glared at Leo before she said, You're absolutely an embodiment of a fool. Ha! Leo snapped as he wanted to say something, but Root walked a few steps forward before she said, in the overall point of view of Alea, humanity, and Gaia, Earth, you're a danger that should be obliterated immediately. With those words, Leo found that the two colors on the orb were representing Alea and Gaia. However, Root reached in front of Leo as she reached to his chest with a white card that appeared in her hand. Leo didn't feel any malice and he wasn't able to stop this omnipotent being, so he waited to see what happened before Root put the card on his chest. The card sank into Leo's chest before he received a message from the chat room. You received Type Moon Power Compatibility card. In the individual point of view of both sides, your wings should be white, Root said as she was able to see Leo's wings even if he wasn't able to summon them without the spell. Root words meant that this color that represents the falling shouldn't appear on Leo's wings, but he only shrugged his shoulders. Nah, I like this color because it's cooler than white wings, Leo said with a grin as he didn't care that much. Sigh. Root glared as she was slightly angry at Leo's reaction before she said, You should be more honest, many people will understand you better if you do. I really don't care if they understood or not. Leo's answer made Root glare at him again before she sighed and picked the black orb that stopped struggling as it was moving toward Leo. Final question. Root looked at Leo's eyes before she raised the orb in her hand. Leo doesn't know much about the orb except it has a familiar feeling and something was calling him from it. Do you wish to bear this crown? Root was more serious than ever before Leo frowned and said, I really don't want to become a king or something because that sounds troublesome. This isn't the crown of a king or an emperor. This isn't even a power. Root shook her head before she said, This is just an evil. That doesn't help me in accepting it. Leo said his true thoughts before Root smiled and said, Then don't, but it'll be always waiting for you here because only you are worthy of bearing this crown. Leo looked at the black orb and Root's eyes before he sighed and said, Well, why not? This is a free gift from the world will. Because it's free, or are you trusting me now? Root smiled before Leo said, Well, I respect you for not using mind reading shit on me, so I shouldn't be all that wary. Root blinked her eyes before she laughed a little and reached with the black orb to Leo's head and said, I, the Akashic, in the name of the earth, Gaia, and the humanity, Alea, the evil and good, the cursed desire and regrets, here crowning, Leo Arisaltek. Root put the black orb on Leo's head as it disappeared instantly without leaving a trace, but Leo closed his eyes as he was receiving some sort of information. Even the book of the law in Leo's soul was flashing slightly. It seems my answers were more important that you said. Leo opened his eyes as a blank look formed on his face while staring at Root. I said the outcome will be the same because this your prize for reaching the Akashic, but I didn't say how you'll receive it. Root blinked at Leo as she seemed to succeed in doing a prank. How many people suffered to reach the Akashic, but the world will, GM, was helping Leo, the player, to cheat and she was proud of it. However, Leo kept staring at her with a blank look as it made Root slightly nervous. Ahem, very well, it's almost time to start. Root cleared her throat, but Leo interpreted her and said, It seems that time is also very important. Our guests also don't have the concept of time. Root avoided Leo's eyes as she said, is there something you want to know about this task? Who's the enemy? Leo asked before Root said a system user and reincarnations from multiverse spaces. How many reincarnations? Leo asked, but Root turned her head away and said I don't know. Leo took a deep breath before he said which place from type moon is this? Is it FGO with all those timelines? Leo-chan, you shouldn't think that way about the tasks. Root shook her head, but Leo was focusing on something else before he said what did you just call me? The tasks are only about irregular changes and not about the original history of the world, even if all the timelines were burned in that history. Root avoided Leo's question as she gave him a new look about the chat room missions. The place is Fuyuki and the Holy Grail War that took place in 2004, Root said as Leo nodded and made a quick plan in his head. Okay, it's Fate's Day night. Quick plan, teleport everyone and nuke the entire city before fixing it and teleporting everyone in. Then leave this world as fast as possible. Leo felt his plan is flawless, but Root observed Leo enough to know what he's thinking before she said I'm afraid it isn't that simple, Leo-chan. Are you a stalker? And what the hell with the Chan? Leo snapped at Root while she just smiled and ignored his question again. However, this isn't Fate's Day night. Root words made Leo stop before she said this is the 2004 Holy Grail War that started the Grand Order. Not Fate's Day night. 2004 Holy Grail War. The start of the Grand Order. Hold on, isn't this the war where Solomon? Those ideas moved in Leo's head before he stopped and looked at Root with an even more blank look. I finally understood why you gave me this crown and asked for a member with legends, Leo said as his words were bland and cold. At this moment, Leo started to become transparent as his time here is almost over. Root wasn't able to withstand Leo's eyes before she said I'm sorry, however, you can't exist normally in the world. But don't worry, no one will be able to control you, so please don't be angry. I'm not angry because I can't be mad about you for some reason, but I'm just disappointed. Leo didn't care about Root's words as he stared at her with a blank look a while disappearing bit by bit. I'm sorry. Root apologized again, but Leo was about to disappear. No, you aren't sorry. Leo left those words before he disappeared and went to the Holy Grail War. But I'm really sorry. Root said, but there was no one to hear her words. After a while, Root sighed and looked at the void before she said it started, hey. I wish you the best, the beast who's the closest to a human. With those words, the grand battle that will determine the fate of the whole world is about to start. Very terrible news. The pale moon shone like a sliver sun in the night sky. The stars were flashing in the sky, drawing a blanket that stretched to the unknown. The night fell on a city called Fuyuki, a place located on the island of Kyushu, somewhere in the Kumamoto prefecture in Japan. Unlike the regular cities, this whole city is a place chosen by magi to perform a ritual. A secret and violent war among competing magi. For the past 2 centuries, 7 magi were gathered and engaged in a war, each gambling his or her own life to obtain the Holy Grail, a legendary chalice capable of granting wishes. However, this moonlit night was strangely quiet. No sound from insects or small animals was heard, even the occasional barking of faraway dogs didn't exist in this night. Different magi across the city felt that the magical energy around was dull, even moving slower than usual. Despite that, the magi didn't care a lot because they came here for the Holy Grail War, and maybe this one of the effects when the war started. 7 mages from different forces and organizations came to this town to participate in the Holy Grail War. Each one of them with a wish for the Grail or just to participate, and even because they were dragged into this mess. However, all of them now are players in a cold war that involves mystery beyond this era. A cruel war that took a turn for the worst because this world is walking step by step towards the end. In the underground of Fuyuki City, which is the Ryuadu Temple's cavern. The space twisted as a portal appeared. A woman appeared from the portal as she rushed towards the closest wall and put some sort of a device on it. Despite the calm and professional movement of the woman, the sweat on her forehead and worried expression on her face told something else. Hurry up! Hurry up! The woman was nervous as she was staring at the device, taking something from the cave wall. Rumble! The cave wall started to shake without a warning as the woman became more nervous before her face became pale and took the device back, but a black mud appeared on the wall. The device only had 5 red capsules inside of it, but the woman didn't care as she rushed back to the portal. However, flames appeared on her body. Ah! The woman screamed as the flesh was melting from her body. She has dealt with flames before, but these were 1,000,000 times more painful than the regular flames. When the woman left, the black mud that was coming from the wall disappeared without a trace, but the magical energy in the air became duller. In Fuyaki Church, a man in a priest outside was looking at his hand filled with command seals that allow him to command servants. This man is the impartial mediator of this Holy Grail war, Kaire Kotomine. Despite his job being the supervisor of the war, the bleeding corpse under his feet says something else. Another war. I wonder what this war will bring me from enjoyment. The man smiled as he felt the magical energy in the air. But he didn't care about a small thing like that. For him, enjoying this war pain and suffering is the best because it's the only thing that makes him less empty and hollow. The man looked at the moon in the sky as its light shined on him in the dark. However, such a scene only brought discomfort to others. Tch. Disgusting guy, a man with a red spear said as his annoyance and disgust wasn't hidden in his voice. He was holding a red spear as it matched his red eyes and blue hair. This man is Lancer, Cuculain. He's one of the 7 servants that has been summoned to this world to fight. However, his original master now is lying on the ground, dying slowly, and he can't do anything about it because Kaire took control of him with the command seals. Cuculain can't count how many times he wanted to kill this man in front of him, but these damn command seals rendered him useless. When Kaire was enjoying the moon and Cuculain was thinking of how to kill him, a strange wave hit all Fuyaki city as a small earthquake appeared. The wave was quick and very light, but Kaire and Cuculain felt it and knew its source. Something happened to the Holy Grail. 1, 2, 3. Kiri raised his command seals as he closed his eyes and counted something before he said. 7 new servants. How is this possible? The Holy Grail doesn't have enough magical energy to summon 14 servants. The shock wasn't hidden in Kaire's voice as he checked the number of participants. Cuculain didn't care as he looked out of the window before he said this turned into a 14 servants battle? Hey! Interesting. This event caused different reactions across the whole city. In a mansion located on the southern end where the western-style houses are, a girl with a twin tails hairstyle felt the wave as she stood up from the couch she was sitting on. This can't be. The girl said as the shock was much larger than Kaire. She didn't even cover her mouth as she felt the burning command seal on her hand. This is impossible. The Holy Grail mechanism shouldn't allow such a thing. The girl started walking left and right as she was thinking about what to do now. The girl was wearing a red turtleneck, a black skirt, and long black socks under brown leather flats. After a while, the girl bites her lower lip before she rushes into the basement where she prepared the summoning ritual, even if this isn't the best time for her to summon a servant. Events like this were happening with all masters. A young man with grey-blue eyes and curly blue hair that looked like a seaweed felt the magical energy in the air. The boy had the same shocked expression on his face before he looked at the woman that was wearing a hooded bluish-purple robe. The woman was slightly shocked because of the magical energy in the air before she nodded at the young man. At this moment, a man wearing a black jacket and driving a golden motorcycle stared at the direction of the cave where the woman was. He only stared at it for a second before he drove away. However, his face had a disgusted expression. A small girl with white hair and red eyes also stared at the cave before she closed her eyes. Meanwhile, at the airport, a man wearing a coat was walking normally. The man also felt the magical energy in the air, but he didn't care or show any other expression. However, he only stared at the old ring hanging from his chest as he thought that his preparation need to be done faster. Despite all the changes and turns, all the sides were preparing for the Holy Grail War. However, little they know, all these signs mean the ending is coming and this timeline or even world, parallel world, is about to end. Though all the strange events tonight, the forest in Mount Enzu next to Ryudu Temple, was calm. At least for now. Crack. Footsteps and the sound of twigs getting crushed were heard inside of the forest. This didn't startle anyone because no one was here except a girl walking alone. Insects or small animals seemed to have disappeared as the girl was getting slightly nervous, but not afraid. Her calm was very unusual for a normal girl like her, or so it seems. Is it here? The girl arrived at an empty spot in the forest as the moonlight was falling on the place. The voice said something will be here or I'm just crazy for following a voice inside my head. The girl sighed as she lowered her head a little before walking forward. The girl didn't seem to have arrived at this place by coincidence, but she knows the location beforehand. However, there was a strange feeling about the girl. She was normal, but her tone and actions carried a feeling of exhausting as she walked step by step toward the center of the field. Nothing. I figure it'll be like this. The girl waited for over 10 minutes as she was staring at a command seal on her right hand. These command seals were wiped off as they were almost vanishing. However, suddenly, a wave of magical energy hit this place. An enormous amount of magical energy was blowing everything around as it alarmed the magi in the town. In the surprised eyes of the girl, a red magical circle appeared in the ground before the magical energy increased. The girl was more surprised as new command seals appeared on her right hand, but unlike the shield ones, these command seals were in the shape of 3 pairs of wings. Struggling to stand up, the girl stared at the magic circle as the magical energy gathered at the center of the circle. Boom! A large explosion hit the place and knocked the girl away slightly, but this didn't stop her from looking at the person that appeared from the summoning circle. Seriously, Root? What is the point of having an independent manifestation if someone will summon me anyway? Well, at least I changed my clothes in time. A young man appeared from the smoke as the girl widened her eyes. The young man was wearing black dress pants, a white dress shirt with a dark blue tie, a dark blue vest, and a red necklace. He had 2 different color eyes, one dark blue and a golden one, as he was wearing a monocle on the golden eye. Although he came from a magical circle, the young man looked normal. Well, if you ignore the horns on his head. He had a pair of black horns that were pointing at the sky. Each one of the horns had a line like a computer circuit on their sides. One is dark blue, and the other is gold, like his eyes. The girl didn't know what to say to the young man because she was afraid. The young man was releasing an aura that made her scared, like a predator looking at a prey. Noble phantasm? No, that's too much and the timeline won't handle it. The young man seemed to think about something before he raised his hand to the sky. His actions were normal, but the girl had a bad feeling when he raised his hand. Sorry, unknown master, but I don't have time to play these games. Goodbye. The young man closed his eyes before he said Negamesi. However, the young man didn't finish his words before he stopped as everything was shaking. The girl felt her entire body was hit by something as she was dizzy and held her head, but the young man had an annoyed expression on his face before he said, really? Is this a timeline or a snowflake? You can't even handle this. The girl breathed a sigh of relief as she saw whatever the young man was doing has failed before she said, excuse me. Leo, that saw his power was beyond this timeline durability, was slightly annoyed before he looked at the girl. The girl has shoulder-length red hair tied in a side ponytail on the left side with a yellow hairband and a cowlick, and light orange eyes. She was wearing a white shirt and a black skirt, which looked like a school uniform. PLE. The girl had a look of hope in her eyes as she wanted to ask something, but everything changed at this moment. Everything suddenly happened. Some leaves that were falling reached the ground instantly, a bird in the sky crossed the distance in a moment. The young man also appeared far away from the girl as she seemed to have finished her question and said, Are you? Hey? What happened? The girl saw herself in a position where she was looking at her command seals, but she doesn't remember doing this. What is going on? The girl said before she saw the young man grabbing the necklace on his chest that became a cross and pointed it at her. Stay away from me, you embodiment of chaos. The young man was pointing at the girl with the cross as it completely confused her. Lucifer was pointing a cross at a human as this Holy Grail war is staring. And this was the first meeting between Leo and the last person he wanted to meet from this world. The war begins. In Fuyaki City, the moon was shining brightly as it made this night brighter. However, the silence and the strangeness of this night didn't get less as the magical energy in the air became duller and slower. Magi and servants around felt the magical energy as they finally took this change seriously. The magic energy in the air is the vitality of the planet itself. Getting dull may sound normal, but not to the degree it started to slow down. This can only mean that the planet is dying, but that's also impossible, so this is only the effect of something else. The Holy Grail? A servant? A disturbance in the magical energy from the ground? The cause of this war to become a 14-servant battle royal? A lot of questions were on the Magi minds, but they didn't have to wait long before they got the first clue. Light and darkness, or rather say stars and shadows. All the servants and Magi saw the sky lit up for a moment as a huge magical energy appeared far away in the mountain. The magical energy was far higher than anything they saw in their lives. Even the servants were surprised. However, the shadows around also made them uneasy for a moment. The shadows acted strangely as Magi and servants felt their magical energy slowed down and drained a little. The effects didn't last for long before everything returned to normal. This might be a very strange event for Magi and servants, but some particular servants understood what happened. Who? Siyu Lane raised his voice as it carried an interesting tone before he said in authority. I never thought the Holy Grail can summon something like this. Siyu Lane knows this ability to change the terrain as they please is the ability of gods or a very strong divine spirit, but he never thought he'd see one in the Holy Grail War. Ah, it's gone. Looking at the sky returning to normal, Siyu Lane rotated his spear as he lost interest. He already hates his war with having this kind of master, but at least, he might have a good fight. What happened, Lancer? Kyrie asked Siyu Lane as he was trying to find the reason behind the Holy Grail change. Oh, this? A big guy was summoned, Siyu Lane said before he switched into the spiritual body and left this place. Big guy. Kyrie nodded as he looked at the starry sky. Meanwhile, in the forest inside Mount Ensu, a mountain near Fuyuki City. The moonlight was falling on an empty spot in the forest. There was no one in this place at night, except a young man and a girl were staring at each other from a far distance. Nothing was strange about this scene except the young man having horns and pointing across at a normal girl. This also wasn't strange if you ignore the fact that the young man may be the most devilish thing on this planet's surface and the girl is a normal human being. Leo was pointing the cross at the young girl while thinking if he should use his noble Fatsum now. This is code red and the highest level of danger. He knows the girl, she's the protagonist of FGO, Ritsuka Fujimaru, or Gudeko as a nickname. However, Leo doesn't want to have anything related to her at the slightest. Ca. Ritsuka wanted to say something as she took a step forward, but Leo raised the cross before he said, take one step forward and I'll blow up this timeline with no regrets. Ritsuka never heard this kind of threat, but she chose not to risk it as she stopped. The scene was back to silent as Leo was cursing root in his head and thinking of how to make a huge damage in the swirl of the root. Hey, is this fear really necessary? Drake's voice appeared from Leo's necklace as he was wondering why Leo is so afraid of a human girl. Don't let her trick you, Drake. Leo said as Drake and Ritsuka were taken aback. She might look normal and like a cute girl, but she's the embodiment of chaos from head to toe. Leo said as Ritsuka was more confused and Drake felt he should stop before listening to something that'll make him doubt life. She's a being that choked Solomon and Beast 1 to death. She even turned the poor Goisha into a fucking Gundam. A fucking Gundam. Leo was freaking out as his power was leaking. He doesn't want to become a Gundam. Who's Goisha? And what did I do to him? Ritsuka never felt more confused than this while Drake was facepalming himself in the Longinus space. Anyway, calm down, think more logically, and put the cross down. Drake already had enough from this. Yeah, I shouldn't act like this. Leo closed his eyes for a moment as he recovered his calm and looked at Ritsu, however. He didn't put the cross away. Drake stared blankly at the scene before he left and chose to ignore it. I'm sorry if I surprise you, but are you, my servant? Ritsuka took a step forward and asked while Leo took a step back. Something like that. Leo nodded as he looked at Ritsuka and though nothing weird, she's just a weak magi with a pitiful amount of mana. Maybe I'm just nervous, Leo shook his head, but then he remembered the choked Solomon as he looked at Ritsuka with wariness. No. Never let your guard down, Leo. This must be her plan, what an evil mind. So, you're caster. Ritsuka used the command seals to see Leo parameters. These states are far stronger than, Ritsuka thought as she looked at her other command seals before she clenched her fist. No, I'm not caster. Forget it, Leo tilted his head and said as he used clairvoyance and saw something interesting. Hey. Ritsuka checked the parameters again, but they only showed caster class. Well, it was interesting, but I'm going now. Later Leo waved his hand before he walked away. What? Aren't you, my servant? Ritsuka saw Leo leaving as she didn't know what to do. This day showed her a lot of new things. Not exactly, Leo said as a skill description appeared on Ritsuka's command seals. Independent manifestation. No way. Ritsuka said as she felt that her last chance to actually change the situation was leaving her. Some memories and scenes flashed in Ritsuka's eyes as she raised her command seals and pointed at Leo. Leo saw her actions, but he didn't care as he continued walking away. However, the chat screen appeared in front of him. The screen was conveniently placed in front of Leo's face as he could only see one line from his task. Objective 2, protect the last timeline and its last pillar. Leo saw the last pillar was written in red as he turned his head and looked at Ritsuka. The screen also followed Leo's vision, but it stopped at Ritsuka. You gotta be kidding me. Leo said as he looked at the last pillar, Ritsuka, that supported this timeline in front of him. Feeling the terrifying aura from Leo, Ritsuka bit her lips as her eyes were firm, but, at last second, she lowered her hand and looked at the ground. Leo was waiting for the classing forcing servants by the command seals before he saw Ritsuka lower her hand and look at the ground. Her eyes were empty and exhausted as she wanted to give up. He finally realized why she was dizzy when he almost hurt the timeline, that's because she's the last support of this timeline. However, he also looked at her actions and saw her eyes as Leo was slightly surprised. I didn't think she'd choose this. Especially for someone like her, Leo said as he looked at her for a while, but Ritsuka didn't raise her head or even move. Sigh. Leo looked at Ritsuka that was looking at the ground before he face-palmed himself while sighing. I really hate this world, Leo said before he walked toward Ritsuka. Ritsuka was clenching her fist with the old command seals as she was biting her lips before she heard a voice in front of her. Humans when they're pushed to the edge will do a lot of things to save themselves. Leo saw Ritsuka raise her head and looked at him before he said lying, stealing, or even killing. Anything can happen when you push them too far. For someone on the edge like you, why didn't you use those command seals? Leo tilted his head as he saw the command seals in the shape of 3 pairs of wings. As a beast, and as the evil of humanity, Leo can know the evil thoughts inside humans' minds, this is like instinct. However, he can swear that this girl was going to use command seals, but somehow she stopped. Ritsuka stared at Leo's eyes as she felt her legs were soft because of fear before her eyes became firm and said, "No, I won't do that. At least not in this way," Ritsuka said as she subconsciously looked at her old command seals. Although those are just a decoration for me, but you pass." Leo nodded before he said, "Servant, caster, is here because the world is forcing him to work." At this moment, Leo stopped his mana as the glowing lines on his horns became dim and his aura vanished. Hey! Ritsuka stopped shaking as she felt Leo's aura vanished, however, she was surprised by Leo's words. "Thank you," Ritsuka said with a small voice as she started shaking again. "What with that look?" Leo saw Ritsuka's eyes getting wet before he said, "Don't waste it, I'm just forced to work here." "No, I'm just a weak magi that doesn't even have enough mana to keep a servant summoned." Ritsuka wiped her eyes before she smiled and said, "Really, thank you." "Thank you." Leo's eyebrow was twitching as he looked at Ritsuka's smile. He couldn't believe this is the embodiment of chaos. Despite that, he was wondering what happened to this girl that made her wish death, but he doesn't care because this isn't his problem. "Ritsuka. Ritsuka Fujimaru." Ritsuka raised her hand as she offered a handshake to Leo. Leo looked at Ritsuka in her hand before he shook her hand and said, "Caster. Actual real Satan." Ritsuka didn't want to question the weird name except if this was his name. Then why is he holding a cross against her? By the way, if this neutral good alignment of yours became chaotic at some point, Leo said as his horns started glowing again and his aura increased, "I'll not hesitate to advent as a beast. Do you hear that, Root?" In Ritsuka's eyes, Leo was screaming at the sky as he said, "You want this timeline safe, right? I'll just make it a fucking singularity if this girl became the embodiment of chaos. Facing Gaia and Alea is easier than her." Leo let go of the hand of the confused Ritsuka that was wondering what's a beast. "Sigh, this seems to be more complicated than I thought." Leo raised his head as he looked at the sky before he looked at his hand. "To think this is my true power and self." Leo closed his eyes for a moment before he put his necklace back and looked at Ritsuka. "Let's go, or maybe shouldn't you make decisions as a master?" Leo said as he didn't care because as long as he's a beast and Ritsuka with him then all the trouble will come to them. "We should make a secure base and have some defenses against other servants before doing anything else." Ritsuka put her hand on her chin before she looked at Leo and said, "Your class caster is very suitable to get an advantage in the war and it'll be easier to know the true name of the other servants." Leo stared at Ritsuka blankly before he said, "You seem very familiar with these types of battles." No, it was just a guess." "Yes, a guess." Ritsuka panicked suddenly as she saw Leo's eyes. "Oh, it was a very good guess." Leo nodded, but Ritsuka felt she did something wrong. She had never met a servant like Leo and she doesn't know what to do as she panicked. However, when she panicked, her hand touched Leo's necklace because they were close to each other. Spark! Some sparks appeared when Ritsuka touched Leo's cross as they fell on the ground and ignited the grass. Leo stared at the fire under him then looked at Ritsuka. He kept doing this multiple times before he moved 3 steps away from Ritsuka. This was the effect of an unstable timeline touching something that can blow up the timeline, but for Leo, it was more like he as the devil wasn't affected by the cross and this girl ignited fire. "I'm sorry." Ritsuka saw this and all she could do was apologize. "Nah, it's okay, but keep a distance away from me. Please," Leo said as Ritsuka didn't know how to clean her impression in Leo's eyes. When the master and servant were having their first meeting, which was a train wreck, something interesting was happening with someone. In Miyama Town, a suburban area of Fuyuki. A man with golden hair and red eyes looked at the sky as a clear anger was showing on his face. To think one of those mongrels was summoned and actually dare to tarnish the land of the king. The man grinned as he looked at the sky and felt the authority. "Very well. This king will judge these crimes personally." The oldest king, Gilgamesh, said before he stopped and looked at the side. Nothing was in that direction, but Gilgamesh didn't care as 2 golden portals appeared behind him before shooting 2 spears. Crash, crash. The 2 spears hit the ground as the dust raised, but there was something more. Bleeding was flying in the sky as an invisible arm fell to the ground. "You mongrels keep appearing like rats. Die." Gilgamesh's anger increased suddenly when he saw the attacker before portals appeared around him and attacked everything. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk. Swords, axes, spears, all kinds of weapons were flying as they destroyed everything around. Ah! Screaming sounds in the calm night as blood was flying like fountains. Different people appeared around as they were either killed by the weapons or injured. Where are the shields? Heals. Where are the healers? How is this possible? Didn't the information say he's arrogant and his guard is always down? Different screams sounded as Gilgamesh grinned before he said, "You mongrels always keep coming and coming. Do you think this king is a target?" Gilgamesh's anger was very high today before he raised his hand and said, "Make up for your crimes with death." Portals appeared around Gilgamesh before weapons were shot and killed everyone around. 64 mongrels. Gilgamesh counted the total number of people that tried to attack him during this period as he felt this is the biggest insult for him. Walking in the darkness, Gilgamesh looked at the starry sky before he walked away. Leaving a bloodbath with 12 corpses. The Holy Grail didn't even officially begin and the fight has already started, a battle from this world and beyond it. First confrontation. In the middle of the night, a young man and a girl were walking in the forest. Leo and Ritsuka were walking in the forest as they were looking for a base. However, it's mostly Ritsuka's goal while Leo was only looking at things with his clairvoyance. Nothing, hey, Leo thought as he wanted to look at different changes in this timeline, but he couldn't spot them. He was able to see the walking treasure, Gilgamesh, kill some guys with a weird aura around them, but he couldn't detect them on his own. Those guys were playing an MMO and the king of mongrels was the boss. However, why did he take them seriously? Leo heard those guys' words before he came to the only conclusion that they are also one of his targets. "I really want to thank him for helping me in my job, as I expected from the mongrel king." Leo nodded in Gilgamesh's direction as the latter felt something weird. But the number is too much even for a multiversal space. How can Root allow this number to enter the world? Leo was lost in his thoughts as he looked at Ritsuka that was walking behind him. Leo noticed that Ritsuka breathing didn't change and she's keeping a great rhythm to conserve her energy and mana while checking the surroundings. This wasn't deliberate, but it was almost engraved into her instincts. These actions made him wonder what happened to this girl. The last timeline, hey. There's no helping it. Leo looked at the sky as his necklace turned into a cross and glowed before a faint halo appeared on his head. Using his full clairvoyance, Leo was able to access more things about the timeline as he widened his eyes at the scene in the sky. Light, a ring of light was circling the planet. Humanity was turned into energy and heat as hundreds of millions of light belts were scorching space and time. Each light band carries the heat of a star and all of them can even penetrate through the planet. Even if a planet destruction isn't a large feat in different worlds, don't forget this is type moon. Planets here aren't rocks floating in space, they are real celestial beings in these forms that have wills and actual powers. Leo found this world has a unique form of power in the air almost like a buffer, which is Gaia, Alea, and Root. Any large damage will get nullified and become smaller after contacting these 3 different forces. Gaia stops attacks that'll threaten the planet, Alea protects humanity from extinction, and Root detects the mystery behind the attack. There are beings in type moon that can create and destroy universes with just their concept, but the actual damage isn't all that high because of these 3 factors. So the feat of burning humanity, Traveling back in time, and penetrating the core of the planet is a huge deal in Type Moon. Even Leo can't do it if he didn't go all out or launched his noble phantasm. This shows how firm the rules of this world are compared to DXD. However, the thing that surprised Leo is why this thing is in here. Solomon didn't make his wish yet and GOOOOSE still hadn't existed or had a reason to burn humanity. Or did it already happened? Leo stopped his spell as the halo disappeared before he saw Ritsuka staring at his head. What's wrong? Leo said before Ritsuka shook her head, indicating that everything is okay. Leo looked at one of the things that he couldn't see in this timeline before he walked forward. Caster. Ritsuka followed Leo before as she was hesitant to talk before she gathered some courage. Yes. Leo was still thinking about the nuke above his head as he answered Ritsuka. What kind of servant are you? Ritsuka asked before Leo glanced at her and said the worst kind possible. Leo's answer made Ritsuka speechless again before she said I didn't mean it like that. I was wondering what's your legend like, what your real name? Ritsuka was trying to know Leo's true name to make strategies in this war because knowing the legend means knowing the servant weakness and powers which can help make better tactics. And she doesn't want to sit down and let everything repeat itself. Leo can feel the true thoughts of this girl, but he only tilted his head before he said actual. Real. Satan. Is this hard to understand? Yes, it's hard to understand. Ritsuka almost face-palmed herself before she noticed that her collar was caught by something before her vision shifted to a far place from her original position. Boom. A large explosion appeared in the distance as Ritsuka saw that was her original position and Leo was holding her from the back of her collar. I was wondering when you'll appear, but it seems that is something I don't know, hey. Leo said as he spotted a lot of people with his clairvoyance. All of these people are using some sort of technology to make themselves stealthy. Leo has to admit that's a smart way to pass Gaia and allay a buffer for mystery. Caster, let's retreat, we are very disadvantageous in this situation. Ritsuka was the pattern of attack before she said immediately, but Leo noticed that she was shaking. Fear, anger, and hatred. Those emotions were boiling in her, but she was able to keep calm. Honestly, this became more complicated for Leo, however. He only put Ritsuka down before walking forward. What are you doing, Caster? We can't afford frontal combat with these guys, Ritsuka said before Leo put his hand in front of her. Crack. Clenching his fist, Leo destroyed a laser blast from a hidden sniper with his bar hand before he said, how naive, little girl, let me teach you something about the true Caster class. Spells are a waste of time. Leo said before he blasted from his position and rushed to the sniper. Boom. Leo's action created a dust cloud as Ritsuka blocked the wind with her hands before taking a cover. Arriving in front of the sniper in less than a moment, Leo can see that he's shocked before he activated some sort of a shield, however, Leo hand glowed with golden mana before he punched the shield. Crack. Aura. Leo's punches crushed the barrier as it lasted for a second before intense heat arrived at the sniper and burned him to ashes. Looking at the ashes in front of him, Leo frowned because that shield was able to block his fist with the heat of a star for a moment. It seems that I need to study this and these guys are the perfect specimens, Leo thought before he jumped to the sky and looked at Ritsuka location. Leo noticed her behavior and the fact she didn't run after him or question his action now. She knows how to survive, hey. With that though, Leo stared at the ground before he blasted from the air towards a location. Above. A man screamed as he raised his shield and met a burning fist from above. His two other teammates tried to attack Leo, but he was so fast as fist touched the shield. Boom. The area was nuked as the heat burned most of the trees around, but Leo raised his eyebrow as he saw that the shield devoured his flames and saved the guy behind it. However, before the shield guy took another action, Leo put his foot on the ground before using his other leg to kick him at the side of his head. Flames appeared in the neck position as the blood evaporated. Torn. The man's head was separated from his body as it was launched into his teammate and hit him in the head. When they both collided, the flames rushed from the head and burned the other guy. The last guy didn't even have a chance to scream before his shadow expanded and the darkness ate him. Covering his legs with mana, Leo rushed to the other targets as they all launched different attacks at him. Meanwhile, Ritsuka was keeping a distance from the battlefield while staying close. She knows that running away is a suicide and the best action is to keep a close distance with Leo. However, she felt a chill behind her before she moved away. In the shadows, a man wearing a black bodysuit was sneaking toward Ritsuka. The man seems to be blended with the darkness before he throws a dagger towards her, but she manages to dodge. Using what she has of mana, she activated her mystic code of Chaldea and increased her power before grabbing the dagger and throwing it back. She didn't wait to see the result before running behind trees as an attempt to avoid the attacker. The attacker caught the dagger as he wanted to rush behind her, but he felt something on his shoulder. An invisible small tank was moving on his shoulder before he heard "Look this way." And that was the last thing before the sheer heart attack exploded. Boom. Killer Queen was floating behind Ritsuka as sheer heart attack went back to its hand before he planted some bombs here and there. Leo felt that Killer Queen took action before he raised his hand as Gi Balg appeared and waved forward. A wave of heat rushed to the front as it burned all kinds of weapons or magics before it was blocked by some shield-holding people. Keep the formation stable. Do we have any information about this servant? Leo raised his eyebrow at these words before he felt that space was twisted as a man with a board sword appeared behind him. Clang. Rotating the spear in his hand, Leo blocked the board sword with the end of the spear before pushing the attacker back. Leo wanted to attack, but then he saw that his spear, which is a beast with the concept of separation and god-killing attribute, had a small bend where it blocked the sword. The swordsman was happy when he saw the ability of his sword worked, however, that didn't last long before he saw Leo's spear was back to normal. Hehe, is this why the golden guy didn't want to waste any time with you? Leo said before he slashed with his spear as a huge wave of flames devoured the swordsman in front of him and rushed to the others. Ugh! The shielders were able to block the flames before one of them shouted now. Reflection. A woman with a mage robe from the back took her wand as a pall light appeared on the shields before they directed the flames to the sky. So, this is why you are called players, because you are really playing a game. Leo saw his flames fly in the night sky as he stopped them before this city become a burning hell. Fixed damage, fixed defense, durability state, weapons breaking, spells that even work for the flames of the stars. Leo can only say these guys are half-game characters. Their skills and weapons follow the game system, but their bodies are normal. Multiverse space can do this, hey? I was wondering what'll make these guys in the same danger level like system users, except the number. Leo rotated the spear in his hand while Ritsuka and Killer Queen arrived at the scene. Killer Queen already killed 3 guys in the way by turning them into bombs as they couldn't block it. The Reincarnators were surprised by Leo saying the word player, but they became more aggressive when they had the idea that he's maybe one of them in this mission world. All the mages in the back took some scrolls before a golden light shined on their team. Oh? Invincible for 1 turn? Or 1 attack? Leo saw all the players rushing towards him before he sighed and said, to be honest, this is the first time and you all became irritating. Very well. Let's see this invincibility of yours. Leo's dark blue eye and horn were glowing as a dreadful atmosphere filled the place. Sink and disappear within this abandoned time, Leo said as a dark wave passed. All the colors of the world vanished before the attackers stopped while the golden glow of their bodies disappeared. Leo looked at the frozen players before he turned around and said, "Oh? Did you arrive, little girl?" However, Ritsuka didn't answer as she saw all those players, and some trees next to them become ashes and fly away. Nice job staying alive, even Killer Queen didn't have to kill all those guys, Leo said as Ritsuka didn't know what Killer Queen was, but she thought that Leo had something to protect her during the fight. I have a name and thank you, Ritsuka said as she saw that her age and Leo aren't all that different, but then, she remembered that aging doesn't work with servants. Sure, good day Ko, Leo said as Ritsuka clenched her fist for this new nickname while thinking, is this guy a caster or a berserker? Was that your noble phantasm? Ritsuka looked at the ashes around as she thought, this is the noble phantasm. Maybe. But this is just a questionable end, Leo said as he looked at the ashes flying in the sky. Ritsuka looked at those guys dying as she didn't know what to feel about this, but then she felt something tapping her on the head. Hey, what are you doing? Don't worry about this, they'll just say it's a gas leak or something. Leo tapped Ritsuka's head with the spear back and said, didn't you want to find a base or you want to sleep outside? Ah. Wait for me. Ritsuka woke up before she followed Leo. He only sighed at her actions before he looked at a certain place with his clairvoyance. Nothing, hey, with some disappointment, Leo walked forward to find a place to put his mansion and make it a workshop. Meanwhile, in a hotel far away from the battlefield, a woman was looking at the reflection in the water as she was sweating slightly. He almost found me, the woman said before she calmed herself and said Team B was destroyed without any resistance. I never thought the target will summon such a servant. TCH. Favored by the world, the woman clicked her tongue before she wanted to leave this place, however, she found herself unable to move or to speak. All that the woman could do was to open her eyes wide as the shadows in the room gathered together before raising in front of her. Dark blue flames started to burn in different places in the shadows before tens of dark blue burning eyes opened and looked at the woman. However, this didn't end as several giant mouths opened. Completely helpless, the woman sank into the shadows as she disappeared from this world and the room returned into normal, like nothing happened. At the hotel front desk, the receptionist was talking to new guests that wanted a room, but he told them there were no empty rooms. However, that didn't last long before he saw an empty room available, even if he almost remembered that he gave it to someone. Konosuba Side Part 1. This is Konosuba side of the story. The sun was shining on a simple town as wagons and carriages were passing on the roads. Merchants and shops already started their business, warriors and mages had begun their work for today, even kids were playing here and there. Unlike Type Moon where the atmosphere is dull and gloomy because of the world's condition, this town was peaceful and calm because this is not the same world. This is Axel, a town in the kingdom of Beltserg, in the Konosuba world. Usually, this town mostly consists of beginner adventurers. However, this town was able to keep it calm only because the monsters avoided a certain lich that has a store here. But that calm is about to be broken today. Hey, Kazuma, how long do we have to walk to reach the guild? A girl with a black long hair asked a boy with brown hair. I'd answer, but you have no right to ask that question. Kazuma had a disgusted look on his face while looking at Kaguya floating. This world is magical, right? Are there dragons and monsters? Misaka was looking at the different scenery as she asked the guide, Kazuma. Don't your world have the same? Or even more dangerous? And scarier? Kazuma held his forehead before he heard a voice behind him. Monsters? Like danger beasts? But I heard this world has magic, can I learn it? Leone had her hand behind her head as she was walking casually. Your world had monsters and superpowers like magic too. Kazuma's head was hurting before he was tapped from behind and almost fell. Don't worry about it, kid. Now, lead the way. Whitebeard tapped Kazuma with his hand before he walked forward. How do you want me to lead the way if you're walking in front of me? Kazuma said as he looked at the people around, looking at Whitebeard who's almost a giant. After choosing their tasks and looking at Leo's selfless sacrifice, selling him out. The group reached the Konosuba world 25 minutes after Leo was sent, kidnapped, by the world. Everything was normal. Except for a giant man and a floating girl, however, Kazuma was able to talk his way out of it, mostly Kaguya using spells. In the end, after meeting with Leone face to face and having a greeting, everything worked out and the group headed towards the guild after they learned about it from Kaguya, who wanted to have explosion magic at all costs. So here they are, walking towards the guild and giving Kazuma a headache for all that's happening. And what about the task? They don't know what they are looking for in the first place. Hi D. A man sitting in the shop spotted Kazuma before he waved at him and wanted to say something, however, Kazuma took a sharp turn and left the place. Who's that Kazuma-san? Misaka asked, but Kazuma didn't look as he said nothing. He's just a scammer, don't get tricked by him. Really? Kaguya raised her eyebrow as she didn't believe in any word from Kazuma. Leone only had a smirk of her face as Kazuma turned around and accelerated his footsteps towards the guild. After a walk in the town, the group finally reached the guild. Everyone noticed some people trying to greet Kazuma in the way, but he kept running away. However, they didn't go deep into it before looking at the guild building in front of them. Kaguya didn't say anything before rushing inside and Leone followed behind here. I just noticed, but how can you enter? Kazuma looked at the guild door and Whitebeard before he wondered how this giant could enter here. I'll be here if you need me, but... Whitebeard looked at Kazuma with the corner of his eyes before he said, don't make me wait. Scary. Kazuma was worried about the condition of his world before remembering Kaguya and Leone that entered the guild. No. Kazuma screamed before rushing behind them while Misaka stared at these actions with a blank expression. Goodbye Grandpa, Whitebeard, Misaka said before she went behind while Whitebeard looked at them before looking at Axel scenery. He'll punch someone if he keeps waiting for too long. Where are they? Kazuma kicked the door open before looking around for Kagaya and Leon. Kazuma. Suddenly, Kazuma heard a voice behind him as he saw Aqua running with a paper in her hand. Look! Look! This is my great recruiting plan for our new me. However, before Aqua finished her words, Kazuma grabbed her shoulders. Nice timing, Aqua. Did you see two women running this way? Kazuma was shaking Aqua left and right before she pointed toward the guild receptionist. No! Kazuma screamed again before he activated one of his skills and rushed toward the guild receptionist. Ah! What about my genius plan that this goddess thought about? Aqua woke up from dizziness before she screamed at Kazuma, but he didn't care because this is a matter of his dignity and more potential debt. All the adventurers in the guild were looking at these actions, but they didn't care as they were used to these things happening. In the guild registration desk, Kagaya and Leon were magically able to convince the guild lady to allow them to register as adventurers. It was actually Kagaya who used her magic sleeve and pulled some gold. Here. The guild lady took a glowing sphere and said, "Put your hand on th." But at this moment, Kazuma came rushing as he stood between Kagaya and the sphere. Stop! Don't you know what you're doing? Kazuma pointed at Kagaya and Leon before he got closer and said in a quiet voice, "You don't even have power compatibility cards. How do you plan to become an adventurer?" Ah! Right, I forgot about that. Kagaya said as she wanted to pull the store and buy a compatibility card. Leon looked at her points and saw the 1,500 points for the compatibility card before she realized that she doesn't have money. Kazuma breathed a sigh of relief as he managed to stop them before getting in some unnecessary troubles. However, he heard a voice and some words that made him freeze in his place. Dio-san, are those your friends? That voice and words made Kazuma turn around like rusted gears and look at the smiling guild lady. Wait, what? Kagaya stopped in her place as she stared at Kazuma with her eyes wide open. No, you heard it wrong. Kazuma looked at the frozen Kagaya before he turned and said to the guild lady, "Sorry, but I think you mistook me for someone. My name is Kazuma." "But aren't your real name is Dio, Kazuma-san?" The guild lady tilted her head as she was slightly confused. "No. My name is Kazuma. K.A.Z.U.M.A. Kazuma spelled his name as he saw Kagaya shivering slightly. PFFF. PFFF. Kagaya was losing it as Kazuma was panicking to clear his name. Humph. I never thought it'll be you doing this suddenly. Kazuma heard a voice behind him to see an adventurer with a rough-looking face and a tall mohawk hairstyle, leaning his back against the wall. Listen here. We adventurers always believe in our partners. Ruffian said as he pointed at Dio's sword on Kazuma's waist, sending a faint cry when he was mentioned. Wryyyyyy. You need to believe in your partner, so if your partner said it. Ruffian pointed at Kazuma before he said, "Then it was you, Dio. All along." "Yeah, it's Dio, one of the strongest adventurers in Axel." A man in the back said. "I heard he wields a demonic sword that sends cries which can even put chills in the souls of monsters. To be able to keep his mind with such a dangerous weapon, as I expect from Dio," a guild staff said as he remembered the unholy screeches. "You all may say Dio is a scum, but I believe that's only because of the demonic sword. Hooray for Dio!" An adventurer raised his cup as the guild started cheering. "Dio! Dio! Noo!" Kazuma screamed while Kagaya exploded with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Misaka arrived at the scene to see the confused Leon joined the fun anyway and was cheering for Dio, Kagaya falling to the ground from laughter, and Kazuma giving up. After a while, the cheers went down and everyone moved to do their jobs as Kazuma was sitting on one of the tables while doubting life. Why? I'm not a buff vampire that can stop time, so why do they keep doing this? Kazuma put his head on the table while Aqua, who was looking at her paper, said, "Yeah, I agree. You're not cool like Dio as a character. You. Forget it." Kazuma didn't even have the energy to argue with Aqua while Kagaya, Misaka and Leon were registering as adventurers. Misaka and Kagaya paid for the power cards, but Leon had to ask for some money from Misaka. She will never ask from Kagaya because that's a suicidal act. Misaka was looking at the adventurer card and the red message that told her not to learn any magic before she bought some sort of compatibility with shitty marketing ads. Is there something wrong? Kagaya asked before Misaka said, "Yeah, I can't learn magic. This is a disappointment. Why don't you fix it like Leo?" Kagaya said as she was looking at her adventurer card. She made her class as Archwizard. I don't have enough money to do so. Misaka showed Kagaya how much you need to get the magic compatibility. Hiss. I just realized something. Kagaya covered her sleeve before she said Leo just turned a 100,000 power up into millions one with just one journey. Is it possible to learn such a power? Kagaya almost dropped her card when she realized the sad truth. The adventurer around looked at them before they put them in the same place as Kazuma and Aqua as they couldn't understand anything. But I also wonder what happened to him. That world doesn't seem to be good. Misaka looked at the adventurer card as she was thinking about her job before she heard Kazuma's voice. Don't worry about him too much. He's an angel and he'll manage. But maybe there will be some PTSD in the process. Nah, he'll be totally fine. Because that world is made for people like him. Kagaya had a serious look on her face. What do you mean? Kazuma stood up from the table and asked Kagaya while Aqua stared at Kagaya and Misaka as she felt something weird from them. His type is very loved in that world. Kagaya said something that made Kazuma freeze before he screamed, damn it. What do you mean? Misaka felt this is very wrong before Kagaya said with Leo's attitude in that world, you can say he has a type moon protagonist aura X. So. Misaka was still clueless before Kagaya said type moon protagonists are usually equipped with Iraj protagonist X just in case. What? Misaka grabbed Kagaya's collar as she was shaking her while saying what do you mean by that? Damn it all. Kazuma was screaming at the sky as some adventurers looked at this way before trying their best to ignore them. Everyone, could you be a little quiet in the guild? The guild lady said as Misaka realized her action and apologized. I'm sorry. Just make sure it doesn't happen again. The guild lady smiled before leaving. Don't worry about it, Misaka, even if I don't know why you are so worried. Kagaya had a grin on her face before she saw Misaka flashing with lightning. Okay, don't worry, you know Leo's personality, right? It'll push away anyone who tried to do anything if they don't know him very well. It's like a balancer. Kagaya waved her hand while Misaka stopped her power as she felt that Kagaya's words were correct. However, type moon people see through people very well. Kagaya said those words as Misaka darkened again and lightning was flashing around. The whole guild was stuck with lightning as another debt was put on Kazuma and all the people with him. However, Whitebeard was sitting outside the guild before he said I'll punch someone after this. Another peaceful day in Axel went passing with thunder and slight earthquakes here and there. An unexpected meeting. A clear sky was above the ground. This sky was soft and clear as some white clouds were here and there. Green fields were extending to the distance as they were following the clear sky. A light breeze blew in the green field, moving several flowers and arriving at a certain place. At this moment, a girl sleeping on a bed of flowers opened her eyes slowly. Ugh! What happened? Ritsuka woke up as she tried to remember what happened to her, but then she saw the scenery in front of her. A magnificent field filled with flowers of every imaginable color. The sun was shining down on those flowers as they were reflecting their colors like crystals. The place is filled with the spring sunlight and the scent of summer as Ritsuka felt relaxed in such a place before she looked at her side to see forests and lakes extending towards the distance. Each one of them was filled with different kinds of creatures that she never saw in her life. This place can't exist in the human world or any time in the current era. A paradise as you may call it. Everything about this place was breathtaking as Ritsuka wasn't able to stop looking at it before shaking her head and clearing her thoughts. Where is this place? I was just with Castor. Ritsuka said as she noticed a tower at the distance. The giant tower in the distance was floating above a sea of flowers as petals were flying around it and the light broke with contact. It's a beautiful view, right? Suddenly, Ritsuka heard a voice behind her as she turned around and saw a man with a long staff. He wore a robe woven with the finest fabrics, a hood on his head, and his long white hair appearing with the colors of the rainbow under sunlight. Ritsuka looked at the man before she clenched her command seals as she was going to use them immediately. However, the man saw this and he did nothing except smiling and saying now, there's no reason to get aggressive, right? Sigh, all the people are on their nerves these days. The man sighed when he saw Ritsuka didn't listen to his words before he said you don't have to fear me or use those command seals because this place is just a dream. Dream. Ritsuka frowned at the man's words before she looked around, but she couldn't spot any difference. Excuse my rudeness, it seems I forgot to introduce myself. The man looked at Ritsuka's actions before several flowers appeared around him and said I'm just a magus of flowers, you can call me Merlin. Merlin. Ritsuka widened her eyes as the man in front of her as she couldn't believe what she just heard. Anyone who has heard of the Arthurian legends will surely know about Merlin. He was the court magus. He would at times guide, at times torment, and at times help King Arthur as a king. He's also inhuman because he was born of mixed blood from the union of an incubus and a human. Yes, and even if this is a dream, but... Welcome to the forever sealed utopia, Avalon. Merlin waved with his staff as flower petals were flying everywhere. Avalon is the paradise in the Arthurian legends, existing in the reverse side of the world at the same coordinates as Britain. It is a utopia that may not be granted to beasts that possess wisdom, one that may never be reached. It is a world cut off from the constant decay and destruction of the surface of the planet. This information gave Ritsuka another surprise before Merlin cleared his throat and said, "It's not a good habit to be lost in thoughts, Ritsuka Fujimaru." "How? No, you should be able to know if you are able to bring me here." Ritsuka lowered her hand before she looked at Merlin, smiling slightly. "It seems that this journey changed you a lot." Merlin's smile didn't vanish as he saw through Ritsuka instantly. "You? No." Ritsuka widened her eyes before she wanted to reach out to Merlin, but her hand passed through him. "This is just a dream, Ritsuka Fujimaru, however, can we talk about more important things?" Merlin looked at Ritsuka as he felt that this dream won't last for long. "No, you must know what happened to them," and Ritsuka almost screamed, but Merlin put his finger on Ritsuka's mouth. "I know you have a lot of questions, but I don't really have the time to answer them all because the situation isn't even about humanity now." Merlin looked at the silent Ritsuka before he said, "This involves the fate of a world now. You have to keep yourself alive at all costs." Ritsuka Fujimura. For the first time, Merlin's expression became serious as he looked at the world condition with his clairvoyance. "Fate of the world, but what does that have to do with my life?" Ritsuka looked at Merlin's eyes before she screamed, "If it wasn't for me they... I know, and I won't say it wasn't your fault either, but for them. You've to stay alive." Merlin sighed before he removed a flower petal from Ritsuka's head and said, "And you aren't alone in this fight. You've the support of the world itself, even if that support was special." Merlin's expression became strange before he said, "Very special and unexpected. Who in his right mind sends a goddamn beast to help the world? Who was the genius that thought of this suicidal plan?" Merlin looked at Ritsuka's new command seals as his smile was twitching. He knew there were a lot of madmen in the world, but he never thought that the big guys also share the madness. You mean Castor?" Ritsuka saw Merlin looking at her command seals before she also looked at them. To be honest, she doesn't know anything about this Castor that was summoned. She knows that she didn't summon him, but apparently, like Merlin said, he was summoned by the world, and this also explains why he said that he's doing a job. Castor? Geez, did he just take that class casually? Merlin waved with his hand before he said, "Well, at least he didn't manifest with his original one." These made Ritsuka frown even more before Merlin waved with his staff and said, "You better not rely on Castor a lot because for humans, he's just an evil and a threat." Ritsuka frowned at Merlin's words as she didn't want to believe in something she just heard suddenly without understanding with her own eyes. This was something she learned in this period. Now, you don't have to think about it a lot. Evil isn't a clear concept, you know? After all, I'm also evil for humanity and a threat." Merlin smiled again as he put his finger on his lips before he said, "But it's very complicated, so let's not think about it for now." Ritsuka stared at Merlin with an expressionless face as she felt this guy isn't serious at all. "Our time is almost over, but hear this advice. The Holy Grail is the center of the trouble." Merlin saw Ritsuka getting transparent before he gave the last advice, but then, he saw Ritsuka staring at the sky for some reason. The area temperature increased suddenly as Merlin felt the brightness around also increased and Ritsuka was sweating. Raising his head towards the sky, Merlin saw a star appear in the sky before he thought, "A star in this time and place? Hold on. Why, it's coming here." The temperature increased as the star was rushing towards Ritsuka and Merlin with an imaginable speed before it revealed its true form. Aura. Leo with his foot covered with a flaming star hit Merlin to the face. Ka-tur. Ritsuka saw Merlin's face deform in front of her before light swept everything. *boom. A nuke has hit Avalon on that day while Ritsuka vanished before scattering into petals. Meanwhile, in Leo's mansion somewhere at Mount Enso. Kai-a-a-a-a. Ritsuka woke up suddenly inside one of the rooms as she was screaming. What the hell just happened? Ritsuka put her hand on her chest as she didn't understand what the hell just happened. Back to Avalon, Leo landed on the ground as he looked at Merlin that was sent flying across the distance before he turned into petals. What's wrong with you? Merlin said as he appeared in a place far away from Leo. Do you only know how to run? Leo frowned as Merlin appeared in another place in front of him. I'm just a poor and small flowers magus, why do you want me to eat a kick with the heat of a star? Merlin said as he pointed at the huge crater that is getting fixed by Avalon's magic. Oh, I don't know, maybe it was you who suddenly took an unstable pillar into another world, even if it is a dream, Leo said as he pointed at Avalon around. In defense for myself, her condition is the best to enter such a place, Merlin said with a righteous face before he saw Leo cracking his knuckles. Now, we don't have to get that angry with each other, Beast of Babylon. Merlin took a few steps back as he saw Leo didn't charge with another attack. I just realized that my titles increased. Leo looked at Merlin keeping a distance as he wondered how many titles he had in this world. But I have to say that this is a surprise, for the Beast of Babylon to appear in this form. This makes me wonder what Arthur, Proto-Arthur, was hunting all those years. Merlin put his hand on his chin while Leo's eyebrow was twitching as he remembered something. I should take care of that problem after I get out of here. Leo remembered a certain signal he was getting in this morning as he wasn't happy about it. However, for the beast that represents the sins of humanity to help here, I don't know if I should feel good or bad. Merlin held his head like he has a headache now, but Leo knew that this guy was just acting. Ha! Helping what? Humanity? Don't make me laugh. Leo raised his eyebrow before he said, why should I help something that walks to the end with their own feet? Don't you agree? The Magus who was watching the world from the farthest tower until the end. Merlin always observed the world from Avalon as he looked at humanity from the tower in Avalon, a prison he made for himself. He isn't an ally for humanity, but his curiosity made him love the human world, so he's here, just helping because he can. I can't say for others, but it was indeed a great experience. Merlin smiled brightly as there was nothing that could make this Magus take things seriously. And it seems you, the Beast of Babylon, know even more than me. After all, you were watching from the beginning, Merlin said as he was observing Leo's expression, but he didn't get any reaction. Oh? Do I know better than you? I honestly don't think that has a lot of meaning now. Leo turned around as he wanted to leave this dream connected to Avalon before he said, you can keep watching until the end, I don't care. What a shame, I can't watch beyond the farthest end like someone. Merlin looked around as he didn't want to meet Leo's eyes that were giving him death stares. I really hate you. Can I punch you in dreams? Leo raised his fist as Merlin raised his hands, announcing his surrender. But honestly, I'm really curious. For a beast, why don't you just use this opportunity to finish everything? Merlin's curiosity is something that'll make him jump into a beast fight just to satisfy it, so here he's telling a beast to destroy humanity. I'm forced to work here, okay? And humanity is the last of my worries, Leo said as Merlin was totally confused. However, Leo looked at a tower in Avalon, a tower glowing in the end before he sighed. They are an ignorant bunch that walk in a progress filled with sins and mistakes. Leo had a disgusted expression on his face before he said, then when things go wrong and bite them, they rise some flags of justice or whatsoever. After witnessing the end they'll just regret the beginning even if they're who started it. Leo turned away as he walked before he said, however, there's some beauty in it because this is humanity. A thing that almost reaches the point of no redemption, but they have those moments that make them shine. Honestly, those moments make me question the end myself, even if it was just an empty future. A grin was on Leo's face before he said, a lotus grows in mud. I think this is the most fitting for them. I see. Merlin stared at Leo's back for a moment before he said, I apologize for my previous rudeness. However, Leo stopped him as he said, save it, it doesn't matter, and I'm not like that. Just don't mess with that girl again. Really? For me, a crown value is only determined by the one wearing it. Merlin looked at Leo's becoming transparent as he looked at some stars in the sky. I said save it for yourself. Leo waved his hand before he said, for me, this is just an if scenario, you may say. With those words, Leo vanished from Avalon as Merlin sighed before he scattered into petals and appeared inside his tower, or rather say prison. A questionable end, hey? This is really interesting, Merlin said as he was looking at the world with his clairvoyance. Was it the new change that made the Beast of Babylon like this, or something else? Even his crown has more meaning than a disgusting mess. Merlin tapped the ground his staff before he said, this might be even more interesting than the time with Artoria. The Magus of Flowers had a new plan to help this world as he rushed to prepare in his tower. Meanwhile, in the real world, Leo was sitting on a table drinking coffee that was made by his beast before he opened his eyes. It seems that almost everyone was summoned. Leo looked out of the window to see the snow falling without any warning before he said, maybe this will make them go out from their hiding spots. Just how far this if will go, I wonder, Leo said as he took a sip from his coffee. Most of the servants are summoned at this moment, as the vitality and the mana in the air are getting weaker and weaker. A surprising truth. Clouds filled the sky as the temperatures in Fuyuki City dropped down very fast during the past day. Even the snow started to fall and cover the city with a white blanket. However, this wasn't weird for people because it's close to winter. On the other hand, magi from different forces finally felt the mana reaching very worrying degrees in the air. This means something wrong is happening behind their backs, and this wasn't welcomed by anyone. The summoned servants were the first to know about these things as they warned their masters, or some didn't care at all, like a certain golden guy that knew about this world's condition from the start. All in all, the forces started moving as some servants and masters started to gather information. Meanwhile, in Leo's mansion, Ritsuka was already up after getting a nuke in her face from Leo's spectacular entrance. She felt that wasn't a dream, but it was a nightmare as a maniac dropped like a star and kicked Merlin's face. Did that really happen? No, it must happen. Ritsuka went with the logic of don't question the supernatural things about mysterious guys like Merlin. Getting up from the bed and looking at the clothes she was wearing, Ritsuka felt strange before she said, why does Castor have woman clothes in his workshop? Yesterday, Ritsuka didn't have any energy to even ask Castor about preparation or something, especially after he said, you're tired and in this state you'll also make me tired, go to sleep. With those words, he teleported her instantly to this room. When she arrived at the room, she wanted to sleep immediately, but then, she saw her slightly dirty Chaldea's mystic code. This mystic code is the basic equipment for the masters from Chaldea, as it includes healing, strengthening, and covering magecraft that can even be used by the lowest rank of magi. Ritsuka didn't have any trouble sleeping with it, but then she saw a full wardrobe filled with different clothes, and strangely each one of them was perfectly in her size. Even the wardrobe gave her pajamas automatically. This gave her a creepy feeling that the mansion or the workshop is actually alive, or Castor is playing tricks on her. Wearing her mystic code and fixing her hair, Ritsuka left the room as she walked in the large corridors of the mansion. This place is very modern, Ritsuka said as she saw the mansion interior design, even if she saw it yesterday, but this is strange if you remember the owner of this place. Castor should be a servant from the age of gods, then why is his workshop so modern? Ritsuka said before looking at the big corridor as she felt small here. That's because this place was built to even allow people like Whitebeard, who is more than 6 meters tall, to live in. Then how do I find Castor here? Ritsuka said as she was planning to ask Castor some questions. She doesn't have high hopes of getting any information from Leo because he'll most likely choose not to answer to give her a riddle to solve. Wasn't it slightly hot yesterday? Ritsuka saw the snow falling outside the window as she felt something was wrong, but she can't confirm it because she isn't a true magi even if she knows some spells. Pika. Suddenly, Ritsuka startled from a sound behind her before she jumped back and looked around to see a yellow creature in a strange outfit. What is this? Castor's familiar. Ritsuka observed the creature for a while as she didn't lower her guard. However, the creature saw Ritsuka as it waved at her. Are you Castor's familiar? Ritsuka asked before Daiachu tilted his head and nodded. Of course, Castor is a servant from the age of gods, he won't just let something sneak into his workshop. Ritsuka breathed a sigh of relief before she felt that she has been on her nerves a lot these days. Pika, Pika. Daiachu looked at Ritsuka breathing a sigh of relief as he didn't know who she was. Ah. Sorry, if I scared you. Ritsuka smiled while Daiachu shook his head, indicating that everything is okay. To think this Castor has such a cute familiar. Ritsuka would be lying if she didn't expect something like a fire monster or something terrifying because of all Leo's actions until now. Looking at Daiachu, Ritsuka felt he's very friendly as she wanted to pet him, but at that moment, when she took one step towards him, it was her biggest mistake. Pika, Pika, Pika. Oh? You're approaching me. Daiachu's face changed before it made a face that brought nightmares to Ritsuka. Hey! Ritsuka saw a cute creature become a nightmare fuel as she didn't know how to react. Pika, Pika. Instead of running away, you're coming right to me. Daiachu raised his hands as electricity was flashing, but at this moment Ritsuka turned back before running away, leaving him in the empty corridor. I knew it. There's no way Castor's workshop would be normal. Ritsuka was wondering what kind of evil spirit was that before she took another turn and met her second opponent. Elated gurgles, asterisk and orange slime was sticking to the mansion's wall as he was defying gravity before he turned his head towards Ritsuka. SCP-999 looked at Ritsuka up and down before he took a step forward. Ritsuka saw this and took a step back. Step forward, step backward, both of them continue doing this before SCP-999 determines his new target. Elated gurgles. SCP-999 went on a rampage as he jumped towards Ritsuka. Kya. Ritsuka didn't even hesitate before using her mystic code and running away as her screams filled the mansion while SCP-999 was running after her. Woohoo! Kurobo was flying around before he saw Ritsuka getting chased by SCP-999 as he tapped the mansion's wall. At that moment, a hole opened under Ritsuka as she saw the dark hole. I hate this place. Ritsuka's voice died down as she fell in the hole and SCP-999 lost his target. Meanwhile, Leo was sitting on a table in the main room and drinking coffee while his horns were glowing slightly before a hole appeared in the ceiling and Ritsuka dropped into a chair in front of him. Looks like someone had a good morning, hey. Leo said he saw Ritsuka put her head on the table before she said I hate this place. Ha 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 ha. I made it for that purpose. Leo laughed at Ritsuka's actions before he took a sip from his coffee. Are you a devil? Ritsuka glared at Leo as she didn't understand these mysterious casters' minds. Merlin, who speaks about the fate of the world, doesn't seem to care at all and completely relaxed, or Leo, who turns his workshop, which is one of the most important things for the Magi, into a trick house. Sigh. Ritsuka sighed before she found a plate of breakfast in front of her and it was served by an cartoon-looking octopus. This place is beyond weird. Ritsuka was already exhausted. You should eat. That little amount of mana of yours won't recover on his own, Leo said as he looked outside the window while his horns were glowing now and then. Ritsuka didn't know what to feel about the food that was made by an octopus before she looked at Leo's horns moving slightly. They can move. Ritsuka felt this place would only bring her into the domain of madness before Leo saw her and said what's wrong? Your horns? Ritsuka said as she saw the horns flashing now and then. Oh? This. Leo had a disgusted expression on his face before he said it's just a crazy woman trying to summon me. A completely lost and disgusting case from the start, but now, she's actually trying to use my power. Summon you. Ritsuka didn't know how someone could summon an already existing servant, but this increased the mystery of Leo in her mind. Yeah, it's a very annoying woman, but I made sure that my message is clear. Leo took a sip from his coffee before he severed the link with another world, parallel world, and his horns stopped glowing. Meanwhile, in Fate/Prototype Parallel World, Manika Seihayu, who was preparing for another try for her wish, frowned because she felt that Beast 6 didn't exist in the Holy Grail. She tried to use her link with the roots and the beast to summon him, but everything was useless. Just what happened? Manika's face twisted from anger because this is her only way to grant Arthur's wish in her corrupted mind before something appeared in front of her. A message written by fire appeared on the ground as Manika blinked at it. Sorry, but the number you're calling is unavailable. You have one unread message. Okay. This is getting ridiculous and I don't want any relation with those satanic bullshits of yours. Go and worship or simp your Arthur for all I care, but don't involve me in this. Ha. Manika took a while to recover before she saw that the Holy Grail became a normal one with no connection to Beast 6 at all. Back to Leo as he took a sip from his coffee before he cut all his connections with the person named Manika Seihayu. Can someone use your power from here? Ritsuka hesitated before she took a bite from the breakfast as her eyes shone because it was delicious. Yeah, I mean there are some people that are using my power around the world. Sigh. Leo looked at the sky from the window before he said I hate to say it, but I think I can understand Goldie, Gilgamesh, feelings now. All those fakers running around with my powers and trying to act all that mighty, like that AI from the moon cell, she's truly proud by copying my powers? What kind of joke is this? Leo was complaining as Ritsuka listened to him while eating. However, that's okay, but there are limits. Like this crazy woman. Leo's expression became angry before he said she actually wanted to use me to simp for Arthur. There are limits even for me. Ritsuka had a wry smile on her face when she was listening to Leo's complaints about people using his powers like they own them. Listening to him about how dare that crazy woman using him to simp for another man, Ritsuka couldn't help but laugh slightly. She felt more relaxed like this than the first time she met Leo, even if she knew that Leo won't hurt her, but his actions and the feelings he gave her were very weird. Like someone completely detached from the world, knowing a lot, and the dreadful aura he released. But now, looking at him complaining gave her another look at him. Hey, Castor, was that really you in my dreams? Ritsuka said as Leo stopped his complaint and said maybe, but it was just a dream. So, did you miss that much to dream about me? Ritsuka found that her thoughts were true and this guy won't say anything before she cleared her throat and said Castor, do you know the condition of the war? She was quite sure Leo won't tell her anything. Well, she also didn't tell him everything, and everyone has their secrets. However, Leo just smiled. Of course I know, and I'll tell you because you listened to me complaining. Leo can't remember when the last time he complained with someone listening to him. It must have been a while for him, so he doesn't mind telling this information in exchange for this. Ritsuka never dreamed that just listening to Leo complaining can have these effects. However, it seems that your target has changed if you had one at first. Of course, Leo put his coffee on the table before he looked at Ritsuka. Yes, I'll aim at the Holy Grail, and Merlin also said that the trouble lies in it. Ritsuka's words made Leo nod. I can confirm that 80% of this world trouble has a relation with the Holy Grail, Leo said as he felt something approaching the mansion. Then I want to fix this by getting the Holy Grail. Ritsuka is aware that the Holy Grail in Fuyuki is different from the one she knows, and maybe it can help her. Assuming you got the Holy Grail, then what'll you do? Trying to fix your mistakes or try for another start? Leo won't tell Ritsuka about the Grail's condition in this world before he hears the answer to this question. I don't know if you know this, but because I was weak and hopeless I failed everyone, again and again. Ritsuka looked at Leo with determined eyes as he sighed before saying, then try to fix everything and everyone lives happily. What happened has happened, trying to put a cover on it and start again won't solve anything. But Ritsuka wanted to say something, but Leo said, don't waste your time, this Holy Grail doesn't help in solving anything, but it'll only bring more pain as everyone already fighting for it. Ritsuka stopped and sighed as she felt that Leo doesn't have any reason to lie to her, even if this was very bitter for her. However, I won't stop you if you want, but a world where everyone lives happily is beautiful, right? Leo clasped his hands as he looked at Ritsuka before he said, a world where everyone wishes and desires are fulfilled. A world where everyone will be happy, even if they stayed in ignorance. Yeah, Ritsuka absent-mindedly said without noticing Leo's glowing eyes and terrifying aura appeared again. A very beautiful world indeed, but is such a world a blessing or a curse? I wonder. Leo grinned before he noticed Ritsuka's expression and he said, sorry, my other side came out a little out. Hey! Ritsuka finally woke up before she apologized. Sorry. I wasn't listening. Don't worry about it, it wasn't important, but it seems that the guest has arrived, Leo said as he looked at the window and saw a white creature looking at him and Ritsuka. Fu? Ritsuka widened her eyes at the creature in the window. Welcome my comrade, do you need something? Leo said as he looked at Fu standing at the window. Beast 6 and Beast 4 were looking at each other as Ritsuka felt these secrets were getting out of hand. She even felt a very scary aura from both of them, and it was awfully similar. Comrade? No, this isn't important for now. Ritsuka jumped from her chair in Fu's direction before she said, Fu. Do you know what happened to Mashu? Please tell me she's okay. However, Fu was still looking at Leo without caring about Ritsuka's words. Are you worried? Don't worry, I don't plan to launch it now. The world isn't ready for the sealed garden and I don't think it'll ever be. Leo shrugged his shoulder before Fu said, Fu. Oh? Then why don't you join us here? It's not like there's something important happening, Leo said before Fu jumped on Ritsuka's head, and from it, he jumped to the table. Fu said as the octopus chef put some desserts in front of him. I know and I'm trying to fix it, but I hope you tell me more about the situation because I don't want to ask the annoying Merlin. Leo took a dessert and ate it while signaling Ritsuka to sit down. Fu nodded like he's proud that his comrade knew about the annoying flower's brain, Merlin, before he told him some information. I see, multiple attacks, hey? But why does the light band still exist in the sky? Leo nodded at Fu telling him about the situation right now. Apparently, there were a lot of weird people entering a timeline to another and doing something that made them crumble. Even Fu wasn't able to know a lot about it before it was too late because they were able to kick him outside the timelines. What the hell I'm looking at? And how can he understand? Is he like Mashu? Ritsuka widened her eyes at Leo and Fu having a casual conversation. She even forgot about the comrade thing. Fu said as he looked at the sky from the window before Leo exploded with laughter. Ha 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 ha. I can't believe it. All his work was stolen like this. He must be very mad. I even feel slightly sorry for him. Leo was laughing at GOOOOSE's situation as he couldn't believe that something like this happened to him, especially because this is the worst thing that could happen to him. Fu also shook his head as he sympathized with GOOOOSE's terrible fate. Two beasts were pitying Beast 1, and if he knew about this then he'll probably go on a rampage. I don't understand anything from what they're saying. Who's GOOOOSE that Caster keeps talking about? And now even Fu know him. Ritsuka gave up. She doesn't know Fu's language and Leo won't tell her anything. Well, she also didn't tell him everything. Then Ritsuka took one of the sweets and ate it while looking at Fu and Leo making fun of this geisha for more than 10 minutes. Ha, this was refreshing, but he'll probably try to kill us if he knows about this, Leo said as Fu wiggled his tail and didn't care that much. Well, it's his problem. Leo shrugged his shoulders before he turned towards Ritsuka and said, let's get back to the subject. Do you really wish to go for the Holy Grail? Yes, even if it was as bad as you said, but this is my last chance, Ritsuka said as her expression became firm again. Very well, then let's start this Holy Grail war, Leo said before Fu jumped on his shoulder. First, you need to know that this war is about 14 servants having a battle royal, which means there are 28 participants including us, Leo said as Ritsuka was surprised before calming down. This is a huge disadvantage. A lot of enemies means a lot of unexpected situations, and with those guys, players, involved. Ritsuka looked at Leo before she said, but I have to say that Holy Grail of this world is amazing to be able to summon all these servants just with this limited mana supplies. Amazing? 2 sabers and 1 caster still didn't get summoned and the conditions are very bad. Leo pointed at the snow falling before he said that Holy Grail turned into a black hole of mana and it's drawing it from the surrounding, even the vitality, as this spring became a winter. Spring means life and vitality, and now when those 2 were missing because of the mana, the winter that represents the death arrived in Fuyuki. Then what should we do? We don't have any allies in a 14 servants battle. This is a suicidal act if they decided to attack us. Ritsuka touched her hair while she was thinking about the battle. 14 servants aren't a big deal anyway, except for some special ones, Leo said before Ritsuka replied, I know your power as a caster from the Age of Gods, but we shouldn't get arrogant against the enemy. Not like that, but 14 servants summoned isn't something big. I can even summon 10 on my own, especially if I'm not allowed to use my full power because of this timeline, so I can save more mana. Leo waved with his hand before he saw both Ritsuka and Fu staring at him. Silence filled the place as everyone was staring at each other before Leo said one single line, I'll never go to that hell again. So the epic battle of Ritsuka and Fu to convince Leo of summoning servants has begun in this place. Summoning? The snow around Fuyuki City stabilized slightly as the Holy Grail stopped sucking the mana like a black hole, even if this was temporary before the fighting started. However, this period of calm was more like the tranquil before the storm. The masters received that all the servants except 2 sabers and 1 caster has been summoned, which is good news. To be chosen as a master and not summon your servants is basically telling the other magi to come and kill you before taking your command seals. This is a classic tactic in the Holy Grail War, but no master was dumb enough to not summon his servant. Well, everything has an exception. When everyone was thinking about the next moves and assassins running around Fuyuki City as they attracted some hatred from some servants, something was happening at Mount Enzo, which is the closest to the Holy Grail core. Why? Why am I here? And why do I have to do this? Leo said while his eyebrow was twitching. He really didn't want to do this. In the basement of the mansion, Leo was standing in front of an empty as Ritsuka and Fu were staring at him. Come on, caster, it's just summoning servants. You should be more worried about which servant will be summoned, Ritsuka said as this took her more than an hour to convince Leo to come to this place. Shut up. You don't know the horrors that I've seen. I've stared at the abyss and he threw me with black keys. Leo snapped as he said while his horns and eyes were glowing, which means he isn't calm at all now. I can even make thousands of phantasmal species or even tens of divine beasts, so why do I need servants? Leo said as his necklace was glowing and he was ready to throw a god beast or something at these 2. But phantasmal species are still monsters and don't have enough wisdom to help in battle. Without a commander they'll become useless against strong enemies, Ritsuka said as she believed that servants that have fought in the past are better helpers than some monsters and beasts. My beasts can be smarter than all of you humans combined. Leo dropped the hard truth as Fu was getting bored by the situation. Fu was on Ritsuka's shoulder as he waved with his paw. Don't you dare to call me a coward, you don't understand what I know. Leo pointed at Fu that didn't care about him before he said Fu. You. Leo squeezed his fist as he was burning with anger before he turned and said, do you think as a beast I'll be afraid of some servants? Fu turned his head away while Leo was fighting for his dignity as a beast. Sigh. Ritsuka held her forehead as she remembered the whole situation before they managed to get here. The epic battle between these 3 ended with a draw as they weren't able to convince Leo of summoning servants, but they were able to bring him here. It was mostly Fu credits as he kept taunting Leo about his fear from servants, but for Ritsuka, Leo was more like that he didn't want to touch the summoning ritual than the actual servants. Caster, I know this might be something from your past, but please, summoning a servant isn't that hard, Ritsuka said as she made another attempt. Not that hard? Summoning ghosts from the past to fight to the death in a battle royal isn't hard? And especially by this cursed mechanism of summoning. Leo looked at Ritsuka with blank eyes before he said, did you summon servants before? No, I didn't summon any servant before, it was always me and Mashu. Ritsuka said in panic before she stopped as she realized what she just said. Fu tapped Ritsuka's face with his paw as he realized a quiet cry like he was comforting her. No, I'm okay, thank you, Fu, Ritsuka said as she patted Fu's head. TCH. Give me a break. Leo looked at the scene in front of him before he sighed and said, sigh, fine, I'll summon, but I'll do it just one time. Ah. Thank you, Caster. Ritsuka smiled at Leo before she said, and please don't think about this so grimly, maybe you also want to meet one of those servants. Ritsuka remembered what happened with Merlin and she felt from this period that Leo might know some servants or some are related to his past, so he might also want to meet them again. Even if 10 servants summoning is slightly ridiculous. This also made her suspicious of Leo's identity if he's maybe a divine spirit and not just a servant from the age of gods. As for Satan thing? Who'd believe that Satan can sit next to you and have breakfast while complaining? Someone I want to meet. Leo looked at the empty spot in the basement as he was thinking about this. I think there's someone that I want to meet. Leo said as his eyes were lost in thoughts. Ritsuka and Fu stared at him as they felt this is very important, but then he grinned. I want to summon Dio, Ozymandias. Leo declared loudly while Ritsuka and Fu had just one question. A/N, Ozymandias and Dio share the same voice actor. Who's Dio? God? Why do you want to summon God? Ritsuka was panicking, but Leo already walked towards the empty spot and put his hand on his necklace. He didn't hear Ritsuka's words because he was already detached from the world and entered a realm no human shall touch or gaze upon. His brain was rushing with calculations as his necklace was glowing green and all the data was circling in his brain like a spiral. The order has begun, judgment in process. Boom. A gust of wind appeared around Leo as it made Ritsuka startled before she moved back. Analyzing the timeline. Determining the output. Locating the target. Caster. Ritsuka opened her eyes with difficulty to see Leo's eyes became blank like a machine and mana was flying around him as his necklace was glowing green. Target. Throne of Heroes. Desire is clear. Summoning. Sequence 1 has started. Boom. Another storm hit the place as the mana around Leo moved around to make a summoning circle in front of him. Finding the progress. Mistakes, sins, and flaws. Found. The beginning. Already existed. Apart from human history. The hidden link is established. The end. Not needed. In Leo's brain, a spiral of data manifested about summoning servants before it was linked with something. The light went back to Leo's eyes before he raised his hand and said, for I, who witnessed this spiral of mistakes. Second noble phantasm, partial deploy. With those words, Leo's necklace shone with green light before the summoning circle stabilized and was waiting for the command to summon servants. Done, and the summoning ritual is connected to the throne of heroes, Leo said as he wiped the non-existing sweat from his forehead. Making sure his noble phantasm doesn't affect Ritsuka or the timeline was very hard because he usually only destroys things. He felt that he was holding a thin line and his noble phantasm wasn't even allowed to reveal itself or its concept. Well, it was worth it to make a summoning ritual completely separated from the Holy Grail system, especially with his low knowledge about magecraft from this world. Ritsuka was speechless as she saw something that touched the level of true magic. Leo was able to do what Chaldea was struggling to achieve all those years in mere seconds. Don't be surprised, this is just me taking the achievements of others and nothing more. Leo waved his hand before he said, now, let's get done with this. I just want Dio, I don't care if it's Egyptian Dio, Ozymandias, or small Dio, Hans Christian Andersen. Just give me something good. Please, Leo said as Ritsuka saw his words change from confident into suspicious, then into almost crying like he gave up in less than a second. The summoning circle was glowing as its light increased more and more before light blinded everyone. This is indeed an expected way to be summoned, having a personal ritual. A voice appeared from the light before a person appeared in front of Leo, Ritsuka, and Fu. What? Ritsuka pointed at the new guest as the expression of shock was clear on her face. Fu? Fu. Fu was having an identity crisis as he was looking at the newcomer. Hey! Leo widened his eyes at the servant he summoned as his brain wasn't able to function probably for a second. It is a pleasure to meet you, my new master. A woman with white hair and a long staff looked at Leo before she said, my name is Merlin. Merlin, the magus of flowers. No, no, this is fishy. This was the thought in both Leo and Fu heads before they looked at this servant closely. As you can see, I'm a gorgeous big SI. However, before she completed her words, Leo and Fu jumped and punched her to the face. Die Merlin! Leo and Fu screamed as Merlin was punched to the face and a curtain of flowers petals appeared before her shape changed. Ritsuka almost fell on the ground while watching this scene. First, Fu can talk and she just witnessed a punch that changed the gender of someone. Ha 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 ha. Hello, it's your favorite friend, Merlin. Merlin revealed his true form as he smiled at everyone in the room, but two weren't happy at all. Do you have any last words? Leo said as he grabbed his spear and pointed it to Merlin. Now, let's not rush in our judgment, Leo, isn't that right, Kathpalag? Merlin said to Fu, but he only received a growl for him. Leo stared at Merlin with blank eyes as his spear was flashing with mana before he said, I don't care how you are able to access my summoning, but how dare you trick me? Especially in that way. That was because Avalon is closer to this place than the throne of heroes, Merlin said proudly, but then he saw Leo walking towards him before he said in panic, trick you? That's a false accusation. How do you know that I'm a man or a woman? Leo stopped before he looked at Fu that tilted his head before he said, Fu. Fu said that Merlin's true form is one of this world's biggest secrets and no one knows his true form, so there's a possibility that he isn't lying. See? Then you should accept the fact that I'm a gorgeous big sister, Merlin said as his form became his proto shape. I'll kill you. Leo's eyes darkened again while Fu was already showing his fangs and Merlin was feeling that her life was in a big crisis even if this wasn't her true body. Ritsuka already gave up on this summoning ritual and felt that Leo was right about this. She really doesn't understand the horrors in the summoning servants. However, then the ritual flashed again because Leo didn't stop the link with his mana as another servant was summoned. And because Leo wasn't looking, this summon was the closest thing to him. A private summoning ritual? Tomu. I accept this wonderful greeting. The new servant said before she looked around to see Leo and Fu attacking Merlin while Ritsuka standing there. Ah! Another servant, welcome. Ritsuka saw the woman with blonde hair and red dress before apologize. I'm sorry for what's happening now, but as you see. However, Ritsuka stopped as she saw the new servant staring at Leo with turning her eyes away. Phew, to think this is happening. Tomu. This emperor with join. The servant had a wide and bright smile on her face before Leo felt a chill down his spine and a familiar aura, but he didn't care because Merlin ran away. The Roman emperor found her target as she joined the chase with the trio. Just what's going on? Ritsuka screamed as the whole mansion was in a state of chaos. Leo and Fu were still chasing after Merlin and the new servant joined them, but she was chasing after Leo. Ritsuka decided to go back to her room to rest a little while the whole mansion was shaking. Like usual. Meanwhile, a man was staring at his summoning ritual as he put one golden ring on it as fate was repeating itself again. Towards the battle. Did everyone calm down? Ritsuka was sitting on a chair in the table where Leo and her met in the morning before she asked the group in front of her. What do you mean, Ritsuka-chan? Everyone was just having fun. Merlin in his male form was drinking tea normally, if you ignore the burns and bite marks on his clothes. No, Leo said as he sent death stares to Merlin in front of him. Fu was next to Leo as they were forming the anti-Merlin alignment. The new servant, which was summoned and played tag with the trio, was staring at Leo with dissatisfaction because he ignored her the whole time. Staring at Leo that was glaring at Merlin, Nero, the 5th emperor of Rome, wasn't happy at all. She didn't know what was so interesting about following a man/woman with the ability to make flowers everywhere he/she goes. Although she admits that his/her ability to run is top tier and almost forming a noble phantasm on its own. Ritsuka sighed as she felt that the break she took isn't enough to deal with these things. After the chaos started, the whole mansion turned into a battlefield as Leo and Fu were rushing after Merlin to kick him out of his female form. Merlin showed them what called an expert in escaping after he dodged most of the attacks and made illusions that even fooled Leo's clairvoyance and Fu's primate murder senses. To be able to do this, Merlin is really a terrifying man/woman, but in the end, his mana supplies are limited, even with Avalon support, as he falls into the hands of the two beasts. Nero, who was running after Leo, was trying to introduce herself a couple of times to her new master, but each time an explosion happened or Merlin found a way to escape. However, something went out of the plan as the team refreshed their knowledge about how shameless Merlin can get. Flashback. She transformed into his female form before she said with a blush while not too suddenly, I'm a pure maiden, you know? But if you really want, then. She had her hand on her mouth and looked at Leo with the side of her eyes as she was very shy. Before she finished those words, Leo and Fu retreated more than 50 meters to avoid the mental pollution. Nero was still ignored as she wanted to attack Merlin in front of her before Merlin dropped something big. This isn't only about this Holy Grail war, but this goes as far as the past one too, Merlin said as Leo stopped, because this is big information. The last one was the fourth Holy Grail war, that's Fate/0. Leo can believe that Merlin was stalking his king during his Holy Grail war, but he was still suspicious. But it was better than looking from the scratch. In the end, after agreeing that he'll keep his male form and stop giving them a mental pollution, Merlin joined the team and was proud to be a survivor of two beasts' attacks at the same time. Flashback end. Ritsuka sighed again as she remembered how Chaldea was with Romani and Da Vinci. They were the ones who took care of troubles. Clenching her fist, Ritsuka looked at this lost cause group before she swore that she'll make this work. Leo was thinking if this was a mistake to believe this guy before he heard a sound from his side. Ignoring the sound, Leo was still thinking if he should just kill Merlin at least one time, he won't die anyway before the sound increased. Leo looked at Nero as her eyes flashed and said, rejoice, my new master, I'm S. However, Leo tilted his head before he said, who are you? Smack. Nero hit the table as she stood up from her chair and took a few deep breaths to calm herself a little. Merlin was whistling and Ritsuka saw another possible chaos about to happen. I see, maybe I wasn't clear in my introduction, or maybe you didn't listen, but this emperor is generous and she won't mind her new praetor. Nero focused on the maybe word before she looked at Leo as her eyebrow was twitching. Leo took another cup of coffee before Nero raised her sword and said, I'm Red Saber, Nero Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, respond to your call. You sure know how to choose, praetor, Nero said with a proud smile before she saw the reaction of everyone. Leo was drinking his coffee casually, as it seems the only thing that'll make him forget Merlin's mental pollution. Merlin was trying the sweets before he had a small fight with Fu, and Ritsuka was thinking about her plan. I really thought you'd only say Red Saber, Leo said as he looked at Nero, which prevented the Emperor's rage for now. Indeed, Merlin said as his face was getting some light attacks from Fu. As I thought. My praetor knows me very well, this makes me very happy. But... Nero put her sword away as roses were flying around before she said, I won't allow you to ignore me. No promises, Leo said as he took bigger sips from his coffee. He felt that coffee is the only thing that's keeping his sanity now. If he had one. Nero squinted her eyes at Leo before she said, we need to work on a lot of things, I see. But there's nothing this genius can't do. It seems this Nero isn't from Fate/Extra, and it seems that the contract with me awakened something that shouldn't exist now. This is troublesome. Leo kept drinking coffee from his infinite coffee cup before Nero sat down again. Do you two know each other? Ritsuka couldn't help but ask this question while Merlin was ready for the show. No, Leo said at the same time when Nero said, of course, I know my praetor. As one of the people who are using my powers. Holding a part of my crown doesn't make you an acquaintance of mine. Leo put the cup of coffee before he said, especially those 7 crowns, they'll only bring pain. I can't imagine a human holding them, much less using them. You should stop throwing those 10 crowns everywhere, your majesty, Merlin said before a red spear passed next to his face, which made him sweat a little. His majesty. Ritsuka felt the world was ending as this caster also became a king. Don't underestimate this emperor. I'm a genius after all, however. Nero did another one of her dramatic pauses before she said, it'll only bring pain, you say. Then what the praetor says about himself, who holds the true 10 crowns. Nero stood up from her chair as she leaned and looked at Leo in the eyes. Don't count me with the others, this crown is my thing. Leo took another sip from his coffee before Nero said, but that doesn't spare you from its burden, right? Leo stared at Nero with blank eyes as she did the same and didn't back down. Merlin, what are the 10 crowns? Is Castor a king? And is that the real Nero? The Emperor of Rome? Ritsuka whispered to Merlin that was watching the show. Yes, that's the real Nero. His Majesty is a king, but not at the same time. As for the 10 crowns. Merlin answered a little before he took a short pause like he was thinking about the answer. Let's say it's something that represents all that ugly about humanity. A very heavy crown, I must say, Merlin said as he looked at Leo and remembered the talk in Avalon before. He thought this will be interesting. Do what you want then. Leo stared at Nero's clear green eyes for a while before leaned his back on the chair. Without a doubt, I'll do what I want. But honestly, I'm glad. I'm really glad to have these 7 crowns. Nero didn't back away as she got closer to Leo and said, without them, I'll never know how gentle and beautiful my praetor is. Ha! Leo almost spit out his coffee while looking at Nero's smile. Feeling the information in her head after she concluded the contract with Leo, Nero smiled very sweetly. So beautiful, yet very gentle, so gentle even if you are wearing that crown. Even if the ugliness of this history puts a shade of darkness on you, but your beauty can't be hidden from my eyes. Nero got closer as everyone felt something was wrong. Merlin was whistling and Ritsuka's face became red as she was looking at this scene in front of her. Leo touched his face as he felt the effect of his darkness power that hid his appearance was still working. However, at that moment, an earthquake hit the place as Leo and Merlin's expressions became serious. Interrupting my full of emotions and admiration speech for my praetor. Unforgivable, Nero said as she sat down in her chair with an annoyed expression on her face. Yeah, sure. But I prefer handsome or cool. Leo stood up from his chair before he said with a weird expression, beautiful? What the hell? And what with the gentle part? Rejected. Praetor can only be described as beautiful. And you can't hide your gentleness from me. Nero was stubborn before she crossed her arms and said, I see, my praetor wants to keep his beauty and gentleness only for me. I'm very happy, but I need to show the world how great is my praetor. Leo was looking at Nero as he felt that summoning servants was a mistake and his headache increased. Merlin didn't care as he stood up from his chair and tapped the ground with his staff while thinking, if she knew that he's hiding his appearance, what would happen? He knew that Nero was only speaking from a spiritual way as Leo was beautiful in his core, but if she saw his full appearance, he can't imagine what'd happen. However, Merlin stopped thinking about that when he saw the red spear nailed on the wall. Hey, Merlin, as the king chosen by God, doesn't he know that his entrance like this can cause trouble? Leo said as he looked at the light ring in the sky moving slightly. He sure does know, but in this state, he'll only act in the most rational way possible, Merlin said as he covered the mansion in illusions, but he felt this is useless against the one they're facing. Don't waste it, his revelation is enough to know most of what he needs, even without clairvoyance, Leo said as a green glow appeared from his necklace and covered the mansion. What happened? Did something change about the war? Ritsuka said as she recovered from Nero's actions. Yeah, a very troublesome guy was summoned. Merlin had a helpless smile on his face while glancing slightly at Ritsuka. A very annoying guy, and he'll probably aim at me. Leo also took a glance at Ritsuka before he looked at the sky. The king chosen by God? It's very troublesome if it was him. Nero nodded while Ritsuka was more confused. The Grand Caster, Solomon, has been summoned to this world, Ritsuka-chan, Merlin said as Ritsuka widened her eyes before she said, wasn't there only one caster class available? Don't count him in the class system. Merlin pointed at Leo before he said to Ritsuka, so what do you suggest? Me? Ritsuka pointed at herself and said, but. No, buts. You're the one who's aiming for the Holy Grail and you have everything to take the lead. Leo turned around and looked at Ritsuka before he said, where did all that determination that you had? Or do you want to give up now? Ritsuka clenched her fist at these words as she took a deep breath. She knows that he was right, all these 3 servants don't have a reason to help her in her selfish desire, except protecting her life. Does my praetor believe in this woman? Nero observed Ritsuka as she felt that she could be beautiful, but there was a cloud of despair on her head all the time. Think, Ritsuka, think. The enemy is the Grand Caster, Solomon. What the best move for now? Ritsuka raised her head to see everyone looking at her even fu before she took a deep breath and said, we'll go now. Before they come for us, and before they know anything, we'll go to them, Ritsuka said with a serious face as Leo grinned and Merlin sighed. Very well, I like your way of thinking. Leo said with high spirits as he fully agreed with this kind of plan. Geez, I feel now that you'll summon him even without the world's help. Merlin felt this will be very troublesome. HOH. I admit your bravery. And the bold plan filled with excitement is very fantastic, Nero said as she grabbed her sword and walked next to Leo, who still felt this is very strange. Fu jumped on Ritsuka's shoulder as he was cheering her up. Then, let's go. Ritsuka chose not to stop and took the lead as she earned another grin from Leo and a sigh from Merlin. Less than a day and you already corrupted her. Merlin snapped at Leo that was feeling slightly proud of this situation. Ha ha ha. It wasn't my fault, but I'm happy to take the blame for it. Leo grinned as he didn't care while Nero took a note of something before nodding. So, do you plan to tell her? Merlin suddenly stopped as he asked Leo with a slightly serious face, even more than when they felt Solomon's presence. I personally don't, you can if you want, but I prefer if you don't. Leo looked at Ritsuka in the distance before he said she won't hold it if she know who we're fighting. Let's go, I hope we meet Goldie in the way, Leo said before he walked away and Nero followed him. This is already very troublesome. Merlin looked at Leo leaving and Nero following him before he followed them. The two casters with clairvoyance didn't tell Ritsuka about the enemy because this will destroy her. After all, the enemy was once a person she knew by the name of Romani Archaman. Meanwhile, in a hidden magi workshop around Fuyuki's Riverside Park, a summoning ritual was successful as a man was looking at his servant. Marisberry Animusphere, who is a lord of the clock tower and head of the celestial body department, has obtained one of the strongest relics and summoned the highest rank of servants at this moment. A man wearing a strange outfit with a white and red color was standing there, looking at the sky. His hair was white and long in the shape of a braid. This is the Grand Caster, Solomon. However, in those lifeless eyes, a ray of light flashed before he raised his hand and said, "Is this the consequences of my actions?" Looking at the sky, Solomon saw the light ring and knew what it meant, but the worst part, it was under his own control. New guests. In a dark void outside the time and space, this is a place where nothing should exist or even have a sign of manifesting. This place is a special area of type moon called the imaginary number space, which is an alternative dimension, apart from normal space and reality. However, even in this endless darkness, some rocks were floating and forming an island. But that wasn't an island, it was a giant temple standing outside of the universe, beyond space and unaffected by the flow of time. The time was huge and had a lot of giant pillars at its sides. There was only one road in the temple which formed stairs leading to its top. At the top, there was a throne and behind it, there was a giant ring of light, but it was grey. On the throne, a man was sitting on it, a man looking a lot like Solomon, but he wasn't. The man was closing his eyes calmly and waiting for something, but his squeezed fist showed that he wasn't calm at all. This temple is actually a noble phantasm in the form of reality marble, a workshop built by the king of magecraft. But it was occupied and recreated by someone else after Solomon left everything for his wishes. Death in this space does not count in reality, so it is possible to revive those who die in this space with enough magical energy, which shows its power as an anti-world noble phantasm. Suddenly, the light ring behind the throne moved as the man opened his eyes in shock and looked at it before rage covered his face. "Curse you, Solomon!" The man screamed as the temple was shaking with his magical power getting out of control. There were some figures under the throne. Some of them had the shape of humans and some were giant tentacles with a lot of eyes, or some creatures, but all of them were speechless while looking at the screaming man on the throne. The man looking like Solomon, or rather be called Beast One, GOOOOSE, which took over Solomon's body after his wish. And all the people or creatures were the 72 demon gods' pillars. "Hey, Floros, how long has he been like this?" Baal, one of the demons' gods, asked Floros, who usually has the responsibility of the outside operations. After the recent accidents, the king was very angry. Chaldea's surprising fall, feeling two of his kins, Beast 6 and Beast 4, losing connection with human order incineration ritual, and him, Solomon. Floros lowered his hat before he stood silently and watched his king in the distance. A lot of things happened during this period, even if calculating time is impossible inside the temple. First, Chaldea got a hard hit beyond all expectations of GOOOOSE and the other demon gods. They don't care about lowly humans and their boring struggles, but that accident exceeded everyone's calculations. To be able to link all the timelines with the last master of humanity from each timeline and then killing them one by one, was a feat that GOOOOSE's clairvoyance didn't detect at all. The existence of human salvation disappeared more and more with each kill as timelines were crumbling before Counterforce desperately reversed the time to where it began to preserve one timeline, at least. That's all that the demon gods know about the situation before they were banned from existing outside of the temple because Solomon came back to the state without a wish. With the existence of Solomon, GOOOOSE was locked in a paradox that he never took Solomon's body and did at the same time, so if he left the temple then he'd vanish from existence until Solomon made the wish again. Demon gods were in the same situation, but their power lowered to less than 10% because Solomon has the 72 pillars concept with him now. But what's worse, is that Solomon took control of the third noble phantasm, which means all GOOOOSE work and preparations were stolen easily, and that was by Solomon, which almost made him lose his mind as he banged his head against the pillar multiple times now. Beast 6 and 4 existence were also a problem. Beast 4 was hidden all these years, but GOOOOSE wasn't worried about him. However, Beast 6 was another story. The demons' gods don't know, but their king's face wasn't well after he knew about the existence of this beast. After screaming for a while, GOOOOSE took a deep breath before he sat down on his throne again and closed his eyes. The other demons' gods didn't dare to bother him, so they all disappeared and left him alone. Damn it, Solomon, do you want to torture us more? Even after all this time, GOOOOSE clenched his fist before he realized it and sighed. Two of my kins manifest in the world, are the counterforce blind or something? For the first time in history, a beast was complaining to counterforce for not doing their job. And it has to be Beast 6. The one who knows all humanity's sins from the Genesis to the end. GOOOOSE frowned before he tried to use his clairvoyance to look at the world, but Solomon's existence made that impossible. GOOOOSE knew about the existence of the beast that the counterforce desperately tried to split apart across the world, but for him to exist in his full form is something ridiculous. Humanity desires and greed knows no limits is the best description GOOOOSE can give for Beast 6. Sigh. I really hate this, GOOOOSE said before he tried his best to control his other noble phantasm, which is the temple, even if he knows that's almost useless to do so. Meanwhile, above one of Fuyaki city hotels, Gilgamesh was standing there as he felt the new guest at the party. Oh! Even the machine of kingship was summoned. But this is indeed very fitting, Gilgamesh grinned as he felt Solomon's presence in this holy grail war. For the machine to come for this ruined world, how ridiculous and boring. Gilgamesh took a golden cup from his treasury as he felt this war is boring. Solomon might be the grand caster, but for Gilgamesh, he's just a machine forced to do what it had to do with no free will at all. But that doesn't mean he'll not join the fight. Pointless. Mongrels bickering in my garden is in their nature, and something to be ignored. However, Gilgamesh looked at the snow in the air as he felt the presence of some of those mongrels, players, before he said, if they dare to attempt and steal my treasures, that's another matter. But at that moment, the earth screamed out. A huge roar, coming from all directions. And yet it was too beautiful and more like a lullaby singed by the earth itself. Is it you? The shock of Gilgamesh's face wasn't hidden as he looked in a certain direction before he smiled slightly and said, to run into an old friend like you in such a manner, I thought you should be singing the praises of me, your king. Ha 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 ha. Gilgamesh exploded with laughter as he looked at a certain direction and said, very well, until our reunion banquet. However, at that moment, he also felt some sort of chill that he didn't know the reason for. At a certain forest around Fuyaki, far from Gilgamesh Place, a person with a white robe and long green hair was looking in his direction. That sounds fun. The person seems to have heard Gilgamesh's voice from here before he heard a voice behind him. Lancer, let's go. A man with a cigarette said, but he wasn't calm, even if he had those command seals in his hand. Lancer glanced at his master before he followed him without saying a word. Meanwhile, around Fuyaki Business Street, people already changed to winter clothes and went back to their business. However, outside a clothes shop, two men, one with a black hair and the other with white hair, were staring in Gilgamesh's direction as they had different expressions. Leo was grinning and Merlin was smiling brightly, but strangely, each of those expressions contained a huge sarcasm. Even Ritsuka, who was in the shop with Nero, felt a chill just by looking at them. Now, what to say about this? Merlin said as his smile didn't fade. What to say? Well, it's not gay if it's clay, Leo said as his grin was wider before he looked at Nero and Ritsuka in the shop. Splendid, I couldn't describe it better myself, Merlin said as he saw Nero and Ritsuka coming with a lot of bags. Although they said they are going to battle, Merlin and Leo stopped everything and went strolling in these areas instead. This received a huge welcome from Nero, but Ritsuka felt all her build-up vanished suddenly, even if she was quickly drawn into shopping with Nero. Merlin also used his mage craft in the best way he knew, which is concealing himself or the other people with illusion. Tomu. There's a lot of new things in this era. Nero said with high spirits while looking at her bags, and Ritsuka felt slightly ashamed from joining and taking a lot of Leo's money. Yes, these two didn't have any money and Nero can't take something from her golden theater to the outside, so they asked Leo, which told them just one phrase: shopping. Is it necessary? Well, do as you please, money is just a number for me. Ritsuka felt something hurting inside of her when she heard that phrase about the money. However, can we focus on the enemies, now? Ritsuka said as the group went to a dessert shop and started ordering random stuff. Worrying a lot won't do anything good for you, Leo said as he sat down and looked at directions randomly with clairvoyance. Learn to enjoy your time more. Nero sat next to Leo before she picked up the menu as she was interested in Japanese sweets. Indeed, coloring your life with grey is horrible. Merlin sat down before Fu continued his light attacks on him. It seems that Fu will never forgive Merlin. But we are facing the Grand Caster. Ritsuka sat down as she felt this team was taking it way too easy. Yes, I know, so what? Leo looked at his side before he picked Nero's menu and rotated it because she was holding it backward. He has no idea how she was able to read it even when it was backward. Is this a true genius? Sai, don't tell me you are very sure of defeating the Grand Caster now. Ritsuka felt that she can predict this question answer before Leo said no, I'm not very sure about that. Hey! Ritsuka stopped as before she looked at Leo and said, can you repeat that? I'm not very sure about defeating him. Even the odds aren't in my favor now, Leo said calmly while Ritsuka was speechless as she didn't know if this calm was confidence or arrogance. Tomu. Your confidence is indeed splendid, my praetor. Nero nodded proudly while Leo felt strange to have someone like this next to him. Ah, Solomon is very troublesome now, after acquiring, stealing, what beast one left, Merlin said as he looked at the ring of light in the sky functioning again. Let me tell you something about Solomon or magi like him. They usually make them powerful, then they nerf them by something like low mana supplies, but now, he has a mana equivalent to the human history as a whole, Leo said before his infinite cup of coffee appeared in his hand. If we counted Beast 1 danger as 10, then Solomon danger with that mana is 20, and can even be 30 based on his emotionless state now. Merlin dropped another hard truth as he wanted to have a cup like that. Not to mention his clairvoyance, which is superior to mine, revelation from God, and the 10 rings are more troublesome, Leo said as he felt something approaching and started to calculate the best moment. First, it was the 10 crowns and now it's the 10 rings, isn't this too connected to be a coincidence? Ritsuka massaged her forehead from this information. As the king of magecraft and in the case of all 10 rings present, any and all kinds of magic performed by mankind is invalidated and put under his subordination. Including all the incomplete true magic, Leo said as Ritsuka felt her headache increase. True magic is the highest class of mystery that surpasses magecraft and all current sciences of that age. It represents the actualization of events that are impossible to reproduce in a certain era, whether by humans or the planet, even if given an infinite amount of time and resources. Did you think I'm overpowered? Look at Solomon, I wouldn't be surprised if he started spamming true magic at me, Leo said as he took a sip from his coffee. To think about it, don't all of you, beasts, use a subtype of true magic in your noble phantasm? Merlin said as he was also calculating stuff with his clairvoyance before he looked at Leo and Fu. Yeah, I can use subtypes of 3rd, 4th and 5th true magic, even if I'm the best at the 4th true magic, Leo said as Ritsuka felt her head hurt even more. The linking 4th concealed itself. The hidden link, it has been a while since I heard about that, Merlin nodded before he looked at the building next to them. Well, GOOOOSE can use 3rd and 5th true magic, but I believe Solomon can take it to the next level, Leo said before he looked in the same direction as Merlin. Nero felt strange before she looked in the same direction as them. Ritsuka put her head on the table because of the crazy information. When did the true magic become cheap? Prepare yourself, Leo said as Ritsuka woke up quickly as something interesting happened to the building next to them. *Boom. The building's upper floors exploded as rocks and rubbles were flying everywhere. People around were screaming and running away as chunks of rocks were falling down. Merlin summoned his staff as he used his magecraft to protect some people around, which made Ritsuka relax a little. Crash! However, before anything calmed down, a red shadow flashed before a man and woman landed near the group. Archer, what the hell? A girl with black hair in twin tails style screamed at the man in the red outfit holding her. Not now, Rin. The man with tan skin and white hair said before he felt something and looked at the side to meet the eyes of everyone in the group, but he only focused on Leo, Merlin, and Fu. Looking at Leo's wide grin, the man named Archer received information from his boss in his mind as he stood there silently for a second before he said. Fuck. The girl named Rin looked around as she wondered what happened to her servant, but she didn't know that the partner of justice was having an internal conflict now. Battle at the daylight. In the shopping street of Fuyaki City, a building was almost destroyed as dust and smoke were rising to the sky. A lot of pedestrians were running for their lives as rocks and rubbles were falling from the building, but some of them were frozen from fear as they only watched their death coming close before several flower petals made the rocks stop. However, the petals pulled them in an illusion as they stood up and ran from this place. Several petals did the same with people around, but there was some death and injuries, even if a Magus raised his hand. Like all humans on top of the building are already dead. Leo glanced at Merlin's work, Nero's staying still, and Ritsuka's reaction for a moment before he turned his attention to the partner of justice in front of him. Well. Isn't it a wonderful coincidence? I didn't expect you to come here. Faker Leo took a sip from his coffee as he was grinning at Archer, or should be called Emi Yashiro, the counter-guardian. Fuck off. This was clearly calculated. And don't tell me you want to act like Gilgamesh. Archer looked at his position that's very close to Leo's location and how he landed just to meet his grin. No, I'm not acting like him, but you're a faker who wanted to take my name. Leo shook his head as he looked behind Archer and saw something interesting. Who the hell wants your name? Archer exploded again, but he was completely normal from the outside. Archer was having one of the biggest internal conflicts inside of him. Meeting 3 of the human threats in the same place isn't a happy day for someone, especially for him as a counter-guardian. Now, he's looking at an incubus, a primate murder, and fucking Satan. Archer is almost having flashbacks while Rin, who's still connected to him, heard his words inside of her head. Hello, I hoped we'd met in a different condition than this. Merlin smiled while waving with his hand, but Archer wasn't buying it. No, this is clearly what you wanted, you source of problems. Archer almost pulled his blades at this moment to attack Merlin. Steel and flames? Praetor, is this guy a sword or a blade? Nero looked at Archer as she felt the heavy metal smell coming from him. Well, he's someone who keeps using the power of the bone of his sword, Leo answered before he rested his head on his hand and said, if he dare you say it, I might or might not drop Venus on his head. However, Nero saw Leo looking at her with a strange look, but that wasn't weird more than that little worry she felt from those eyes, which made her confused as she didn't know what happened. Please don't make fun of my chant. Archer wants to leave, he doesn't care about Alea or something, he just wants to leave. Archer-san. Is that you? Ritsuka widened her eyes when she saw Archer, but the only reaction she received was a scared look from Archer. Is this a human? A human with these 3? No, impossible. Which evil god crawled from the void to here? Archer found a more scary person as he ignored his boss, Alea, confirmation that Ritsuka is a human. What in the world, these guys are all heroic spirits. Rin widened her eyes at the 3 servants and master. However, what made her almost freak out is Ritsuka, who's clearly the master of 3 servants from the command seals, but she was obviously a very weak magi. Well, Leo didn't care about command seals or something when he summoned. Rin took a quick turn and looked at Archer, who seemed to know them before she said, using the link between them, Archer, who are th. However, Archer stood in front of her as his mana was flashing. I don't know what you 3. 4 are doing here. Archer looked at Ritsuka as he changed the number before he said, but this isn't a holy grail war where you should exist. Rin, let's run away now. However, on the inside, Archer was panicking. Wait, what? Rin stared at her confident-looking servant from the outside while panicking from the inside. We are facing the humanity-killing machine, and a guy, who we blamed for our mistakes, is coming back with vengeance. We need to run. Archer grabbed Rin's waist and wanted to leave, but he looked down to see some dark blue eyes staring at him from his shadow before he said, "Fuck my life." When everyone was confused and Archer was giving up, a faint sound filled the area as it made everyone with sharp sense stop what they were doing. "Why don't you look behind you?" Leo said as Archer felt a chill down his spine before he grabbed Rin and pulled her behind him. In the empty sky of Fuyaki City, between all the tall buildings, a giant arrow was traveling with an unimaginable speed. All the windows and some parts of the buildings were shattered just because the arrow passed them. The giant arrow was charged with a huge amount of mana and can rival a normal noble phantasm easily, and its target was the girl named Rin. 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 1 kilometer, the arrow crossed a huge distance instantly before it reached the place where Leo and the others were sitting. Archer didn't waste time as he projected his bow and charged a few arrows with mana before shooting. Boom! When the arrows met in the air, Archer detonated all of them as a huge explosion happened mid-air, but even so, the giant arrow still produced enough shock waves to push Archer back. However, this didn't end as 2 more arrows arrived, one was aiming at Rin and the other at Ritsuka. "Tch. I'm the bone of my sword." Archer said his chant quickly before 2 blades appeared in his hand and blocked the arrow. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. With a huge sound of metal hitting each other, Archer's blades shattered, but he managed to change the arrow direction to the left as it made another huge pothole. Attacking in daylight, are they crazy? Rin said as she blocked the wind with her hand. On Leo's side, it was much calmer as the shadow under Ritsuka raised like a wave and met the arrow that was aiming at her head. The arrow passed the shadow easily, but all that was left from it was ashes. Did he actually wait only to include us as a target? Leo looked at a place 30 kilometers away from here before he glanced at Archer and said, for you to have problems with archers is ironic. Honestly, I saw a lot of weird things, but an archer thinking he's a saber while he's actually a caster is very weird, Leo said as Archer's face was twitching because he felt attacked on a spiritual level. But do you want to stay like this when your queen has been attacked like this, Merlin? Leo said as Archer almost dropped his swords. Queen. Rin widened her eyes while a disgusted expression appeared on her face while looking at the tall tan servant she has, who's clearly a male. Sigh, maybe he should stop standing on the rooftops and asking to be shot by other servants. Merlin shook his head as he felt that the Queen of Camelot needed more teaching. Shut up. What the hell do you mean by a queen? Archer finally couldn't take it as he screamed and wanted to fight to the death with these assholes. Yeah, I'll go and greet this archer. Merlin, Nero, you know what to do when I'm gone, don't care about mana consummation, Leo said as Merlin and Nero nodded. Leave it to me. Nero said proudly as she felt this is her moment to shine. Do you think he'll really come? However, Merlin's face changed slightly as he asked Leo. Of course, he'll never waste a chance for a sneak attack, especially on me. Leo shook his head before he looked at Archer and Rin. If you two dare to run in my absence, then I'll hunt you down no matter where you go, especially you, Alea Hound, Leo said as he raised his hand and shot down 2 more arrows before disappearing. Archer gave up already and didn't have any word to say even if his master kept questioning him in their telepathic link. Merlin looked at this scene before he stood up, grabbed his staff, and covered the place in illusions. The first clash between servants in this Holy Grail war is approaching. Above a building near the previous location, the area near the edge glitched before Leo appeared there. The wind was blowing at this height as his clothes were moving slightly. Vish, 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 vish. However, before Leo looked at his opponent, 5 arrows charged with huge amounts of mana rushed towards him and each one of them was aiming at his vital parts, even if those parts didn't count as vital with his current power. 5 light spots appeared around Leo before they shot like laser beams and hit all the arrows in mid-air. Arrows covered in divine power? You've to do more than that, especially when I'm making myself an easy target for you, Leo said before some dragon's cannons appeared around him and shot beams with the heat of stars towards a mountain 30 kilometers away from Fuyuki. 30 kilometers away from Fuyuki, a man with a large bow was looking at the beams crossing the sky and arriving at his location. The man was slightly larger than the regular humans and all his skin was red while his chest had a white marking. His face was covered in a cloth as his expression wasn't shown at all. Raising the bow in his hand, the man pulled the string quickly as numerous arrows were shot at the beams. Arrows and beams met in mid-air as fireworks exploded in the sky and alarmed all the magi and servants around with the huge magical energy in the air. Asterisk crash. Crash. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. The sounds of beams and arrows crushing each other while melting the snow in the air range all across the city, even the normal people saw this spectacular show. Leo squinted his eyes at the man in the distance before he raised his hand and thousands of golden spots appeared around him. The spots started to rotate suddenly before they shot like bullets towards the servant. The cloudy sky was shining at that moment as thousands of golden meteors left a trail of light while crossing 30 kilometers in an instant. The man didn't panic or show any emotion before his magical energy was raging as he put his hand on the bow and pulled it again. This time it was much faster as he was shooting down the bullets like nothing while shooting some at Leo, but some stray bullets passed his arrows and landed near him and exploded. Some arrows also managed to reach Leo and landed around him as they destroyed some buildings in a part of the edge he was standing on. Glancing at the damage, Leo raised his hand as he did a gun sign with his hand. Golden heat was gathering on that finger before Leo said. Bang! Asterisk boom! Asterisk! A huge beam was launched from Leo's finger as it flew in the air and brightened the surroundings. The heat generated from the beam melted most of the snow in the air and surrounding. A frozen lake and puddles melted in an instant when the beam passed, even some trees ignited on fire when the beam left Fuyuki City. The servant, who was shooting Leo's bullets, saw this attack as his magical energy exploded again, but this time, divinity was filling his weapon. Instead of shooting an arrow, the servant grabbed his bow with two hands as his muscles clenched and moved the bow backward like holding a giant sword. At this moment, Leo's attack arrived. Ah! With a cry of war, the man slashed the hot beam with his bow as his magical energy and divinity made the beam break a little before he completed his swing. Asterisk boom. Boom. Asterisk. The beam was split in two by the servant bow and rushed towards the sky as it did two giant holes in the clouds which allowed sunshine to appear. However, this action made all Leo's other attack hit the servant as a giant explosion happened. Leo lowered his hand as he stared at the giant dust cloud at the distance before he said, "Oh? Do you want to compare divinity now?" At the mountain range, the servant appeared from the dust, completely unharmed, and his magical energy with the divinity on the bow was more flamboyant. When the attacks hit the man, he suddenly moved so quickly while using his bow to crush most of them and others were stopped by the divinity or magical energy. Kukyaku. Kukyaku, kukyahaha. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Leo heard a sound that wasn't a normal one because it was carried by the magical energy in the air. Divinity? Don't make me laugh, those bastards, gods, should go and burn in hell, the servant in the distance said as he looked at Leo even if the cloth was covering his vision. Even from this distance, Leo felt the hatred and anger contained in that hoarse voice before he said, "It seems you have a quite interesting past, hey? So, do you wish to continue, great hero?" The servant stopped for a moment when he heard what Leo called him before saying, "To continue what? A shooting game with a monster like a machine? How weak, you'll never reach me with those soulless attacks." The servant lowered his bow slowly as he said his true feeling about all the attacks he saw. What he felt was a cold machine calculating every trajectory and position before attacking. No technique, just calculations. Really? Well, I didn't care about techniques before as it didn't matter a lot. Leo shrugged his shoulders before he said, "Although calling me a monster isn't a problem, but for you to say it is kinda ironic." The servant didn't answer before his magical energy blasted again as he picked his bow. Sigh from a monster to another, I guess. Leo sighed before he looked at the holes he made in the clouds. The heroic spirit Leo is facing was one of the greatest heroes in human history. He's the human side from a hero that went mad, and that hero was Heracles, but something more happened to him during his summoning. It seems this Holy Grail war has some players with deep influence on this world, even summoning some interesting servants and following some steps with them. With those words, Leo's divinity ignited as all the snow and air around him was pushed away. Thanks to them, this fate became a strange one, Leo said a pun without noticing before all the light spots and cannon turned into rainbow color as the magical reaction around was going crazy. Meanwhile, around Fuyuki City, far away from the battlefield, Merlin, Nero, Ritsuka, Rin, and Archer were walking under the protection of Merlin's illusions. This is crazy. How are they going all like this during daylight? Rin, who was forced to follow after looking at her servant surrendering and received a little push from Nero's sword on her neck, looked at the grand fireworks in the air. This is basically telling the world that there's supernatural and we're having some very crazy battle royale called the Holy Grail War. Sigh. Archer sighed at his fate to be a prisoner while thinking if he could guide this disaster to his other self. Don't make that face, we just want what Alea has told you. Merlin smiled at Archer while Rin almost fell to the ground when she heard about Alea. Couldn't you just ask? Archer glanced at Merlin, who didn't lose his smile before he said no. Archer was hating every moment he's in here. Before Merlin looked at the sky. He's sure having fun, Merlin said while Ritsuka felt that compared to Mashu, these servants are all out of control. Merlin, who is that servant? Focusing on the situation, Ritsuka asked the caster with clairvoyance about the situation. Heracles, but he was changed in some way and lost his divinity and immortality, so he should be called Alcides. His class is Archer, Merlin said before he glanced at his side. In that place, there was a long shade made from the buildings at the side. However, before he did anything, a red shadow flashed as Nero raised her sword and slashed at the shadows. Nothing was heard or any magical energy in the air was felt, but the group saw it. A skull mask appeared briefly when Nero attacked before it disappeared again. Clang! Nero slashed again as a dagger appeared and clashed with her before vanishing again. Another battle started here as Leo and Alcides were still going with their shooting game on the sky of Fuyuki. Thousands of rainbow beams and bullets were flying in the sky and colliding with the divine arrows as the explosions were more violent. Leo was still shooting his bullets, which were enchanted with his divinity, as Alcides was having some trouble in shooting them down now. However, this didn't stop him as he figured out a new pattern each time and started to ricochet his arrows of Leo's bullet. This allows him to take down 3 or 2 with one arrow each time, but this still wasn't enough because Leo calculations will understand and study him and his flaws with each arrow he's shooting. Alcides kept using his magical energy, which was only available because of his master vast reserves, before he felt that the rotation of those bullets is troublesome. To keep up with this huge magical energy, Alcides felt this opponent was more than just a monster before he pulled the bowstring and shot 100 arrows in one breath. This isn't just a skill, but it's even a noble phantasm called 9 lives, which can change according to the situation. The arrows pierced through the air and hit Leo's bullets and ricochet from them before destroying more and more, so the sky was finally clear for a second. All the servants and masters were watching this battle with their familiar or grabbing front seats around the city. The huge magical energy wasn't possible to be ignored, as even the Magic Association and Church felt the huge mana and divinity clashing in the air. However, that was only before all their radar went high wires as they raised their head towards the sky. A star appeared in the sky as the clouds were cleared in an instant and the heat increased. Looking at Alcides, Leo felt this game had gone too far before he raised his finger to the sky and created the star. Alcides' body shook a little when the star appeared before he released a breath and put one arrow on his bow. Lowering his hand, Leo dropped the star as a flaming meteor was heading towards Alcides, who charged his noble phantasm and said 9 lives, shooting the 100 heads. 9 blue-red arrows crossed the sky like laser beams and left a trail of mana. The arrows flew like homing lasers, and every one of them was filled with huge magical energy before they hit the star in different locations. With the divine power of the god of war and huge magical energy, Leo's star crumbled after a while and a huge explosion filled the sky as all the area became bright. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** but luckily, the explosion was high in the sky so it didn't do much damage. The magi in the city were wiping their sweat as they felt the huge damage that the explosion would cause if it hit the ground. However, the two archers, Archer and Caster, didn't care about the surrounding that much. Glancing at his side, Leo saw most of the building he's standing on, and what was behind him was pierced by one of the 9 lives. Alcides took a breath as the heat around was too much and his spirit origin was pushed quite far now. However, before the two of them started another round, the earth was shaking as the sky was brightened. Alcides and all the servants around felt their spirit origin shake as the magical energy in the air increased to an impossible degree and heat was beyond Leo's star just now. At the Earth's orbit, the ring of light moved a little before one belt separated from it and fell into the direction of Fuyuki City. What the hell is this? A random magi in the city said as his magic circuit was going out of control. Impossible. How can something like this exist? A magi outside of the city said as he felt the huge magical energy rushing from the space towards the planet. Ugh! If something like this fell down, then all the city, no, even the whole Japan and a part of Asia will be burned to the ground. Rin fell to the ground as her magical circuit was burning because of the mana and Ritsuka was the same, but she had more pain all around her body because that light was even burning space and time. However, at that moment, a magical circle appeared on the ground as flower petals were flying. A field of flowers appeared around on the area as Ritsuka and Rin felt okay suddenly before Merlin said he really did his move. Meanwhile, Leo, who was on top of the building, looked at the light falling from the sky and frowned before he said how ruthless. Sigh. Growling. A low growl came out of Leo's shadow before something was awaking from the deepest nightmares of humanity and the planet as a whole. Boo-hoo-hum. Leo's shadow exploded as it rushed like a spear and left a long black line in the sky before crossing kilometers instantly. The light and the shadow met around the mesosphere before they clashed. Crack. At that moment, all the humans on the planet heard a cracking sound, but every magi around the world felt something exploding in their magical circuits. On this land, and at this time, even if it was just a subtype and in their weakest form, but the world and all the magi witnessed the clash between two fifth true magic. The battle continue. Silence, only silence, and emptiness filled the whole planet as the image froze when the two true magic collided. The sky above the planet already lost its order and balance as the light and shadow were frozen there, but actually, each noble phantasm is trying to destroy the other. However, because these two noble phantasm are completely opposite to each other, they stopped in mid-air, even if they are from the same fifth true magic. Magi looked at the sky as they used all their means to witness this event, even if they were in great pain just by glancing at the collision. You can say that these magi are quite normal because there were some deaths of some magi acting crazy and trying to analyze the true magic in the sky. The light and the shadow, two opposite things, were frozen in the air before they popped like a bubble and turned into fragments. Two noble phantasm cancelled each other after they lost their power and the world's correction power denied their existence. True magic or something that breaks the order shouldn't be allowed to exist normally, and the world will annihilate it at the moment when it loses its power to exist. Fragments of the light and shadow started to fall towards the planet, but they were burned when they touched the ozone layer, which is the Earth's, Gaia, defense mechanism against threats. However, the light spots in the sky remained the world of this collision between the true magic. The Magic Association and Church turned their full attention to the Holy Grail War as Fuyuki became the center of attention. However, they had more headaches of explaining this event rather than saying it's the government fault or an alien invasion. Back to the nuclear Fuyuki city, Leo was still on top of the building looking at the fragments in the sky. However, his right hand was smoking as it was burned slightly. This burn is the result of the collision as Leo took some damage. This damage is more like a concept and a truth which cannot be healed by changing organs or any scientific means. Staring at the burn on his hand, Leo didn't show any expression as black light flashed and his hand recovered. After healing his hand using his noble phantasm, Leo looked at his side and said, I imagined a lot of things, but for you to appear. Honestly, this is a surprise. At the sky on Leo's left side, a man was standing there, completely ignoring all the gravitational force, and looking at the fragments with empty eyes. Solomon was floating in the sky without care before he smiled slightly and said, hello, it's quite unfortunate to meet at these times. His aura was relaxing like a laid-back guy, but that confidence and hint of seriousness made the other think he's wise, yet full of love king. The words he just said were filled with confidence yet a hint of sadness as he wasn't happy the world is in this condition, but those weren't his feelings, he wasn't even talking with Leo at this point. This is the king chosen by God. Meanwhile, at the mountain range, Alcides lowered his bow while looking at Leo and Solomon in the distance. He felt the huge power now that surpassed the divinity of most of the gods he saw in the past. Although he didn't want to use it, the divinity on his noble phantasm showed him some truth. When the light and the shadow collided, he didn't only see fireworks, but he saw two eras clashing at a time axis, the past and the future were head to head, even most of it was blurry. Allo, Archer are you there? Suddenly, Alcides heard an annoying voice in his head before he said, what do you want? Even if this man is his master, Alcides doesn't care about that, and if this master dares to stop him then he'll twist his neck, even if he doesn't think that his strength is enough. So cold, but did you see it? The huge collision. The battle of the true magic. The man said as his voice sounded joyful, but Alcides felt the twisted feeling it contained, even if he didn't care about it now. Alcides didn't answer this master as he looked at Leo and Solomon one last time before moving away. Staying here is useless and unreasonable to enter this fight where he couldn't see hope in success, so it's better to let these two kill each other. However, before he took another step he suddenly stopped and looked to his side. Ah! A huge scream came from the distance as a rushing red-looking rock filled with mana and divinity was flying towards Alcides. The rock was breaking the sound barrier like nothing before it appeared in front of Alcides and revealed its true form, something that Alcides never wanted to see. Himself. Heracles, who is the berserker version of Alcides, roared again as he raised his stone axe and attacked the man in front of him. Alcides reacted quickly as he pulled his bow and blocked the stone axe, aiming at his head before being pushed back a little. Berserker! What are you doing? A little girl, who was clinging to her servant neck from behind using some threads, screamed as the violent wind was blowing, but Heracles was completely out of control. You! Alcides screamed before he pulled his bow and shot, but Heracles seems to know himself very well as he threw his axe, which blocked the arrow before rushing with a punch. Alcides didn't panic as he let go of his bow and put his hand under Heracles' one before he twisted it. Using the force from Heracles, Alcides was able to raise him in the air before attempting to knock him on the ground while using his knee to hit his ribs, but Heracles twisted his body in midair and used his elbow to block Alcides' knee. Ah! Heracles screamed with all his power before he and Alcides stared at each other and raised their head before head-butting. Boom! Asterisk. The collision created a shock wave as everything was covered in dust. Archer seems busy. Sigh. This is boring. A man standing on a building edge was looking at the battles going around as he felt bored by his servant actions. This man is Alcides' master. He's a man with blonde hair, purple eyes, and a white suit while his face always had a silly grin on it, but if someone was close he would feel terrified instead of laughing at him. Ryder has been stolen by a sneaky guy and Solomon seems more OP now. Sigh. Even a beast came to join the fun. Alcides' master sighed before he throws the bloody knife in his hand and ignored the corpse next to him. That's the previous rider's master, who became useless now. I really wanted to take some shiny rings, Solomon's rings, but that seems impossible now. Alcides' master was frustrated slightly before a wide and mad grin appeared on his face while looking at Solomon and Leo before he said, well, at least I can see two monsters tearing each other apart. This phrase shows that this guy didn't care about his mission here or anything else except having fun. Meanwhile, Nero was clashing with Assassin as sparks were flying across the shades and a dark phantom was flying here and there for a moment before he disappeared. Nero didn't even have time to take a break before raising her sword, blocking a dagger from the back as she entered in another close combat with Assassin. Assassin didn't show any emotions for Nero's attacks as he was fighting in close combat with a saber class without losing and even took some advantage, which made the only serious master here freak out. Impossible. How can an assassin fight with a saber? Rin felt this Holy Grail war already destroyed all the rules from the first day before a few red lights flashed. Archer was holding his bow while supporting Nero, however, all his arrows missed because he can't detect the assassin at all except vision. This only became available because of Merlin releasing his noble phantasm Garden of Avalon that allowed them to detect assassin inside the flowers field. Rin wanted to say something, but when she looked at Archer's serious expression she stopped immediately. To be honest, Archer doesn't want to help these guys or fight here, he has to kill himself first, but this enemy is more complicated than he thought and he can't sit still. A+? No, it's X when he enters the shadows, Merlin said as he was making sure of everyone inside his noble phantasm is okay. The assassin facing Nero had the presence concealment X which made him one with the world, even the most advanced detection methods can't find him, but somehow Nero was able to even see him. Suddenly assassin moved backward and dogged Nero's sword before he landed on a street lamp and said, "Thee is cursed," attempting to use such power, and betraying faith. The servants around were surprised because assassins like this aren't supposed to talk to their enemies in action, but only Nero knows what he was talking about. This was a power beyond the limits of the Holy Grail War or even the Throne of Heroes, something that has a relation with Beast 6, which was awakened when Leo summoned her. However, an assassin who follows the Lord's words and teaching can feel that power, which was the thing that allowed Nero to detect him. My faith isn't something a filthy assassin hidden in the shadow should be worried about. Nero raised her sword as it ignited in flames before she said, and following a blind faith like you is something this emperor would never do. Assassin didn't speak again before he raised his dagger and disappeared. He's only here because of his master order. Nero saw this as her magical energy was blasting around her body before she rushed towards Assassin again. Archer saw this as he provided support and Merlin was drawing something on the ground to finish this fight already. They can't stay here and expose themselves. However, at this moment, the area started shaking again as an enormous amount of magical energy rushed to the sky. The future vs the past. On top of the building, Leo and Solomon looked at each other. The former didn't show any expression and the latter was smiling calmly. Unfortunate? The king chosen by God almost killed billions and here he's saying this is unfortunate. Leo grinned a little as he saw what Solomon was doing before he said, your condition is even more pathetic than I thought, puppet. Solomon didn't show any anger, even his expression didn't flicker when Leo called him a puppet because he's really moving with the strings of God. But he doesn't care because he doesn't have any freedom from the start. He didn't even care about Leo finding his little action now. No, it's unfortunate this has happened, but it's more unfortunate for you this monster to stay alive in this world. Solomon shook his head before saying those words that he was programmed to say. As a king, he needs to show concern for the world and the people, but when something big happens, he won't hesitate to sacrifice some humans to make sure the rest survive. This thinking is sadly, the correct choice and the most rational, exactly like Alea, two inhuman beings represent humanity. Well, I have to say that killing me at the cost of 99% of humans on this planet is the most correct choice, but why didn't you do it? Your master? No, he won't be able to stop you, then it must be something else, Leo said as he glanced at his side and saw Ritsuka's group. You didn't even try to kill who summoned me or take hostages, but you came like this here. This isn't all that rational, puppet. Leo took a few steps on the ledge of the building as he was looking at the battlefield between the two Heracles. The world is too fragile to attempt any of these actions and I don't plan to mess it further. Solomon shook his head before he said, and I prefer to keep the last pillar in a safe environment for now and her condition might also make it difficult for us. Leo looked at Solomon with the corner of his eyes before he said, safe environment and condition, you say? You are really ruthless, aren't you? Those words from Solomon might sound normal, even good to hear, but someone needs to ask the question, which safe environment and condition he's talking about. He means freezing her with true magic and depriving her of thoughts and personality because he only needs the timeline to stay safe and not the person named Ritsuka Fujimura. Leo turned to look at Solomon as his necklace was glowing with a green light before he said, "Tell me, what do you want if you aren't here to fight?" "After looking at your noble phantasm, Shadows, I have been wondering about the fate of humanity, so I'm here to ask you, why do you hold such a disgusting thing?" Solomon raised his hand as his rings glowed before he said, "I need to know this answer before launching the ritual." "You need to know, or you have been ordered to know, because you are the perfect king." Leo's words were filled with sarcasm while talking to this puppet before he frowned and said, "Ritual." Solomon's actions never come from him as a person, but he has no choice except to hear the voice of God and act accordingly. "Yes, I have judged that the fate of this world is hopeless, so I'll use my past mistakes to take it into a better future." Solomon said those words with a cold tone while Leo's eyes were shining as the atmosphere around him became very dreadful. Ritual is the reverse form of Solomon's noble phantasm, which is called the Human Order Correction Ritual. Grrrrrrr. Grrrrrrr. The shadows around started to growl as eyes were looking at Solomon. This phenomenon wasn't even caused by Leo, it was Solomon who started to get on something nerves. "You judge their fate? No, forget it, let me ask you something better." Leo grinned slightly as he looked at Solomon in the eyes before he said, "Does the name of Romani Archaman mean anything to you?" "Not really, I have his memories, but as a king, I find those moments very silly and irrational." Solomon shook his head while looking at Leo's necklace before he said, "I prefer if you answer my question faster, so I can help this world." *Boom. Magical energy. A vast amount of magical energy appeared from Leo as all the area was shaking. All the organizations around the world felt this enormous magic energy as everything they have gone high-wired because of it. Ha 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 ha. Leo started laughing madly as his dark blue horn and eye were glowing very brightly. His shadows were also rampaging around as the growling turned into a roar. "I was wondering why GOOOOSE hates you that much, but honestly, you're really disgusting," Leo said as his necklace turned into a cross before his wings and halo appeared. After this transformation, the necklace green light increased as Solomon didn't show any expression. However, his rings were shining. "Those are Romani Archaman's sins and mistakes, which were responsible for the burning of the whole humanity because of his selfish desires. However, it doesn't mean anything for you, hey." "But this is funny," Leo said before the area around started to freak out. Leo's pupils turned into slits like a dragon before he said, "Do you know that all the humans on this planet have the right to judge me? The bad, the good, the old, the young, even a newborn, who has just taken his first breath, have the right to judge me, raise the sword against me, and try to kill me." With Leo's words, a green light was spreading from his necklace as it was too fast. Even Solomon wasn't able to run before he was included in this barrier. He even felt that his other preparations were invalid now. "However, someone like you, the king chosen by God. Even if you're a human in flesh." Leo's voice was getting colder and colder before Solomon rings shone again as he recovers. Recovering from Leo's power, Solomon raised his hand and waved as his magical power increased suddenly. When Solomon waved, a very hot light appeared from his hand and melted the green light of Leo as the area completely changed. The whole Fuyuki became a vast ocean as they are sitting in the middle of the Pacific Ocean now. Solomon was flying in the sky while Leo was standing on the water, but the atmosphere around him became even more dangerous as Solomon wasn't getting a good feeling from the darkness of the ocean. "You don't deserve to judge me or even be called a human by a beast like me," Leo said as his third noble phantasm was roaring across the ocean and everything was shaking. "Did you make the area where we just stood a mistake and we are actually in this location?" Solomon understood what Leo did before he teleported towards the sky and said, "Was human history really a mistake?" By announcing to the world this place is a mistake, the world corrected itself as Leo was able to pass all Solomon preparations and teleport them here. However, Solomon understood that this was only because of Leo's necklace. "Well, don't you think this Holy Grail war lacks a proper start?" Leo didn't answer Solomon as he walked casually on the water and took a few steps in Solomon's direction before he said, "Use it. I let you prepare, don't waste my time with your voice of God." "Very well." Solomon was silent for a moment before his magical energy was linked to the light ring in the sky. These words made the place silence as only the sound of waves and Leo's steps on the water were heard before he and Solomon looked at each other and said, "Second noble phantasm, partial deploy." Both of them said at the same time before all the area around started to change. In Solomon's side, a virtual temple appeared behind him before all the sky changed and the world was rewritten by him using his reality marble. Reality marble is rewriting the real reality with your own and cutting off all the connection to the world, which Solomon possesses as his second noble phantasm, but it wasn't complete because Leo teleported them here. Leo also didn't waste time as his necklace was glowing green and a red humanoid creature appeared behind him before he said King Crimson. The humanoid creature behind Leo was a stand from JoJo, King Crimson, with the ability to erase time, but Leo is using him in a very different way this time. Asterisk conceptual boost. Asterisk. With the voice from Leo's necklace, a terrifying power engulfed King Crimson before everything started to break and cracks filled the world, but it didn't break apart because of Solomon's reality marble. However, from this time, no, it shouldn't be called like that because the existence and concept of time have already left this part of the world. Using King Crimson with the ability of his noble phantasm, Leo rejected the existence of time in Solomon's reality marble, so they won't affect the timeline that much. Leo didn't stop walking toward Solomon as his magical energy was increasing with each step. Solomon didn't talk as 5 huge magical circles appeared above his throne in the temple. Each circle represents one of the true magic and they all work according to Solomon ritual to use his third noble phantasm with the least cost possible. They both didn't want to destroy the world, but only each other as they are about to launch their third noble phantasm, even if it's just the concept behind them. Behold, the 7 necks smoldering in the roaring sea, welcoming the abandoned time. With those words, the shadows under Leo solidified as they gathered into 7 colossal shadows behind him. Elements are in place. The order has been accepted. The 5 magics are balanced. Solomon also started his noble phantasm as the light ring appeared behind the temple. The planet cries of agony, humans' cursed desires, the day when stars abandoned this world. The shadows behind Leo raised as 7 huge black dragons with snakes' bodies and appeared behind him. Their eyes were blue, each one of them had a single horn on their head, and everything around them was turning into ashes, even Solomon's temple. When the dragons appeared, Leo's horns and necklace were glowing more before the dragon's horns glowed at the same time with Leo's halo. Even inside the reality marble, the outside world was able to feel the upcoming clash as everyone looked at the Pacific Ocean. Humanity felt fear and despair suddenly from the light ring in the sky while the planet was shivering because of the 7 dragons. Inkiju, who was inside of the forest, fell to the ground as his entire body was shaking and his face was pale while looking at the 7 dragons in the sky. The planet will die. Inkiju couldn't stop his shaking because even the planet was shaking at this moment from fear. To think this development will happen. Gilgamesh's eyes widened when he was looking at the 2 noble phantasms with his eyes. He even activated his clairvoyance noble phantasm, but he didn't see anything about the 2 powers in the sky. Ha 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 ha. It started. It started. Alcides' master was laughing like a child while looking at the 2 noble phantasm in the air. The events inside of Solomon's reality marble weren't hidden from the outside world because it wasn't deployed completely and he focused on the true magic more. Solomon finished everything as he didn't wait for Leo before he said third noble phantasm, deploy. The time of birth has come, he is the one who masters all. Ars al-Madal Solomonis. The light ring gathered at the center of the temple where the magical circles are before it shot a huge laser beam with the ability to penetrate the planet and burn humanity. Even in this place where time doesn't exist, Leo's clothes and hair were shaking because of Solomon's attack before he said, here is my test for you, the king chosen by God. Can you bear the human's mistakes that you want to judge? Third noble phantasm, deploy. The time of death has come, witness the empty future on this land of steel. Abaddon. The 7 dragons behind Leo ignited in blue flames around their mouths before they rushed towards the sky. Each dragon was colossal as they covered the sky, even their length was longer than 1/3 of the earth around. Everything was shaking as 2/5 subtype true magic were clashing with full power. Nothing was able to stop this collision as the farthest past and the farthest future were facing each other. 5th true magic is the ability to make the laws of conservation of mass shoulder the debts of a past without the future. Its concepts seem to revolve around consumption and extinction, using the heat values as energy in order to achieve various effects like time travel. At this moment, the 2 5th magic are using their power to time travel into 2 extreme opposite times. The dragons screamed as they left the rush towards the laser. Even in this distance, the power between the 2 noble phantasm was very scary. The dragons left ashes in the sky telling the story of a dying planet and light left scorching marks telling about human extinction. Each one of them was aiming for the opposite result. The light wanted to reverse the time to reach the genesis of the planet and the time of its birth, using humanity as a fuel. The dragons were accelerating everything around them toward the helpless future in the land of steel when the planet died because of human mistakes. At this moment, a collision that represents the birth and death of the planet happens in the sky as it announced this Holy Grail war to everyone, even in different parallel worlds. Spoilers for Type Moon ahead, feel free to read or not. So, this is some keywords about Type Moon you need to know in these chapters and some Noble Phantasms explanations. You are free if you want to read or not, most of them are from the wiki and from my novel Sitting. If you want more details or pure canon, go and check it. The planet, Gaia. Human order, Alea. Land of Steel, the time when the planet died because of humanity. The fifth magic. Name, Magic Blue. Domain, its exact domain is unknown, but it has abilities related to time travel, and making the laws of conservation of mass shoulder the debts of a past without future. Tuko Ayazaka claims there should be more to it because time travel is also governed by the second magic, but she declines to speculate further on the subject. Its concepts seem to revolve around consumption and extinction. Ars al-Madal Salomonis is noted to be similar to what the fifth magic is capable of, which means that the fifth magic manipulate heat values as energy in order to achieve various effects like time travel. 9 lives, shooting the 100 heads. Rank, CA+. Type, unknown. This is the most trusted of all of Heracles' noble phantasms, a combat technique devised at the end of a lengthy battle by Heracles. It originally had the form of the bow and arrows used to simultaneously exterminate the 100 heads of the Lernaean Hydra, an immortal 9-headed serpent that would grow back no matter how many times it was cut down. Upon slaying the Hydra at the end of a lengthy battle, Heracles devised this combat technique and became able to utilize abilities that emulate the combat technique of this noble phantasm with other weapons, transforming it into style, shooting the 100 heads, an all-purpose noble phantasm capable of adapting and changing how it appears depending on the target and the circumstances of its use. Garden of Avalon, the forever sealed utopia. Rank, C. Type, anti-unit. Is the noble phantasm of Merlin. It reproduces onto the surrounding area the tower where Merlin is, even now, being confined. Flowers bloom in profusion above the ground, and no matter what sort of darkness or hell that might be, a warm sunlight shall shine upon it. Even if the space that he has been permitted with is nothing but a jail of a mere 10 meters in all directions, and the scenery that was given to him is only an isolated sky found far away in the horizon, it continues to eternally exist as a utopia. Ars Paulina, the time of crowning has come, he is the one who begins all. Rank, A. Type, anti-world. This is the second noble phantasm of Solomon. It is Solomon's reality marble workshop that exists outside of the universe and outside of time, located in the space of imaginary numbers. It is powered by Solomon's magic circuits. Death in this space does not count in reality, so it is possible to revive those who die in this space with enough magical energy. Ars al-Madal Salomonis, the time of birth has come, he is the one who masters all. Rank, X. Type, anti-human order. This is the third noble phantasm of Solomon, planned to be used by GOOOOSE to time travel to the genesis of the earth. It is the of the original sin. It appears at first glance to be a ring of light that encircles the earth. A belt of light that announces mankind's demise. As something that converted the entire human history into heat values, a time travel of vast amounts of years is made possible by collecting, accelerating, and converging some 100 millions of this belt of light. Each line of light is said to carry extreme damage values that are comparable to an A-rank noble phantasm like Excalibur. Nothing on the surface of the planet surpasses the heat value of this noble phantasm. When GOOOOSE charges it and focuses its energy into an attack, the beam is enough to penetrate the planet. Abaddon, the time of death has come, witness the empty future on this land of steel. Rank X. Type, anti-planet, anti-human order. This is the third noble of Leo, who combined with Beast 6 and received everything from him. This noble phantasm represents the biggest sin and mistake that humanity has ever done. Killing the planet, Gaia. At first, it appears as Leo's shadow and follows him everywhere in a semi-activated style, but in fact, that's Beast 6's true body, the 7 dragons with a size that could circle the planet if they tried to. Each dragon has a huge amount of heat come from all the stars that abandoned the humanity on that day. This heat allows the dragons to accelerate time around them and send it towards the land of steel. A place where nothing on earth can survive, and because of their sins, humanity will burn before they reach it. The dragons are immortals and won't die with any normal means no matter how much they have been destroyed. Giving them enough time, the dragons can kill the planet just by circling around it. These two noble phantasms are so similar even if they work in the same way, but one was trying to go to the past to erase the concept of death while using humanity as a tool, and one is going to the future to remind humanity of their mistakes with the pain of the concept of death. Beasts. The sky brightened and darkened at the same time. Two highest forms of mystery in the world were flying above everyone's head. Two noble phantasms with a mystery that shouldn't appear normally, even in the age of gods, were showing their might in this modern day. The dragons roared as they burned everything around them with blue flames that represent death, the death of the planet itself. The light was falling from the sky as it scorched even space and time while traveling in a time when the planet had just been born. Like their names, the time of death and the time of birth has come. The dragons' cries filled the sky before they separated into two groups. 4 dragons went head-on against the light while the other 3 circled around it. The 4 dragons rammed the light with their heads. The world lost all the sounds for a brief moment before the catastrophe happened. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk screech. Asterisk. A loud sound like a giant explosion and a hideous screeching was heard all around the planet as lights and ashes were flying everywhere, completely blinding everyone, and making them unable to see further. However, the dragons were able to stop the light in its place before the 3 other dragons circled around the light and bite it. Asterisk screech. Asterisk. A louder sound than before was echoing in the sky as the dragon's fangs were clashing with the light beam. However, this clash wasn't without consequences. The light started to decay from the place where it contacted the dragons before it received, while the dragons were getting burned before they recovered. If this clash wasn't in the reality marble, then this will be a real world-ending event. This is a lie. Right. Rin widened her eyes as the shock on her pale face was beyond anything she experienced in her life. What is this? How can this happen? The Holy Grail War was always such a world-ending event? Rin couldn't stay calm as she was shivering. The pain from her magic circuits and mana in the air wasn't helping her either. However, before her thoughts went further, she heard a voice next to her. Rin, this isn't the time or the place to freak out. As a magi you should know better. Hey! Of course, I know. When it came to the magi's subject, Rin acted like a cat being stepped on her tail as she almost recovered now. But don't you see that? How can this exist in this era? Rin said while looking at the other people around her. Merlin seemed to be very mysterious to her. She didn't even want to believe that his name was Merlin when she heard Ritsuka calm him. Nero seems to be the most normal, but suddenly, when the dragons appeared in the sky, her attacks became more powerful as Assassin was getting injured now and then, even with his high presence, concealment and skills. However, Ritsuka was the most scary person for her here for one simple reason: she's the master of the world-destroying servant in the sky. Now, she joined Archer in thinking that Ritsuka isn't a human. Ah, I can see it clearly, but can you do something about it? Archer, who finally recovered his calm attitude from the surprise meeting, said with a straight face like he doesn't care a lot. Ha! What with your attitude? Rin was mostly shocked by the coldness of this guy before she asked him, are you servants used to seeing something like this every day? This is just something we brought to ourselves and bound to happen, Archer answered calmly as he focused his attention on Assassin as he bombarded the place around him each time he tried to run away from Nero. He doesn't know if there are other servants around or they only chose to watch the show, but he doesn't want to take any risk. Bound to happen. Rin turned her head to see the colossal dragons reaching the scorching light as she didn't have any word to say. Hey, Master, do you know the little story about the devil at your side that whispers to you each time to do something bad? Archer said with a colder voice as Rin was startled slightly before he seemed more serious. He even called her master without any sarcasm in his tone. Why do you bring stories that even children know, Archer? Rin grabbed some of her gems as Archer shook his head before. You are the child here. Ha! Rin snapped again as Archer saw his plan was successful before he said those stories can be true and false, but how to say it? Humanity illusions are very strong and they love to blame anything except themselves. I knew it before, but I want to thank him. Archer's tone changed as it carried a lot of anger before he whispered for him to confirm that the ideal I chose was so meaningless and worthless. Merlin turned his eyes to the side as he watched the interaction between Archer and Rin before he said helplessly, things are really out of control. Merlin. Ritsuka stared at the dragons and the light in the sky as she didn't know what to think now. Really, these beasts are throwing their problems to me. I know what you want to know, Merlin said as he saw that Fu disappeared from Ritsuka's shoulder. Ritsuka stared at Merlin as she really didn't know what to say about this. She felt that this subject is very sensitive. It isn't a big secret and you'll know eventually. Merlin cleared his throat before he said. Beasts are the monsters of calamity in the world. They are the stigmata of humanity, which are bound to appear as long as humanity exists. They who represent the 7 sins, but these sins aren't the normal ones, they come from the attributes that humans embody in existing as humans. Ignoring Ritsuka's shocked yet disbelieved face, Merlin continues as he said, just as the humanity is enabled to throw away wisdom, evils and beasts are an inevitable fixture of the human condition. This is the evil of humanity, and what happening in the sky is the result of 2 of them. Beast Eye and Beast 6, Merlin said as he looked at the light that represents Beast Eye and the dragons of Leo as Beast 6. Something that humanity brought upon itself. Merlin lowered his staff as he looked at Ritsuka and said, so, what do you think, Chaldea Master? I don't know. I really don't know. Ritsuka was silent for a while before she said those words. She really doesn't know what to think about this. Leo and Fu were this kind of existence that should be called an absolute enemy, especially for an organization like Chaldea. If they are like you said, then what should we do? Fight them? Kill them? But Ritsuka wasn't able to find a correct word to describe her feelings now. If the existence that only brought destruction was the thing that saved her and even chose to help her now, then what should she do? I also don't know, but I'm here just to watch, and I've to say that I wasn't disappointed. Merlin did 180 degrees in his attitude as he suddenly became cheerful and said, Kath Palug, Fu, showed me that even a beast can find beauty if he looked hard enough, and His Majesty, Leo, taught me more about humanity with their ugliness and beauty. Merlin said as a smile was on his face and flowers were flying around him before he whispered, even if they faced the end, they'll keep going and you'll keep watching. Ritsuka felt all the seriousness about the matter was popped like a bubble by Merlin. Don't think too much about it, even me, who doesn't feel anything about humanity overall condition, will feel a headache when I think about it. Merlin waved with his hand as he was stabilizing his noble phantasm, so he can take Excalibur and cut this assassin to pieces. Is this why Castor and Fu hate you this much? Even if you are also a threat to humanity? Ritsuka said with a blank look. Whoa, what did you said? Merlin put his hands on his ears before he turned his head and said, I can't hear you, it seems my spirit origin is malfunctioning. Ritsuka stared at Merlin, closing his ears, and kept saying something just to not hear her before she sighed and looked at the sky. Meanwhile, in Solomon's reality marble above the Pacific Ocean, Solomon was flying in the sky as he looked at the scene of the world's end in front of him without any change in his expression. However, there was some doubt in his eyes. Imperfection? Humanity imperfection? Why does his noble phantasm contain this? Solomon used his clairvoyance to look into Leo's noble phantasm as he found that it has humanity imperfection deep into its core. The dragons and the light were still clashing and trying to consume each other, but the light started to get an advantage and push the dragons with the help of the 5 magic circles behind it. Those magic circles are the 5 true magics. They provide energy from 1st, 2nd, and 3rd magic, while 4th and 5th increase the light power. Solomon saw this as he increased the power of the magic, but before he did that he saw with his clairvoyance that Leo disappeared from his previous location. Boom. With a flap of his wings, Leo reached Solomon instantly before he picked his spear and stabbed to the front. Raising his fist covered with true magic, Solomon punched the spear instantly as a huge shock wave of magical energy hit the surrounding. Clang. Leo's spear and Solomon's magic were pushing each other as the dragons started to push the light back because Solomon lost focus. However, Solomon widened his eyes when he saw Leo's horns and halo shining with the dragon's horns as a bad feeling came to his heart. Suddenly, Solomon punched with his other hand and pushed himself away before he blocked Leo's wing as he frowned because of the shape and colors in the wings. Keeping the bad feeling in his heart, Solomon waved his hand as some light belts separated from his noble phantasm and shot at Leo. Boom. Leo just waved with his wings and crossed an enormous distance to avoid the light's belts, but they were like homing missiles and followed him instantly. 6 Leo said calmly before one of the dragons separated from the group and bite the light belts. However, suddenly, Leo saw something with his clairvoyance as he raised his spear to welcome the fist of Solomon. Boom. Another collision happened as the reality marble was shaking, but this time, Solomon's rings and Leo's horns with halo were shining with sparks like some things that shouldn't meet each other. Pushing the mana on his hand, Solomon did a quick spin before he blew away Leo's spear and started a barrage of punches. Clang, 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 *. The spear and fists were exchanging hits with each other before Solomon did a feint and punched Leo to the gut, which launched him away. Leo flew away as he lost his balance and Solomon was rushing with his fist again, but suddenly, a green light appeared from Leo's necklace before he appeared behind Solomon and stabbed with his spear towards Solomon's spirit origin. Imperfection in perfection. Solomon glanced at this attack before a multicolored light glowed on him. Blue flames were burning on the spear as Leo stabbed Solomon, but he disappeared instantly, which made him say, "Second true magic, hey. First, your rings and now this." Second true magic is the operation of parallel worlds which allows its user to travel and use parallel worlds. Solomon can't use his incomplete form of this magic to travel between parallel worlds, but he can teleport in a way that Leo can't track him. Solomon appeared far away from Leo as he looked at the scene around him before he said the information was too lacking. "There is a huge change in Beast 6 data, start to collect the new data." Solomon's voice sounded like a machine for a moment when he was checking his magecraft data before he said, "Beast 6 seems to have the power to amplify his abilities, this battle won't lead any." However, before he finished his words, Leo's dragon appeared above him and opened his mouth full of flames, which made Solomon dodge quickly. "Oh, I'm sorry, but did you just say you want to run?" Leo appeared next to Solomon as his magical energy was more explosive, even his eyes were flaming with anger. "After I let go of my beast side, used my edgy noble phantasm, and said a full monologue of edgy words." Leo seemed angrier about something that made Solomon confused even in his rational mode. "I even evolved into an edge emperor and you want to run?" Leo said as his attacks became more fierce and his dragons were roaring. Beasts are edgy creatures by nature, they are born to be chunny and edgy according to what Leo felt during these days. Their view of humanity and philosophy can write a 100k pages about humanity and their symbolism with them, which make them an excellent villain material. Leo, as a true beast, he became edgy by nature, and has the authority to be edgy and chunny without being cringy according to this world rules, especially when Beast 6 is one of the biggest edgelord in this world. He even evolves to an edge emperor. Leo doesn't care about this a lot, but when he uses his noble phantasm and says edgy lines, he wants to finish the job. However, Solomon wants to run now. Solomon started at Leo before he teleported away and started to use the second magic to leave this reality marble while trapping Leo here for a few seconds. Leo saw this as he put a spear throwing position and called Tusk to activate the spin and the golden rectangle. With Tusk power, the spear started to spin in Leo's hand and a golden rectangle appeared in front of him before his necklace glowed, which made a green color on the rectangle and the spear. Even the dragon's blue flames started to spin and pushed the light further. "My edginess doesn't allow this." With that scream filled with anger, Leo threw his spear at Solomon that almost teleported away. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. The spear hit the area around Solomon as the second true magic cracked slightly in mid-air. However, Leo's spear also had cracks all over it. Perfection in imperfection. Solomon said quietly before Leo's spear was blown by the true magic and he wanted to activate the teleportation again, but then, he saw a giant black wing with rainbow colors next to him. Solomon widened his eyes as the wing extended and opened up as one of Leo's dragons appeared from it and rushed towards him. At that moment, when the bloody colossal mouth and blue flames appeared on his face, Solomon raised his hand as the true magic was activated before he teleported from here, but one of his rings touched the flames slightly. Asterisk boo-hoo-hum. The dragon closed his mouth before looking around in confusion because Solomon escaped. Leo lowered his head as the magical energy and divinity around him were boiling to the maximum, which shows his feelings now. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Without the support of Solomon, the noble phantasm was cracked by the dragons and decayed into ashes, but Leo wasn't happy at all. Raising his head and looking at the sky with empty eyes, Leo took a deep breath before he screamed, "Curse you, Solomon!" A beast screams of hatred were echoing in the reality marble as the dragons were roaring and destroying everything around them. Meanwhile, in the imaginary number space, GOOOOSE opened his eyes as he had a weird feeling of understanding someone's pain now. Today events show clearly that beasts will always hate all the casters with grand class relation, be it Merlin or Solomon. Battle's conclusions. Blue fire was burning and ashes were flying around as everything, be it physical or spiritual, was turning into ashes and disappearing from this world. The dragons were roaring as they seemed very angry about something as they were trying to destroy the reality marble around, but the temple that can reverse the concept of death was still hanging with a thread, even if it was almost broken. Leo was floating in the sky and his face has only one expression, which was anger and annoyance because Solomon sealed him here for a few seconds before he ran. Asterisk cracks. Asterisk cracks. Asterisk. The sky of the reality marble started cracking as it announced this temple's end and the alternative reality is being corrected by the world now. Leo saw this as he went down and stopped his spell. His necklace closed, which made his halo and wings disappear. This gave him a severe headache as he held his head slightly. When that happened, the dragons in the sky became transparent before they started to become smaller and move back to Leo's shadow. However, before they became very small, the dragons opened their mouths and shot fire at Solomon's throne, which destroyed it completely. Don't worry, 6. Leo looked at the dragons behind him before he said he'll definitely come back, even if the next battle won't be this easy. Growling. An inhuman and incomprehensive sound appeared from the dragons, which showed a clear anger and that anger was pointing at Solomon. 6 is the mindless monster called Beast 6. Or at least what left of him after all what happened to him. What is left has become the will of Leo's third noble phantasm. I know, and he won't do as he pleases, Leo said as he put his hand on one of the dragon's heads and said no one has the right to judge them. Even me. Although Leo was annoyed and all the jokes, edge, and stuff, Solomon really stepped on the reverse scales of the whole existence of Beast 6 with his words and plan. Each beast represents something and they take that thing to their core, which won't disappear even if they were defeated by humanity, and Solomon just tried to deny it. No wonder GOOOOSE hates him so much. Your beast's problems are complicated. Drake, who is used to the concept of pure and simple dragons of DXD, has a headache while looking at the dragons of type Moon. Grr. Dragons didn't have much intelligence, but clearly, they were saying that Drake's simple dragon is boring. Drake felt personally attacked and started to know why Leo doesn't like this world. 6 didn't care about Drake as he recovered his flames and made sure nothing of them stayed in this place before disappearing into Leo's shadow. Leo stared at 6's actions as he only let out a helpless sigh for some reason before looking down to see the water turn into ashes slightly. King Crimson appeared behind Leo as a red glow was on them before they disappeared from this place. Meanwhile, at the mountain range near Fuaki, Heracles and Alcides were fighting head-to-head with the desire to kill each other. They both didn't show mercy and each hit was aiming at the vitals. Alcides leaped back before he shot a few arrows at Heracles. Each arrow was filled with mana and divinity that can pierce Heracles' defense easily. However, Heracles' anger seems to increase to a degree that gives him some sanity as long as it is about killing Alcides, which says a lot about type Moon and people that want to kill themselves from different times in it. Heracles smashed one arrow in his axe before using the axe as a support and rotated his body in the air, which made him dodge the arrows before using one of them as a platform and blasted toward Alcides. Even Ilia widened her eyes at these movements as the world was spinning around her because of Heracles' speed. Alcides didn't flinch against this rush before he shot one last arrow and grabbed his bow to attack. Heracles did the same as he blocked the arrow with his bare hand. That hand was pierced easily by the arrow, however, Heracles was able to reach Alcides as he raised his axe with all his might. **Boom. Heracles and Alcides screamed as they were clashing with their own weapons before a huge shock wave appeared from their mana. In the battle of pure power, each servant had the same huge mana supplies, but Heracles' anger seems to explode even more as he was able to throw Alcides away. In mid-air, Alcides stabilized himself before shooting an arrow with all his might as that arrow was far stronger than the previous ones, however, it wasn't aimed at Heracles. Heracles saw the arrow was aiming towards his master and he didn't have time to lift his axe. **Boom. The area exploded with magical energy because of the arrow. Cough, cough. Berserker Ilia coughed because of the dust before she saw Heracles' head in front of her which blocked the arrow aiming at her head. After a moment, a red light flashed on his body and Heracles' noble phantasm started to revive him because he just died now. Do you think you can protect someone? Alcides seemed very angry at this action of Heracles before he said, remember that you killed them with your own hand, we killed them with our own hands. Heracles didn't seem to care about Alcides' words, but he kept his distance this time because it can put Ilia in danger. You. Alcides put another arrow on his bow and aimed at Ilia, but Heracles pushed her behind his body, so all that Alcides can shoot is him. Keeping the aiming position, Alcides looked at the eyes of himself and how he pushed his master behind him before more anger appeared on his face behind the cloth. At this moment, the dragons in the sky destroyed the light and the mana reaction in the surroundings started to lower down. Archer, the party is over, let's back down for now. Suddenly, Alcides heard his master's voice in his head which made him frown. Don't frown on me, if you really want to fight then use your other noble phantasms than wasting time comparing skills with yourself. Alcides' master didn't waste more time before he left the telepathic call, but his words made Alcides a little angry, even if he knows that's true. Consider yourself lucky, but keep it in mind. I'll kill you with my own hands and erase that name of yours from history, Alcides said as he took his bow back before turning into his spiritual form and leaving. Heracles didn't stop his other self from leaving as he picked his dizzy master and left this place. Sigh. It seems that the alternative choice was slightly lacking in one of the buildings in Fuyaki City, Alcides' master said as he was leaving this area. When he summoned Alcides, he used an alternative curse he bought from the multiverse space to give him an Avenger class abilities. However, compared with a completely ruthless Alcides, he retained some of his morals. It seems that his alternative was lacking compared to Fuyaki's evil of humanity mud. He had the idea of getting some from here, but it'll cost a lot to fix the effect of that mud, even in the multiverse space, because that's a high-level curse coming from the human order. I guess we should watch the show for now, Alcides' master said before he disappeared from this location. However, he didn't notice that the corpse he left on the rooftop started to decay before it vanished like mist. Meanwhile, in the shopping district of Fuyaki, the fight was finally announced to an end. Ah! Nero raised her sword and knocked Assassin Dagger away, which made him hide in the shadow again. Jumping from a building to another while staying in the shadows, Assassin raised his head quickly to dodge because Nero appeared next to him. Don't act surprised. With a slash from her sword, Nero cut Assassin's arm and made a deep wound on his chest before she said, I'm an omnipotent genius, after all. All that happened was Nero using her all-powerful and reliable skill called Imperial Privilege X. This skill can be described with one word. Cheating using privileges. It's pretty much I can do whatever I want on a skill. Though it depends on how high the rank is. Using this skill, Nero wields a sword, rides horses, or even gets other skills like divinity just because she wants to. This skill with Leo's huge mana supplies made Nero turn into a living cheat, even if she'll suffer a headache and forget those skills after a while. Now, Assassin's skills of presence concealment were felt by Nero before she made her own skill to be able to track him easily. Assassin didn't care about his injury or act surprised like Nero said before he opened his mouth as smoke appeared from it. Nero didn't stop as she rushed with her sword, but a sudden light flashed before Assassin disappeared, which made her fall from the building and say command seals. This is annoying. Assassin was summoned by his master using command seals, which is the best action for now, but this made Nero angry. Nero stopped the ground with her foot as she experienced what Leo had just felt in these moments. Everyone is running away, hey. Merlin lowered his Excalibur as the look on his face made Ritsuka and Rin scared for a moment. Archer and Merlin wanted to say something, but he coughed before he changed it as Archer was aiming at his head. You don't have to be this stressed, no one will come now, Merlin said with a casual tone which made Archer think of using his noble phantasm. I'm just saying. Merlin put his Excalibur back before he said, you even manifest as a beast, hey? Kath Palug. It seems you really found it. Meanwhile, at a parking slot a few streets away from Merlin and others. Crash. Crash. A few magi and people were crushed like ants and blood was flying everywhere. No one was able to scream or escape as a beast was killing everything while chasing his prey. Fu lost most of his shape at this moment. He grew to the size of a tiger and his tail was flashing with some colors. His head has horns now and his cute look became a monstrosity as he was looking at a dark fog. The fog was trying to tie Fu, but no matter what it did, it wasn't able to put a scratch on him as he opened his mouth full of sharp teeth and bit it. Cracks. The fog, who is a conceptual existence of a servant, was broken like glasses from Fu's bite before it dispersed. With an inhuman cry of a beast, Fu felt the fog escaped into a realm in the dreams world as he wanted to chase, but he stopped after he saw that the clash between Solomon and Leo has ended. Looking left and right for a second, Fu returned to his normal form as he sealed his beast's power before rushing back to Ritsuka's location. All that was left in this parking slot was potholes, broken cars, and tens of bodies torn apart in a gory way. However, if someone with some real power came to this place, then he'll see that even their souls were torn apart by some sharp teeth. Emperor. After all those battles everyone started to back away because this is still a war and the two monsters in the sky are still alive, but more importantly, they don't want to be responsible for these events. Explosions, light in the sky, colossal dragons, and even the whole clash between the two magics. Nobody wants to be responsible for this and get chased by the Magic Association and Church. So, everyone started to call it a day and back away from the crime scene called Fuyaki City. However, like always, someone needs to take the blame and that person was having an internal conflict now. Rin was feeling very unlucky now as she was staring at her command seals while thinking how she would explain this. This passed the scope of the magecraft crazy experiment excuse that everyone uses these days. Looking at her expression, Archer was able to read her easily as he turned his head away and avoided eye contact. Sorry, Rin. But these are beasts and grand we are talking about. They don't play according to the rules. Archer imagined Rin's panic when she tried to explain today before the church began to erase everyone's memories as an idea popped in his head. Church? Doesn't mean they'll also go to the priest, Kyrie. Suddenly, Archer felt some joy which made him wonder if he should have a moment of silence for his master or laugh at Kyrie. Finally it ended. This level of activity is too much for a small magus like me. Merlin put his hand on his chest as he breathed a sigh of relief after everything ended. No, I think this is just the beginning. Ritsuko looked at Merlin's flower field disappearing as she said the cruel truth. Why do you have to hurt me like this? Merlin looked at Ritsuko with blank eyes as even the magus of flowers was gloomy now. Wait, what do you mean it's just the beginning? Rin was one step away from grabbing Ritsuka's collar and shaking her, but she preferred to keep her life. Hey, Archer, this can't be true, right? Rin turned to Archer that only avoided her eye contact, which made her feel that the world became grey and everything ruined. Of course, it's only the start. A voice was heard from above before Nero did a flip in the air and landed gracefully on the ground. The battle between heroes, the clash between eras, and the stage of the Holy Grail War is still filled with surprises. Nero did her exaggerated poses before she smiled and said, "This is so fun, even if it get annoying when they run. I know it's the best strategy for now and they won't just sit down and die, but it's still frustrating." Nero stabbed her sword on the ground as she was slightly displeased about this situation. Everyone looked at her as each one of them had a different opinion. Merlin nodded as he felt that he should have taken Excalibur faster. Ritsuka didn't understand how these people talk about serious things with this relaxed attitude. Rin was having another breakdown, and Archer didn't care, although he also hated when they ran away. Tell me about it. Suddenly, another voice was heard as the area glitched like a video game, which made Ritsuka and Rin wipe their eyes to confirm that it's real. Leo appeared from the glitched area as his look changed slightly. His clothes were slightly messy and burned and he lost his monocle. He was floating above the ground slightly, but when they looked at him they felt he's slightly blurry for some reason. However, the servants around were able to see King Crimson behind Leo as they had one thought in their heads. Why is that spirit looking so angry? Even Archer felt wrong when King Crimson 2 faces and 4 eyes were staring at him, but little they knew. King Crimson is always triggered. I announce that I hate all casters with grand names next to them, and I'll change my class to Rider after this is over, Leo said as his face showed the same frustration as Nero. Hey! That's a false accusation. We casters are the best this world could offer. Merlin felt the pride of casters was attacked. We, who hold the clairvoyance of X rank, always help the world when it's in need. Merlin said broadly while Leo looked at him with a blank expression before replying, then why do you solve them in a completely chaotic way? Because it wouldn't be fun otherwise, right? Merlin said with a proud face before a while light flashed and stepped on his face. Fu appeared from nowhere before he did a backflip from Merlin's face and landed on Ritsuka's shoulder. You feral beast, did you forget all the years I took care of you? Merlin held his face which was hurting from Fu's claws before he screamed. Fu. Fu turned his head away as he didn't want to talk to Merlin, but he noticed that Ritsuka was slightly stiff. Fu tilted his head while tapping Ritsuka's face which made her flinch before she said, "Ah. I'm okay, Fu, thank you." Fu was still confused, but he didn't feel anything as a beast and Ritsuka's shoulder relaxed now. He told her. Leo glanced at Ritsuka's reaction when Fu landed on her shoulder before he looked at Merlin, but he didn't say anything. Oh, my praetor came back from his battle, allow me to congratulate you on your splendid fight, Nero said as he moved closer to Leo, but he only floated away. Nero blinked her eyes before she took another step and Leo floated away. Soon the steps turned into a run as Nero was chasing Leo. Why are you running from me? Nero said as she almost took her sword to force Leo to stop. For your own safety, Leo said calmly as the chase continued while everyone was watching with a blank face. Even Rin wondered if this is the scary guy from earlier. However, when Leo dodged Nero again, a gravel fell from the building where Nero and Assassin were fighting and reached Leo. It didn't even last an instant before it became ashes. I told you to stop, Leo sighed before he moved away from Nero and said, I'm not in my best condition now. Are you stuck in a different era or a time axis? Merlin looked at Leo's condition before he said that era isn't pretty at all. Hey. Yeah, it's not. Leo didn't want to talk about it before he said it'll be fixed soon, just don't touch me or prepare to be sent into an era of death. With great power always come consequences, especially in this world. When using his noble phantasm to accelerate time into the land of steel, Leo's body accelerates as well because he is connected to 6, so he can use the blue flames in close combat. However, this usage makes the perception of time about him completely chaotic, so he needs some time for this effect to be gone. King Crimson's ability to erase time is also good to lower the effect and make it pass quickly, so Leo kept him active. So, don't get close to me and especially yo. Leo didn't finish his words before Nero took his hand and held it. Leo looked at his hand being held by Nero before raising his head and staring at Nero's smug face. It seems you are still underestimating me, Praetor, but I, Nero Claudius, is bu, ouch. Nero wanted to brag about that time or eras can't separate her and her Praetor before she took a hand knife to the head by Leo. Don't try to be proud of this. I know you're using the 7 crowns. Leo looked at Nero closer before he said, don't you know how much effect it's causing on you? When the first attack happened, Merlin helped the people around first and Nero did nothing, even if she was called a tyrant and cruel in history, but Nero isn't the type to stand and let people die. However, the 7 crowns are something from the evil of humanity and Nero is already changing, which makes Leo worried a little because she shouldn't hold them, and now she's using them just to not be affected by him time axis. It's already changing you. The 7 sins on that crown aren't some. However, another interrupting happened to Leo as Nero said rejected. Praetor seems to have a bad habit of pushing everything on himself, which isn't good at all. Nero grabbed Leo's hand tightly before she said, I'm the Emperor of Rome, and an emperor doesn't need help, so you don't have to be worried about it, my Praetor. I can carry what this history has to offer me. History has put a black shade on us, yet we aren't ashamed, which is very wonderful. Nero smiled very brightly as she narrowed her eyes. And doesn't the Praetor think it's impossible for the Emperor to leave his empire? Nero raised Leo's hand and put it on her cheek before she said, so, I'll carry this crown and you'll be stuck with me no matter how you try to deny it. Leo is Beast 6 and he is also called the Beast of Babylon, which is also the name of Rome. Nero meant that he's her empire, so how could an emperor leave his empire? And if Leo is holding the 10 crowns, how could she be weak just from 7? Leo stared at Nero's smug face for a while before he raised his hand and hit her with another hand knife, but Nero felt this hit was very light. She even felt lighter in her spirit origin before she knew what happened. Leo just took some of her burden of sins, which come from the 7 crowns to himself. However, before Nero said anything, Leo raised his other hand toward Nero. Nero didn't understand what was going on, but she raised her hand subconsciously, which made Leo more silent because she did it like she had 100% trust in him. Look here and follow me using your imperial privilege. You need to alter your spirit origin in this way to make the mana flow better and Leo started to say a lot of complicated stuff about spirits origins of servants and how to transform it in a way that lower the burden from the 7 crowns. Nero puffed her cheeks slightly before she said, you're unfair, Praetor, to do such a sneak attack. Do you want to know how to keep those crowns in check or not? Leo seemed to be annoyed for some reason, which made a smug expression on Nero's face before she said, only if my Praetor was teaching me. Leo's eyebrow was twitching before he took a deep breath and started teaching Nero, who had a huge smile on her face while holding his hand. Everyone was looking at this exchange as some felt hurt and others felt weird. She's good. Merlin had to admit Nero's natural skills in opening hearts, even if she had a quest item, 7 crowns, to help her. Ritsuko looked at this as she didn't know what to feel about something called the evil of humanity acting like this while patting Fu, which is also an evil of humanity. Archer felt this Holy Grail war is getting weirder and weirder while looking around the place. Rin held her head as she didn't understand anymore. Servants were flirting in front of her after they almost destroyed the world. All in all, they can only agree that this Holy Grail war is very weird. 7. Situation. Back in the nuclear city of Fuyuki, as everyone was doing one single thing, which was running away. There's a hidden rule in the supernatural side in this world, a rule that is supposed to be very obvious and everyone should follow it, which is keeping the mystery a secret. Mystery is the source of all supernatural phenomenons in this world. Everything grew stronger or weaker according to their mysteries. The oldest and mysterious always get an advantage of strength and power, even if those sitting sometimes break here and there, but there's one thing for sure. Only the higher mysteries can defeat other mysteries in this world. This rule of keeping the mystery as a secret isn't just a random rule, but it's vital for the magi and other creatures. Mystery, according to its name, is more stronger and alive when not a lot of people know about it. The condition of mystery in the modern era is weaker than it was in the age of gods. Back in the day, a lot of magecraft could be called true magic, but now, there's only 5 remaining. For these reasons, Magi won't allow the mystery to spread around the world and be known by all. They did everything to stop it: politics, fairy tales, stupid ideas, and even the magic shows on TV to make the world believe that magic and magecraft is just a myth and illusions. However, today, 2 servants decided to make their show global and told everyone that there's a possibility of dragons popping out from anywhere or a light from heaven drop on their heads. The Magic Association and Church were racking their brains to find a solution to the problem and calm it before their agents delete the memories of most of the people, which will make the others look crazy and shut up about it. But there was one thing for certain, which is what the hell is happening in Fuyuki? Was a ritual built by just 3 families this crazy to destroy the world? What happened in the sky left a scare in the mind of Magi that would be difficult to heal. It was a war beyond words for Magi. Even if they ignored the mystery exposure and huge damage, they cannot let something like the Holy Grail run wild anymore, be it for Magic Association future or their greed. However, before the true force of power was sent to Fuyuki, the Magic Association and the Church suddenly stopped all the preparations and announced it was not necessary. They even decided to wait and see while keeping a close eye on the situation by sending some agents. The huge change in decisions made everyone baffled beyond words, even if the decision was from the Lords of the Clock Tower and some special members of the Church. However, this didn't stop the Magi from figuring the situation, but they received some information that made them pale and extinguished all thoughts of going to Fuyuki. You can't blame them because the Holy Grail and what happened in Fuyuki was announced as the magecraft experiment of a very important figure in this world and nobody wants to mess with him without preparation. Meanwhile, in a spherical room with the view of the starry sky, a wooden chair was floating. However, even if the chair was mysterious and weird with its design, it was completely overshadowed by the man sitting on it. The man was old and had a beard on his face. His clothes were like a wizard robe, but it was fancier. However, the unique thing was his aura that didn't look like a human at all. This is wrong. The man waved with his hand as a book was floating in front of him and its pages were turning with a quick speed. All access points, lines, and even possibilities of the timelines were annihilated from that part of the world. The man touched his beard as he was in deep thoughts about the situation. Usually when this happens, the world, Gaia, Alea, and Root, won't interfere and let it die for good, but it seems something is special about that one. The man looked at his book before he sighed and said, "Is it because of those unusual readings I received lately?" Kisker Zelrich Schwinorg, the wizard Marshall, is in a slight dilemma about what is going around because this has already surpassed his second true magic calculations. What do you think about the situation? Suddenly, Zelrich said without looking behind him. I've to say that I'm surprised that you're the first one to interfere. There was an old phone on a small table behind Zelrich as it started talking suddenly. Oh, even if I'm old, I can't just miss all the fun. Zelrich stroked his beard before he said, and if I don't then those kids will send the association to its death while you try to play around. Zelrich was one that calmed down the situation around the world by making a phone call to the Church and the Magic Association. He announced to the world that the Holy Grail is his magecraft experiment, that he was preparing for it for a long time. No one was able to openly deny him because he was a supervisor of the Holy Grail creation. He pulled the card of "I'm stronger, so I'll take care of it for you and you don't have to worry" on all the organizations in the world, which made them slightly angry, but more helpless because the wizard Marshall spoke and there's nothing they can do about it if they care about their lives. Well, some don't care about their lives, but that's a different story. However, if someone knows Zelrich, he'll know that he's trying to protect the association from danger that even he can't contain without paying a heavy price. How rude. But you noticed their strength. The man behind the phone, the dead apostle, Kabak Alcatraz, sighed before he said, I don't want to be involved with them, but the situation doesn't allow it. Dead apostles were the humans who became vampires by different means, like magecraft or getting their blood sucked by a vampire. Kabak Alcatraz is the 27th of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, which Zelrich is in, and he's also an old friend of his. Solomon and Beast 6, both of them grew stronger to a degree that I don't want them to aim at me. Zelrich tapped his book as the pages started turning again while thinking about the situation. Can't they take their personal problems away? One was crowned by God and another by humanity. The amount of contradiction between them is so huge that's ridiculous. Zelrich started to get annoyed by the Christianity-related servants making a mess everywhere. Solomon, the king of magecraft, from the name you can know that all the mage craft against him is useless, and now he has enough power to use other true magic, even if they are incomplete, which puts Zelrich at a huge disadvantage. Beast 6, the Beast of Babylon, isn't all that complicated with Zelrich because that beast can kill him directly. True ancestors are incarnate natural spirits born from the planet, Gaia, and can be classified as planet-level spirits higher than divine spirits. However, all these traits of power can count as a huge debuff facing Leo and his planet-killing dragons. This is a 10x attribute advantage, not to mention the dead apostle like Zelrich, who are weaker against the planet-killing than the true ancestors. Zelrich doesn't see any hope for victory in his current condition, which is weaker than his peak. Even having clones in parallel worlds is useless if Beast 6's second noble phantasm was involved, and it's a checkmate across all parallel worlds if the first noble phantasm caught him. His youth form has a better chance, but those three noble phantasms are still a great danger. After all, he was a human at some point. I know humanity had the hobby of dooming itself, but for them to allow something like that to exist. I'm totally speechless, Kobuk said as he wondered how much humanity, illusions and evil can reach to create 7 beasts of calamity. There have been some changes in Beast 6, but those three noble phantasm are all linked to each other. They can even be counted as a single noble phantasm revolving around the crown, which is very annoying if I might say. Zelrich remembered Solomon and his rings that can protect him from the Beast 6's second noble phantasm as he was speechless again. So, did you just come here for chatting because we can do that over a cup of tea, or? You're here because of the spider? Zelrich said as Kobuk was silent for a while. Spider might be a silly nickname, but that's the nickname of one of the strongest things in this world, the ultimate one, type Mercury, who's sleeping in South America, waiting for the land of steel to arrive. Kobuk and Zelrich were worried about his awakening because of all the noise Solomon and Leo made. The spider isn't the biggest problem here. Zelrich, do you think we can survive the Forsaken Eden? Kobuk took a while before he said those words that made the expression on Zelrich's face solidify a little. No, sorry old friend, but our chances are 0% in the normal conditions. After all, that sealed garden is the biggest rebellion against the Lord and the real authority of Beast 6. Only beasts, humans, or beings out of the planet can survive. Zelrich stroked his beard before he grinned and said, it's like dropping the heaven on the mortal world and the thing that Manika Sehaya was trying to use, which make me wonder what reaction will the church have if they know about his existence. That crown and all the records of evil, I really want to pass, because if I'm going to die, I prefer to die by the crimson moon. Kobuk was having a headache which he didn't have in a lot of years. Enough with chatting, do you have anything important, because I don't have time to waste with your failed comedian, Zelrich said as it made Kobuk almost crash the phone from the other side. Look at this. With those words, the book in front of Zelrich started turning faster before it landed on a particular page. This might change everything. Zelrich widened his eyes while looking at the page that didn't have any information. This book is a mystic code connected with parallel worlds and their information, but there was nothing on this page, no past, present, or future. However, there was one single name. Ritsuka Fujimaru. Meanwhile, at Fuyuki City, near Mount Edu, there was a group of people walking around. Or floating. Leo was floating around while talking about something with Archer and Merlin. Nero was still holding Leo's hand with the excuse that my spirit origin is still fragile and needs more adjusting. However, she was looking at Rin, who told everyone that they can't stay there, like an enemy. After everything that happened, the group left the battle scene and proceeded to evacuate because they also don't want to have the unnecessary trouble with the Magic Association, and the church. Even Rin, who was going to get involved anyway, didn't want to be at the scene. I just felt someone was talking about me. Leo looked at the sky as his instincts told him that was someone talking about him, which wasn't strange after all the trouble he caused. That to be expected. However, what is the next move in this battle? Nero nodded for some reason before she asked Leo. This wasn't a question about her actions, but she wanted to hear other opinions, especially her praetor, before taking a step in this war. Hunt Solomon down, Leo replied instantly before he said, the smaller time he get to prepare, the better for us, especially for a caster that has a lot of cards in his sleeve. Ohumu. Then it'll be a wild attack, no running around and ending with a bang. Nero said with her exaggerated tone as it made Leo look at her before he said, it seems you're also a supporter of the mayhem route. Mayhem? I don't know about that, but the bigger the shock on everyone's faces, the better it'll be. Nero said as Leo nodded again while Ritsuka was sweating as she was holding the sleeping Fu. Merlin told her that Fu isn't an adult of his race yet, so he needs some sleep once in a while after some action. So, you were sent by Alea? Archer-san. Ritsuko looked at Archer as Rin was still holding her forehead while she knew that her servant is a traitor to all magi. Ah, at first, it was a normal summon, but then, it became a mission, Archer said calmly while choosing to ignore Ritsuko's familiarity with him before he looked at Rin and said, don't worry, Master, I'm still your servant, but humanity's survival come first in my job. It was just a Holy Grail war, it was supposed to be a battle for the honor of my family, why did the survival of humanity become involved? Rin was having another mental breakdown, maybe that information should be given to her slowly as Ritsuko was tapping her shoulder. I see, then the information from Alea should come from the Fourth Holy Grail War. Merlin remembered the time when even he lost most of his clairvoyance effect on this world before he said there has been a different summon of a caster from the last Holy Grail War, but I know nothing except it was close to Berserker, Lancelot. Caster, you say? Leo tried to look with his clairvoyance, but like Merlin said, he couldn't see a thing, like something was blocking his vision. Yeah, there was a problem in the last Holy Grail, Alea said. It's connected to the Matta's house. Archer stopped for a moment before he said, according to calculations of human order, there has been a loss in connection with a human there before it was fixed almost instantly, but Alea kept it in mind. Mattu? Archer, what do you mean? Suddenly, Rin woke up from her mental breakdown and asked Archer, who sighed because he knew this would happen. Leaving Archer with a raging Rin, Merlin looked at Leo before he said, can't you look at the records? I can, but I won't, because looking at humanity's sins and flaws all day hurt my brain. Leo rejected the idea before his expression became blank and he said, and I'm disappointed by her, Root. Disappointed by the Roots, hey. If those magi heard you, they'll question life before hunting you down for their honor. Merlin felt he'd only see new stuff as he was hanging around these guys before he said, that's a shame, it'd be a quick solution if you do. Leo glanced at Merlin, but didn't say anything. Your servant really loves to talk about humanity and their sins. Rin was trying to shake Archer, but she failed because of his strength before she looked at Leo and Merlin conversation and asked Ritsuko, who seemed the only one who'll answer something even if she was still scared of her. Well, that because... Ritsuko frowned for a moment before something popped in her head and said. He's Satan. Ha! Rin raised her voice of confusion before she looked at Leo, who was grinning and looking at them. Finally, some recognition, and I can finally say this. Leo nodded with satisfaction at Rin's pale face before he said, you thought it's your regular servant, but it was me, Satan. Archer face-palmed himself while holding the fainted Rin. Merlin was whistling, Ritsuko tilted her head at this introduction, and Fu was sleeping. The Holy Grail seemed to be clouded in more mystery as Satan was happy by finally getting some recognition and making someone faint from his name. The correct rules. After all the crazy events and problems that happened today, the sun went down as it announced the end of the day. Everyone was still on their nerves from today, but the Church and Magic Association worked very fast as most of the normal people got their memory deleted by magecraft in different ways across the world. They used devices, bounded fields, familiars, long-range spells. Even the creatures against humanity like dead apostles didn't interfere in the process. What was left of the people that remembered what happened, asked their friends about it, but they only looked like crazy. Even any information they posted online got deleted before they received a visit from a familiar to take their memories. As organizations that rule the world from the bright side with their fortune and from the dark side by magecraft, the Magic Association and Church worked very fast and cleared the situation, but they couldn't just forget about Fuyaki City just because Zelrich told them so. If they did, then they won't be stubborn believers and crazy magi. First of all, they send some investigation agents to Fuyaki to check the situation before anything else. Then the Church decided to call the source directly to know about the situation. After all, they have an insider in the Holy Grail War, which made their temporary ally, Magic Association, confused because they also supposed to have an insider in that war, except they lost all the connection with her. Yes, I understand. Meanwhile, in the Church of Fuyaki City, Kaire was holding a phone as he was talking with someone from the church. Tosaka Air can't be a help for us, this is a war and she's one of the participants, and after all what we saw, I don't think she has time for this. Kaire didn't say a single lie in his words, even changing the truth a little will be discovered by the other party, so he's just answering what he knows while maneuvering around the questions with a lot of information. It also seems that the other party is busy and in a rush. I'll keep you informed about this war while waiting for the reinforcements. Kaire received some orders from the church as he chose to follow them without any question. In these troubled times, we need to strengthen our beliefs and remember that the Lord will always guide us, Kyrie said calmly as the person behind the phone seemed to be pleased before hanging up. Putting the phone aside and lowering his hand, Kyrie closed his eyes and started to think about what he'll do now. What wrong, fake priest? Having some trouble? Cu was leaning on the wall of the church with his back while looking at Kyrie with a grin on his face. Or maybe someone will see what you did. Cu's sarcastic tone continued as he was making fun of Kyrie, even if he knew that he wouldn't achieve any effect. He's angry about the fact that everything that happened, from servants' battle to world destruction and this master of his, didn't allow him to go and join the fun. Cu felt that he missed the party of a century that even the Age of Gods didn't have, so he isn't feeling well now. Like Cu thought, Kyrie didn't change his expression when he heard his words before he looked at the window as the snow that was melted by Solomon's light beam, started falling again. Lancer, go and check the surroundings, Kyrie said before he walked away and entered the back of the church. He needs to do something quickly, especially when he can't call Gilgamesh now. Cu looked at Kyrie leaving before he clicked his tongue and left the church. He doesn't want to stay here a single second and he might find some servants to talk about life, fight, in this night. Meanwhile, in Leo's mansion that was covered in green light and a ton of magecraft spells to block clairvoyance. Leo, Merlin, and Archer were in the same room as a slightly heavy atmosphere was around. After reaching the mansion, Leo went to secure his mansion from the stalker, Solomon, with his power as he modified the mansion slightly to block the clairvoyance effects, even if he doesn't know if this will be able to block Solomon's one. Merlin also runs around while throwing some spells here and there and looking at the different beasts in Leo's mansion. All beasts with spirits powers liked Merlin. Windcat, Diachu, even Pakia, who is always in the mansion hidden space, liked Merlin. Well, as a magus who knows spirits a lot, this wasn't surprising. Archer went into a random room and put the fainted Rin on a bed before leaving and closing the door behind him. Archer is working with the logic of if they wanted to kill us, they would have done it a while ago, so it's okay for now. Nero wanted to look around the mansion, especially when she went and saw Leo's beasts running around, so she dragged Ritsuka with her, even if Leo felt that she is planning something, but when he saw her looking at Diachu Dio's face without freaking out, he didn't have anything to say. Now, can we talk about the important things? Archer crossed his arms and looked at the two clairvoyance assholes in the room. Oh? Are you sure you want to enter this subject? Leo sat on one of the chairs in the room as he held the sleeping Fu in his arms. He's now sending some of his mana to Fu to help him recover faster while petting his head, so no one can know about his hobby. Perfect plan, as expected from Satan. Of course, wasting any more time will reflect badly on us, especially when we are working together now. Archer shrugged his shoulders as he didn't seem nervous at all. Did you recover your calm this quickly? You're not fun at all, Leo sighed as his words made Archer's eyebrow twitch. Although your actions until now are not of the devil, but I have to say that you're really an asshole. Archer said the truth about the situation, even if his words always seem to carry sarcasm in them. Of course, I'm an asshole, Leo said calmly as Archer and Merlin looked at him with the look of, are you okay? What with your look? If I'm going to be a jerk and an asshole, then I'll admit it directly. It's not like I'll say I'm a good guy or a gentleman. Leo summoned his coffee cup before he said, even if I'm Satan, I have standards and shit. Sigh, what a weird day. Archer sighed at one of the most bizarre days in his life. It seems you are not only calm, but even taking it easy, hey. Leo felt his dignity as Satan and a beast is being questioned by these people around him. Why wouldn't I be? It is not like you'll just kill us randomly, and I also want to thank you for showing me that my ideal was a complete lost cause. Archer sighed again as he said while closing his eyes. Ideal? You mean the justice partner? Well, it's a stupid ideal from the start that only the fools will go after, but what to say, each one of us in this holy grail war is a fool in his own way. Leo shrugged his shoulders as he didn't care a lot of this topic. The land of steel, hey? It's really a frightening future. Is this why you don't want to do anything? Merlin spotted something weird about Leo's cup, but he couldn't detect it, so he just asked this question. I told you, Merlin, what you're living and looking at now is just an if scenario created by the counter force to delay their demise, but they forgot something. Leo glanced at Archer before he said, humanity won't change and they will cross all the obstacles, even us beasts. However, no matter how much they struggle, their ending won't be on the hand of an alien god, Fulhu, or a beast. It'll be with their own hands. Leo said the reason why he finds his advent as beast completely meaningless is because he doesn't see the point of attacking something walking to his own demise. How many different developments happened in this world, beasts, alien gods, true ancestors, but humanity always overcomes them, however, their ending will always be because of their actions. Ah, I have to say that is completely correct, which shows how pathetic my actions were. Archer let out another sigh as he was thinking about his past self in this world. That's kind of strange. Your actions and ideal is indeed stupid and meaningless, but at least it's not pathetic. Leo said some words that made Archer open his eyes and look at him with a weird gaze. In that journey of yours, you gathered a lot of sins, but you also had a ton of blessings, even if you want to deny it. Kings and heroes, who the history was cheering for, all of them built their legends with blood on their hands. Leo looked at his reflection on the cup as he seemed to be able to see a young man walking in the desert. I don't think this makes you all that different from them. Leo took a sip from his coffee and looked at Archer's surprised eyes as he chuckled a little. Don't get me wrong, you and even them are completely sinners, who should visit me in hell to talk about life. After all, in my species, angel and beast, way of looking at things, a sin is a sin no matter how much you try to justify it. Leo chuckled again as he felt this topic is more interesting than looking at the flaws of humanity all the time. Archer stared at Leo for a moment before he leaned back on the wall with his eyes closed and said, "Oh? Then what does this make you?" "Me? I'm the biggest and worst sinner of you all, so cry all you want because I'm number one here," Leo said as he had some pride in this thing, which is very weird. "Who'd cry for that? I'm just particularly annoyed for thinking that the devil is more pleasing than gods now," Archer said with an annoyed tone in his voice which made Leo laugh. "It seems that I'm doing my job properly in the end," Leo said as he took another sip from his coffee. Now, what do we know about the Fourth Holy Grail War situation?" Merlin saw the interesting conversation end, so he took the topic into another direction. "Not much, even Alea doesn't have a lot of information because her direct connection was cancelled, except some faint connection with humanity." Archer said what his boss Alea told him because he's the only one that can have a direct connection with it. "Even with clairvoyance we don't know anything, be it in the present, future, and past. Some big things are happening in the back and I don't like it." Leo looked at Merlin before he said, "And how you don't know anything? I'm pretty sure you were stalking your king in that war from Avalon." "Of course, I was still watching over her, but it was like a dark screen appear when something irregular happened there, but the situation didn't change much, which surprised me." Merlin was confused because of that for a moment before an idea popped in his head before he said, "I remember her in the king's talk. It was a disaster, I must say, but I wonder what you'll say in her condition." "Huh? I'm not a king, so why should I care, but you should have taught that king of yours to launch her noble phantasm in other people's face more." "Who the hell will tell me what I'll do or not?" Leo waved his hand as he didn't want to think about the stupid King Arthur of Merlin. Merlin couldn't help but nod at these words. A king is a king, each one is different and each one has his majesty. If you're a king, you can't allow another king to tell you that your way is wrong. The moment his king started doubting herself because of the other two kings' words, she lost that battle, their respect, and even her identity as a king in their eyes. Leo didn't know that his asshole thinking is working very well with the king system of this world, but Merlin was focusing on something more important. "Does that cup have the concept of infinity?" Merlin looked at the sign of the snake biting its tail on the cup. "Ah, this? Well, I took this concept from the Ouroboros dragon, but I didn't know what to do with it, so I just put it here temporarily. It was worth it though." Leo told the story behind his infinite coffee cup. Archer stared at these two talking about the infinite concept as his eyebrow was twitching when he heard that Leo got it in exchange for some sweets before he said, "Can we return to the topic?" "Like I said, you're no fun at all." Leo sighed at these words as his words made Archer exhausted again. "But to think about it, will your king be summoned this time?" Leo put his hand on his chin as he asked the most important question that made Archer widen his eyes slightly. "No idea, a lot of things changed now." Merlin also felt this is a very important question. "What do you mean?" Archer asked before Leo answered instantly. "With all these enemies running around, I don't see a chance your past self will survive for long. If he's alive now." "Survive for long? If he's alive now?" These words kept repeating in Archer's head as his brain lagged for a moment before a strange feeling of wanting to celebrate appeared in his head. "Yeah, probably he's dead now," Leo said again as Archer almost jumped from joy before they all stopped and looked at the side. A strange wave of mana rushed to the surroundings as the calm night was filled with the mana again. Every servant and magi in the city felt this mana as it meant one thing. Two servants are about to fight now. Well, the Holy Grail War should be done in the night, but to think he'll follow the rules. Leo grinned as he was looking at a far place with his clairvoyance. In a forest next to the mountain area where Alcides was, Gilgamesh and Enkidu were standing there as their mana was flying in the air. Two old friends and epics are meeting face to face while everyone seems to forget that the Holy Grail War is supposed to be done at night.
Thanks for listening.